Introduction. The following is a fully referenced and easy to understand, detailed commentary on chapter 24 and Nur of the Holy Quran. It specifically discusses the good characteristics Muslims must adopt and the bad characteristics they must avoid in order to achieve noble character. Adopting positive characteristics leads to peace of mind. Discussion on verses 1 to 64 of 64. This chapter begins by declaring the obligatory duty of acting on the contents of this chapter, and by extension, the entire Holy Quran. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 1.
A chapter which we have sent down and made that within it obligatory.
No matter how advanced a civilization may become, and regardless of the knowledge it acquires in various fields, including the sciences of the human body, mind, and society, it will always remain beyond human capacity to devise a code of conduct that is perfectly aligned with human nature and capable of addressing every circumstance, condition, and scenario that individuals or communities may face throughout their existence on Earth. This is because human knowledge is inherently limited and constantly evolving. Even today, humanity continues to uncover new insights into the most basic aspects of its own being, such as the functions of the human brain. If people have not yet mastered complete knowledge of themselves, how could they ever hope to establish a flawless system that guarantees justice, balance, and tranquility for all? This endeavor is fundamentally impossible for creation, but not for the Creator. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the boundless knowledge required to provide such a system. His knowledge encompasses the past, present, and future, as well as the hidden realities that remain beyond human perception. He alone is therefore rightly positioned to grant humanity a perfect code of conduct, a divine standard that clearly distinguishes truth from falsehood, good from evil, and benefit from harm. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 1.
And revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might reflect.
This code is designed not only to regulate outward behavior, but also to nurture the inner state of the heart, thereby enabling people to attain peace of mind in a world otherwise filled with stress, conflict, and uncertainty. History itself bears witness to this truth. Whenever the divine code of conduct was sincerely implemented, whether in the lives of individuals or across entire societies, it produced remarkable results: tranquility within hearts, justice in governance, compassion in dealings, and harmony across communities. It uplifted the weak, restrained the powerful, and established fairness in a way no human-devised system has ever been able to replicate. For this reason, individuals must embrace the divine guidance revealed by Allah, the Exalted, recognizing it as the most advantageous path for their well-being, even if certain aspects may conflict with their personal desires. The wise person resembles a patient who, though prescribed bitter medicine and a strict diet, accepts the counsel of their physician, knowing it is ultimately for their health and survival. In the same way, the one who accepts and acts upon the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, will attain balance, peace, and eternal success, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, even if the path requires discipline, sacrifice, and patience. Even though, in most cases, patients do not comprehend the intricate science behind the medicines prescribed to them, and therefore place their complete trust in their doctors, Allah, the Exalted, invites people to a far more profound and conscious form of reflection. Unlike those who follow human expertise without full understanding, Allah, the Exalted, does not command people to follow the teachings of Islam blindly. Rather, He encourages them to engage their intellect, to reflect deeply upon His signs within themselves, within creation, and within the teachings of the Holy Quran, so that they may recognize the truth of Islam through clear reasoning and evidence. This demonstrates the mercy and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. He calls people to faith through understanding, not compulsion. He wants individuals to consciously realize the harmony, justice, and benefit embedded within His guidance, and to observe how obedience to His commands naturally brings peace, balance, and success to their lives, both in this world and the next. However, this realization can only be achieved when a person approaches the teachings of Islam with sincerity, humility, and an open heart, free from bias, pride, and preconceived notions. Those who adopt such an attitude will witness the profound wisdom in every command and prohibition of Allah, the Exalted, and they will find that true faith aligns perfectly with reason, justice, and the innate nature of humanity. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 1.
A chapter which we have sent down and made that within it obligatory, and revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might reflect.
Generally speaking, the matters that have been declared unlawful in Islam are very few when compared to the vast number of things that remain permissible. What unites these prohibitions is a clear principle. They are only forbidden because their harm outweighs any perceived benefit. This principle was explicitly highlighted before the prohibition of alcohol and gambling, when Allah, the Exalted, revealed that although some benefit may be found in them, their harm is far greater. This reality is evident to anyone who reflects with sound reason. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah 219.
They ask you about wine and gambling. Say, in them is great sin and yet some benefit for people.
From this, it becomes clear that the laws of Islam are not arbitrary restrictions, but merciful safeguards designed to protect people from harm. They are in place solely for human benefit, not because Allah, the Exalted, gains anything from human obedience, nor because He suffers from their disobedience. His perfection is complete, and He is utterly independent of creation. Chapter 60 Al-Mumtahana, verse 6.
And whoever turns away, then indeed Allah is the free of need, the praiseworthy.
Therefore, it is for their own sake that people must accept and act upon the teachings of Islam. This involves using the blessings they have been granted, such as wealth, health, intellect, and time, in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By doing so, a person attains true peace of mind and success in both worlds. They achieve a balanced mental and physical state, and they learn to place everything and everyone in their rightful place within their life. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
On the other hand, those who reject this guidance will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. The result will be imbalance. Their mental and physical state will become unsettled, their priorities misplaced, and their preparation for the Day of Judgment neglected. Even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries, their lives will be marked by stress, conflict, and difficulty in both worlds. Chapter 9 At-Tawbah, verse 82.
So let them laugh a little, and then weep much as recompense for what they used to earn.
And chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e. difficult life, and we will gather, i.e. raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e. disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten.
In short, the divine laws are not burdens but mercies, designed to protect, uplift, and guide people towards harmony in this life and eternal success in the next. The wise person recognizes that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is not a restriction but a liberation. It frees them from the tyranny of their own desires and from the harm of misguided systems, leading them instead to balance, clarity, and peace. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 1.
And revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might reflect.
Generally speaking, the expressions of the Holy Quran are unparalleled, and its meanings are conveyed in a clear and straightforward manner. Its words and verses are supremely eloquent, and no other book can rival its style or surpass its depth. It is entirely free from contradictions, something that is found in all other scriptures and teachings outside of Islam. The Holy Quran recounts the history of previous nations in detail, despite the fact that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not formally educated in history. This itself is a sign of its divine origin. The Holy Quran commands every form of good and forbids every form of evil, whether those matters affect an individual or extend to the wider society, so that justice, security, and peace may spread throughout every home and community. Unlike poetry, myths, or fables, the Holy Quran avoids exaggeration, falsehood, or fabrication. Every verse is beneficial and can be practically applied to one's life. Even when the same story is repeated, it is never redundant. Rather, each retelling highlights new and important lessons. Unlike any other book, the Holy Quran never wearies the reader, no matter how often it is studied. The Holy Quran presents promises and warnings, always supported by undeniable and clear proofs. When it discusses concepts that may seem abstract, such as patience, gratitude, or humility, it provides simple practical methods for implementing them in daily life. It calls people to fulfill the very purpose of their creation, to sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, by using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him. In doing so, a person secures peace of mind and success in both worlds, achieving balance in their mental and physical state, placing everything and everyone in their rightful place, and preparing adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Quran makes the straight path obvious and appealing to anyone who sincerely seeks peace of mind and true success. Because it addresses the very nature of human beings, its guidance is timeless, relevant to every person, every place, and every generation. It is a cure for emotional, social, economic, and even physical difficulties, when it is understood and applied correctly. It provides solutions for every problem that an individual or an entire society may face. History itself testifies that whenever societies implemented the teachings of the Holy Quran sincerely, they flourished with justice, prosperity, and harmony. Centuries have passed, yet not a single letter of the Holy Quran has been altered, for Allah the Exalted promised to preserve it. No other book in history possesses this unique quality. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
Furthermore, the Holy Quran addresses the root problems within individuals and communities, and it provides practical remedies for them. By correcting the roots, the countless branches of problems that stem from them are automatically resolved. In this way, the Holy Quran comprehensively addresses everything a person and society need to succeed in both worlds. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 1.
And revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might reflect.
This is the greatest and most enduring miracle bestowed upon the final prophet, Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet, only those who sincerely seek the truth and act upon it will benefit from its light. Those who instead follow their desires, or selectively take from it while ignoring its full guidance, will ultimately encounter loss in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
It is essential to recognize that Islam is not a partial or fragmented system, but a complete code of conduct designed to guide people towards peace of mind in both worlds. On an individual level, it cultivates balance in one's mental and physical state, and teaches a person to correctly place everything and everyone in their rightful position within their life. On a societal level, it establishes peace of mind by ensuring that the rights of others are fulfilled, justice is upheld, and harmful elements that disrupt harmony are removed, even if people do not always perceive the wisdom behind the methods Islam employs to achieve these outcomes. For this reason, the Islamic code of conduct encompasses every situation a person may face, whether worldly or religious, and governs every blessing they interact with. It is therefore a mistake to adopt the ignorant attitude that Allah, the Exalted, only cares about ritual duties such as the obligatory prayers. In reality, Allah, the Exalted, will question people about every circumstance they encountered, whether related to worship, dealings with others, or the use of their blessings. Thus, it is necessary for each person to learn and act upon Islamic teachings so that they may respond correctly in every situation. By doing so, they will attain a harmonious mental and physical condition, place everything and everyone in their lives appropriately, and adequately prepare themselves for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This comprehensive conduct ultimately results in tranquility in both worlds. Therefore, one must avoid treating Islam like a garment that can be worn or removed according to personal desires. Whoever behaves in this manner is, in truth, worshipping their own desires, even if they outwardly claim otherwise. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The one who fails to act upon Islamic teachings in every situation will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. As a result, they will fall into imbalance. Their mental and physical state will become unsettled, their priorities misplaced, and their preparation for the day of judgment neglected. This condition will lead to stress, challenges, and hardships in both worlds, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. In short, Islam is not a selective lifestyle but a comprehensive framework for success. Only by embracing it fully in every aspect of life can a person and an entire society achieve true balance, peace of mind, and eternal prosperity. This all-encompassing framework is discussed throughout the Holy Quran, and especially in this chapter. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 2.
The unmarried woman or unmarried man found guilty of sexual intercourse, lash each one of them with 100 lashes.
In order to understand the prohibition of relationships outside marriage, it is essential to reflect deeply on their harmful consequences at both the individual and societal level. Allah, the Exalted, has commanded people to pursue marriage and has forbidden unlawful relationships. This command is not arbitrary. It is rooted in profound wisdom that safeguards one's emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being. When a couple are not truly devoted to one another, as a married couple is, any real difficulty they face tends to produce greater emotional turmoil. Lacking the sense of duty and commitment that marriage brings, they often fail to support one another properly during times of hardship. Entering and exiting multiple relationships throughout one's life inevitably leaves lasting emotional scars, resulting in feelings of instability and inner emptiness. It is therefore unsurprising that many who experience repeated breakups eventually seek counseling and suffer from depression and other mental disorders far more frequently than those who avoid such relationships. Moreover, those who are known within society for engaging in multiple relationships often find it difficult to attract a sincere spouse who will fulfill their rights. This is because habitual involvement in such relationships fosters a loose and unreliable character, traits that those seeking lifelong commitment naturally find undesirable. As a result, their repeated emotional failures only deepen their distress. Unlawful relationships also lack long-term alignment of purpose. In many cases, one partner desires commitment, while the other merely seeks temporary companionship. When this mismatch becomes apparent, it leads to emotional devastation for the one who invested their heart more deeply. By contrast, a married couple enter their relationship upon a foundation of mutual commitment and shared intention. They support one another through all of life's changes, whether planned or unexpected, such as the arrival of children. This sense of stability and devotion is rarely found in relationships outside marriage. Furthermore, an unlawful relationship deceives a person into believing they completely know their partner. When they eventually marry, they often complain that their spouse has changed. In reality, the person has not changed. Rather, the new responsibilities and pressures of marriage have revealed aspects of their character previously unseen. This is why relationships that began unlawfully often encounter greater marital tension. Even cohabiting before marriage does not prevent this outcome. It is also well known that emotional turmoil within a relationship impacts every aspect of life. Many young people, for instance, abandon their education or career simply because they cannot face seeing a former partner. In contrast, a married couple, bound by a sacred commitment, are far less likely to dissolve their bond over such transient issues. However, one must not be deceived by the outward appearance of unlawful relationships, assuming they are harmless. Human perception is limited and clouded by emotion, leading people to overlook the hidden harm within actions that contradict divine guidance. A person in such a relationship will inevitably be drawn towards greater disobedience, as emotions and desires are difficult to restrain. Over time, this often leads to sins such as fornication, an act normalized in many societies but destructive in both moral and social dimensions. Unlawful intimacy results in numerous problems, including unwanted pregnancies, family breakdowns, and the trivialization of other grave sins. Even if a person avoids major transgressions in an unlawful relationship, their emotional attachment clouds their judgment. They may marry someone unsuitable simply due to strong feelings, disregarding the importance of piety and compatibility. As a result, they later struggle under the weight of responsibilities, leading to conflict and regret. Feelings of love can blind a person to their partner's faults, a warning highlighted in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 5130. Moreover, those who live immorally attract others of similar character. Impious individuals exploit each other for personal satisfaction, rather than mutual respect. Such relationships are often marked by verbal abuse, humiliation, and emotional scars that linger long after apologies are made. In many cases, they even devolve into physical abuse. When beauty or youth fades, the impious partner seeks another, treating relationships as disposable luxuries. This behavior leads to deep emotional trauma and instability. The cycle of harm continues into the next generation. Children born outside marriage or in unstable relationships often grow up in broken homes without the consistent support of both parents. Statistics and observation alike confirm that many young people drawn into crime, gangs, or exploitation come from such environments. Raising children in a stable, loving home is challenging even when they are desired. How much more difficult then when they are not? The emotional burden often drives single parents to give up their children for fostering or adoption, which further increases the child's risk of emotional and social harm. All these destructive outcomes are like the hidden poison within a meal that appears delicious. Just because the poison cannot be seen does not make it harmless. Likewise, unlawful relationships may appear appealing, but they contain hidden harm that only Allah, the Exalted, fully comprehends. Thus, a wise person trusts his command, just as a wise patient follows their doctor's advice, accepting bitter medicine and restrictive diets knowing they lead to lasting health. Acting on the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, guarantees peace and balance in one's mental and physical state, whereas following one's limited understanding brings inevitable harm. Human knowledge, despite its advances, remains too restricted to solve every moral and emotional issue. People can never foresee all the consequences of their actions. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the complete knowledge necessary to guide humanity toward true well-being, and He has revealed this knowledge in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This truth is clearly visible when comparing the peace and harmony of those who live by divine guidance with the distress and disorder of those who do not. Allah, the Exalted, in His infinite wisdom, has resolved countless societal problems by addressing their root cause, prohibiting unlawful relationships and promoting marriage, a sacred union built on sincerity, responsibility, and devotion. Through His guidance on marriage, divorce, widows, and the upbringing of children, He has given humanity the key to building stable families, which in turn form the foundation of a healthy society. When family members, whether together or separated, fulfill one another's rights and provide a nurturing environment for their children, the entire society benefits from this stability. Conversely, when family bonds are broken, neglect and discord ripple through society, leading to widespread harm. Many thinkers throughout history have proposed solutions to societal issues, but their efforts often address only surface-level symptoms. Allah, the Exalted, however, resolves these issues by targeting their root, correcting the moral and spiritual foundation of individuals and families. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things, and as guidance and mercy.
Yet, only those who use the intellect and insight granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, will truly comprehend the profound wisdom contained within His words. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 1.
And revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might reflect.
Islam is a practical and realistic religion that fully recognizes the nature of human beings. Its code of conduct therefore provides guidance not only for those who strive to live by its teachings, but also for those who fall short, often because divine commands conflict with their worldly desires. In matters of sin that primarily affect only the individual, no legal punishment, of the kind that can only be implemented by an Islamic government, has been prescribed. This is because every person has been granted the freedom to choose their own path in life. If they choose to harm themselves through sin, They will bear the consequences of their choice in both this world and the hereafter. The one who persists in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Such misuse leads to imbalance. Their mental and physical state becomes unsettled, their priorities are misplaced, and they fail to adequately prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This results in stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. By contrast, legal punishments are only prescribed when sins have a direct and harmful impact on the wider society, such as fornication, and when the perpetrators are not deterred from public wrongdoing by Islamic teachings or by common sense. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 2.
The unmarried woman or unmarried man found guilty of sexual intercourse, lash each one of them with 100 lashes, and do not be taken by pity for them in the religion of Allah, if you should believe in Allah and the last day.
This command is directed to government authorities, whose duty it is to carry out such punishments. Even then, they are only obliged to do so if the case reaches them and is proven beyond all reasonable doubt. If the perpetrators conceal their sin and sincerely repent to Allah, the Exalted, then He will forgive them. Publicly confessing sins to the authorities has been discouraged in Islam, as indicated in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4419. Although Islam deals with fornication and adultery in a strict manner, the evidentiary requirements for enforcing the legal punishment are so stringent that proving such a case is nearly impossible. This is the reason why the legal punishments for such sins were very rarely implemented out in early days of Islamic Empire. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 15.
Those who commit immorality, i.e. unlawful sexual intercourse of your women, bring against them 4 witnesses from among you. And if they testify,
the likelihood of 4 upright and reliable witnesses observing such an act is extremely slim. Furthermore, whoever accuses another of fornication without producing this evidence will themselves be subject to legal punishment. This serves as a powerful deterrent against false accusations. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 4.
And those who accuse chaste women and then do not produce 4 witnesses, lash them with 80 lashes, and do not accept from them testimony ever after. And those are the defiantly disobedient.
These layers of mercy demonstrate that the purpose of Islamic law is not to expose or humiliate, but to deter wrongdoing, protect society, and encourage repentance. A person who commits a sin is urged to conceal it, sincerely repent, and seek the mercy of Allah, the Exalted. They are not duty-bound to report themselves to the authorities. In this way, Islam balances justice with compassion, accountability with forgiveness, and deterrence with the opportunity for sincere reform. Islam, as a religion of balance, teaches compassion that is rooted in wisdom, not weakness. It does not permit compromise on divine teachings, even when such compromise arises from what appears to be a good intention. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 2.
The unmarried woman or unmarried man found guilty of sexual intercourse, lash each one of them with 100 lashes, and do not be taken by pity for them in the religion of Allah, if you should believe in Allah and the last day.
This verse demonstrates that compassion must never override justice or the divine code of conduct. Human beings, by their nature, are often driven by emotion and limited foresight. They may allow pity, anger, or personal preference to cloud their judgment, even in matters that have far-reaching consequences for the entire society. For this reason, people cannot rely solely on their emotions when making decisions of great importance. Instead, they must support their verbal declaration of faith in Allah, the Exalted, and their belief in accountability on the Day of Judgment by setting aside personal opinions that are often shaped by emotion, ignorance, or bias. In their place, they must implement the perfect, unbiased, and just code of conduct revealed by the one whose knowledge encompasses all things, the past, the present, and the future. Only by doing so can individuals and societies ensure that justice is upheld, compassion is exercised in its proper place, and balance is maintained. This is the essence of Islam's guidance: mercy without injustice, compassion without compromise, and justice without cruelty. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 2.
The unmarried woman or unmarried man found guilty of sexual intercourse, Lash each one of them with 100 lashes, and do not be taken by pity for them in the religion of Allah, if you should believe in Allah and the last day.
Generally speaking, this verse also serves as a reminder of the importance of avoiding wrong actions, even if they are carried out with a seemingly good intention. Most people recognize the centrality of intention, as it is the foundation of all deeds in Islam. Indeed, Allah the Exalted judges actions according to intention, as confirmed in the famous hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1. Yet one crucial aspect is often overlooked: a good intention on its own is not sufficient. For an intention to be accepted, it must be accompanied by good and lawful action. Otherwise, the intention becomes fruitless. For example, one cannot steal from the wealthy in order to give to the poor. Even if the intention is to help the needy for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, the action remains unlawful and therefore unacceptable. Islam requires that both the intention and the action be sound, sincere, and in accordance with divine guidance. Unfortunately, when dealing with others, this principle is often neglected. Many advise others towards certain actions, without carefully considering the consequences, or whether the advice truly serves the best interest of the person being advised. Instead of reflecting and deliberating, they rely solely on their good intention and press ahead. Consider the example of a parent who encourages their child to marry a relative or family friend simply because of the relationship between the two families. While the parent's intention is undoubtedly good, they desire happiness and stability for their child. The action may not be sincere or wise if the prospective spouse is unsuitable. In this case, the parent's reliance on good intention alone prevents them from acting with true sincerity towards their child, as Islam requires. No one doubts the parent's love, but love and good intention must be guided by knowledge, wisdom, and careful consideration. Another example is when a person strives to learn and act upon Islamic knowledge, yet faces criticism from relatives. Each relative may believe they are acting out of good intention, but their failure to assess the situation correctly blinds them to the fact that the person is pursuing something praiseworthy. By relying solely on their intention, without reflection or knowledge, they inadvertently hinder their relative from good. Thus, a good intention is never enough on its own. It must be supported by sound, sincere, and well thought out action. This is why it is often said that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. People make errors in judgment regarding themselves and others when they assume that intention alone guarantees a good outcome. The root of this behavior is ignorance. The remedy is to seek knowledge, reflect deeply, and act upon Islamic guidance so that one's good intentions are matched with lawful, wise, and beneficial actions. In this way, Islam preserves balance, intention with action, compassion with wisdom, and sincerity with knowledge. Only when these elements are combined can a person achieve true success in both worlds. The legal punishments prescribed in Islam and implemented by the Islamic government are not arbitrary measures. They serve a clear purpose as deterrents, protecting society from widespread harm and corruption. For this reason, Allah the Exalted has instructed that others should witness such punishments. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 2.
And let a group of the believers witness their punishment.
The wisdom behind this command is profound. It is not intended to encourage people to curse, mock, or humiliate the offenders, for such behavior contradicts the noble character expected of a true believer. Instead, the purpose is twofold. First, it acts as a powerful deterrent for the observers. By witnessing the consequences of disobedience, they are reminded of their own accountability before Allah the Exalted, and are discouraged from falling into the same sin. The public nature of the punishment reinforces the seriousness of the crime and strengthens the resolve of others to avoid it. Second, it provides an opportunity for sincere believers to demonstrate compassion in its correct form. Rather than belittling the offenders, they are encouraged to console them, to remind them of the vastness of the mercy of Allah the Exalted, and to encourage sincere repentance. In this way, the punishment becomes not only a means of justice, but also a pathway to reform and spiritual renewal for the offender. Thus, this instruction benefits all parties involved. The observers gain a lesson that strengthens their faith and deters them from sin. The offenders are given a chance to reflect, repent, and reform, knowing that the door of mercy remains open. And society as a whole is safeguarded from the spread of corruption, as justice is visibly upheld and the sanctity of divine law is reinforced. In this way, the wisdom of Islam becomes clear. Justice is never implemented out of cruelty or vengeance, but with the higher aim of reform, repentance, and the preservation of peace, morality, and harmony within the community. It is a system that balances firmness with mercy, deterrence with compassion, and accountability with the opportunity for redemption. As discussed earlier, the foundation of a just and peaceful society lies in the establishment of a stable and harmonious home, where the rights of all individuals are correctly fulfilled. This inner stability radiates outward, fostering love, justice, fairness, and peace throughout society. To achieve this, Islam not only encourages marriage and prohibits unlawful relationships, but also instructs people to choose their spouses wisely, those who will uphold their own rights as well as the rights of others within the household, including their children. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 3.
The fornicator does not marry except a female fornicator or polytheist, and none marries her except a fornicator or a polytheist, and that has been made unlawful to the believers.
It is important to clarify that the fornicators mentioned in this verse are those who persist in the sin without remorse, repentance, or any sign of reform. This does not apply to those who have sincerely repented from past mistakes, for Allah, the Exalted, accepts sincere repentance and transforms the state of those who turn back to Him. However, those who persist in fornication, as well as those who reject or neglect the Islamic code of conduct, inevitably develop a character that prevents them from understanding or fulfilling the rights of their spouse, children, and relatives. This is one of the reasons why Islam places such strong emphasis on choosing the correct spouse. In fact, in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5090, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, explained that a person is married for 4 reasons: wealth, lineage, beauty, or piety. He concluded by warning that one should marry for the sake of piety, otherwise they will be a loser. The wisdom of this hadith is profound. The first 3 qualities, wealth, lineage, and beauty, are transient and imperfect. They may provide temporary happiness, but ultimately they become burdens, as they are tied to the material world and not to the eternal source of success, namely faith. Wealth does not guarantee happiness. In fact, the lives of the rich and famous often demonstrate that material abundance can coexist with deep dissatisfaction. Marrying for lineage is equally unwise, as noble ancestry does not guarantee noble character, and if the marriage fails, it can even destroy the bond between families. As for beauty, or what is often equated with romantic love, it is a fleeting emotion that changes with time, mood, and circumstance. History is filled with examples of couples who once claimed to be deeply in love, but later grew to despise one another. This hadith, however, does not suggest that wealth and attraction are irrelevant. It is important that the husband is capable of supporting a family financially, and mutual attraction is a natural and healthy part of marriage. Rather, the hadith teaches that these qualities should not be the ultimate or primary reason for marriage. The foundation must be piety. Piety means fulfilling the commands of Allah, the Exalted, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience, in accordance with the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Put simply, the one who fears Allah the Exalted will treat their spouse with kindness and fairness in both times of happiness and difficulty. By contrast, the irreligious person will mistreat their spouse whenever they are displeased, and even in times of contentment, they will fail to fulfill their spouse's rights due to ignorance and selfishness. This is one of the underlying reasons why domestic conflict and even violence have increased among Muslims in recent times. The pious person, guided by knowledge, is more concerned with fulfilling the rights of others, such as their spouse, than with demanding their own rights. They understand that Allah, the Exalted, will question them about whether they fulfilled the rights of others, not whether others fulfilled their rights. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
Only those fear Allah from among His servants who have knowledge.
The impious, however, are often preoccupied with their own perceived entitlements, many of which are shaped by culture, fashion, or personal imagination rather than by Islam. As a result, they are never truly satisfied, even if their spouse fulfills their rights according to Islamic teachings. This is why ignorance of Islam is so strongly linked to marital discord and divorce. For this reason, anyone who desires marriage should first seek knowledge of its responsibilities, the rights they owe their spouse, the rights they are owed, and the correct way to deal with their spouse in different situations. Without this knowledge, many couples fall into disputes, demanding things that are not obligatory and neglecting what is truly required. Thus, knowledge, being the root of piety, is the foundation of a healthy, stable, and successful marriage. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 3.
The fornicator does not marry except a female fornicator or polytheist, and none marries her except a fornicator or a polytheist.
As mentioned earlier, the one who adopts an impious character and pursues multiple partners will inevitably attract into their life others of a similar disposition. Such individuals are rarely sincere. Their primary concern is the fulfillment of their own desires. As a result, they neither respect nor uphold the rights of their partner, even within the bond of marriage. When disagreements arise, they are quick to resort to verbal abuse, often weaponizing the other's past immodest behavior by comparing them to a prostitute. Even if they later apologize, the damage is already done. Words of this nature leave deep emotional scars that do not easily heal, and in many cases, such wounds can be more detrimental to a person's mental and emotional well-being than physical harm. Moreover, those who surround themselves with impious companions because of their own loose character are far more likely to experience physical abuse at the hands of their partner or spouse. Their relationships are built on shallow foundations, and the moment the outward qualities that initially attracted the impious partner, such as beauty, charm, or wealth, begin to fade, they will seek someone else. This is one of the major reasons why extramarital affairs are so common among the impious. They treat their spouse as one would treat a possession, used for a time and then discarded or upgraded. The emotional devastation caused by such betrayal is immense, leaving wounds that are difficult to heal and often destroying the trust that holds families together. The harm of such behavior does not stop with the couple themselves. If they have children, the consequences of their impious lifestyle often spill over into the next generation. In moments of anger, even their own children may hurl verbal insults at them, especially at the mother, drawing upon her past immodest behavior as a weapon against her. The pain of being abused by one's own child in this way is profound and leaves emotional scars that are extremely difficult to recover from. It undermines the natural bond of respect between parent and child and creates a cycle of bitterness within the family. By contrast, the one who adopts a modest and upright character attracts into their life people of similar virtue. A modest spouse or partner will respect and fulfill their rights, and any verbal insult directed at them will carry no weight, for everyone involved knows such accusations are false. Their relationship is built on sincerity, trust, and mutual respect. If such a couple are blessed with children, those children are far more likely to show respect to both parents, recognizing the uprightness of their character and the sincerity of their conduct. In this way, modesty not only safeguards the individual, but also strengthens the family unit and nurtures a healthier, more respectful next generation. Thus, the choice between impiety and modesty is not merely a private matter. It shapes the quality of one's relationships, the stability of one's family, and the moral fabric of future generations. Impiety breeds instability, betrayal, and emotional harm, while modesty fosters respect, trust, and enduring harmony. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 3.
The fornicator does not marry except a female fornicator or polytheist, and none marries her except a fornicator or a polytheist, and that has been made unlawful to the believers.
As discussed earlier, in order to safeguard the dignity and honor of innocent people, especially women, Islam prescribes a strict legal punishment for those who accuse others of fornication without producing reliable evidence. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 4.
And those who accuse chaste women, and then do not produce 4 witnesses, lash them with 80 lashes.
This ruling highlights the seriousness of slander and false accusation. It is not only a personal attack, but also a crime that can destroy reputations, families, and entire communities. For this reason, the punishment is not limited to public lashing. The accusers are further discredited by being permanently barred from serving as witnesses in any legal matter, thereby branding them as untrustworthy. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 4.
And do not accept from them testimony ever after. And those are the defiantly disobedient.
This dual punishment, physical and social, serves as both a deterrent and a protection for society. It ensures that people think carefully before making accusations, and it preserves the dignity of the innocent from reckless slander. Yet, as with all matters in Islam, the door of mercy is never closed. Allah, the Exalted, immediately follows this stern warning with an opening for redemption. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 5.
Except for those who repent thereafter and reform, for indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Sincere repentance is not a mere utterance of words. It is a profound turning of the heart and a conscious reformation of one's conduct. It begins with genuine remorse, feeling deep regret and sorrow for the sin committed, recognizing that disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, is a betrayal of the countless blessings He has bestowed. This remorse must then be followed by seeking forgiveness from Allah, the Exalted, with humility and sincerity, and where possible, seeking pardon from those who have been wronged, provided that doing so does not cause further harm or difficulty. True repentance also requires a firm and sincere resolve never to return to the same sin, nor to anything similar to it. This determination must be accompanied by practical steps to distance oneself from the causes and environments that led to the sin in the first place. In addition, one must strive to restore any rights that were violated, whether they belong to Allah, the Exalted, such as neglected acts of worship, or to people, such as wealth, honor, or trust that was wrongfully taken, as long as this does not make the situation worse. Finally, sincere repentance is not complete without ongoing obedience. A person must continue to live in accordance with the teachings of Islam, using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them in ways that are pleasing to Him. This includes fulfilling obligations, refraining from prohibitions, and striving to embody the noble character taught by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. In this way, repentance becomes not only a means of erasing past sins but also a pathway to spiritual renewal, moral reform, and a closer relationship with Allah, the Exalted. It transforms guilt into growth, weakness into strength, and sin into a stepping stone towards greater sincerity and steadfastness. In this way, Islam balances justice with mercy. On the one hand, it firmly protects the dignity of individuals and society by punishing slander. On the other, it offers every sinner the opportunity to reform, rebuild their character, and return to the mercy of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 4.
And those who accuse chaste women, and then do not produce 4 witnesses, lash them with 80 lashes.
It is important to recognize that although this verse applies equally to innocent men and women, only women are explicitly mentioned. This is because, in reality, women are more frequently the victims of false accusations of fornication. At the same time, the verse highlights the special care and protection Islam affords to women, particularly in an age when they were among the most oppressed members of society. Generally speaking, before the advent of Islam, and even in some parts of the world today, women were treated as material possessions rather than human beings. They were bought and sold like cattle, denied rights in every aspect of life, and stripped of independence. A woman could not inherit wealth. Instead, she herself could be inherited as though she were property. If she owned anything, she could only use it according to the wishes of her male relatives, while they freely spent her wealth as they pleased. She had no recognized authority to question this injustice. In some societies, particularly in Europe, women were not even regarded as fully human. They were considered equal to animals, excluded from religion, and deemed unfit for worship. Some even believed women were soulless creatures. In Arabia, the practice of burying newborn daughters alive was widespread, as girls were seen as a source of shame and a financial burden. In other cultures, widows were executed, as they were considered unworthy of living without their husbands. Across many societies, the prevailing belief was that the sole purpose of women was to serve men. Against this backdrop of cruelty and degradation, Allah, the Exalted, through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, transformed the status of women. Islam taught mankind to respect all people, enshrined fairness and justice as part of the law, and made men responsible for fulfilling the rights of women just as women are responsible for fulfilling the rights of men. Women were declared free and independent, granted ownership of their own lives, property, and choices. No one is permitted to force a woman into marriage. If she is compelled against her will, she has the right to annul the marriage. A man has no authority to spend a woman's wealth without her permission. A widow or divorcee cannot be forced into any course of action she does not wish to take. Women were granted a share of inheritance, just like men, though the proportions differ according to their responsibilities within the family. This is not inequality, but fairness, as it reflects the balance of financial duties placed upon men and women in Islamic law. Furthermore, spending on women and treating them well has been declared an act of worship by Allah the Exalted. In this way, Islam elevated the status of women from being treated as property to being honored as independent individuals with rights, responsibilities, and dignity. It is therefore remarkable that in modern times, some who claim to champion women's rights criticize Islam, when in reality Islam established and safeguarded women's rights more than 14 centuries ago, long before such rights were even imagined in other parts of the world. Islam did not merely grant women symbolic recognition, it gave them practical, enforceable rights that transformed their lives and secured their dignity for all generations. Islam, in its wisdom, has set the conditions for implementing the legal punishment for fornication or adultery to terms that are almost impossible to meet. This is because 4 upright and reliable witnesses must testify to having seen the physical act of intimacy itself. Such a requirement makes it virtually unachievable, thereby protecting people from false accusations and safeguarding the dignity of individuals. However, in the exceptional case where a person discovers their own spouse committing adultery, a separate guideline has been revealed to address this sensitive matter. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 6-7.
And those who accuse their wives of adultery, and have no witnesses except themselves, then the witness of one of them shall be 4 testimonies swearing by Allah that indeed he is of the truthful. And the 5th oath will be, that the curse of Allah be upon him if he should be among the liars.
This process, known as mutual cursing, allows the husband to testify under oath to the truth of his claim. Yet, in order to prevent injustice and false accusation, the wife is given the right to defend herself. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 8-9.
But it will prevent punishment from her if she gives 4 testimonies swearing by Allah that indeed he is of the liars. And the 5th oath will be, that the wrath of Allah be upon her if he was of the truthful.
In this process, the issue is settled without requiring outside witnesses. Instead of simply granting the individual a divorce from their unfaithful partner, this method allows them to address their grievance in a dignified and controlled manner, enabling them to move forward with their life and release any accumulated resentment. The couple is then separated by means of an irrevocable divorce, permitting both to move on with their lives without societal stigma. The matter of the affair is left to Allah, the Exalted, who alone possesses knowledge of the truth, and who will hold each person accountable for their deeds on the Day of Judgment. This ruling demonstrates the balance of Islam. On the one hand, it protects society from the spread of immorality and false accusations. On the other, it preserves the dignity of individuals by ensuring that no one is punished without undeniable proof. It also provides a dignified way for both spouses to part, ensuring that neither is left trapped in a marriage poisoned by suspicion and mistrust. Despite adultery being a serious crime and sin not only against the spouse who has been cheated on, but against Allah, the Exalted, the one who sanctified the bond of marriage, Allah, the Exalted, does not immediately punish people for their sins and instead invites them towards sincere repentance and promises them forgiveness and mercy in return. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 10.
And if not for the favor of Allah upon you and his mercy, and that Allah is accepting of repentance and wise.
One must therefore take full advantage of the respite granted to them in this world, by sincerely repenting and reforming their conduct, as this respite is not permanent. The delay in punishment is not a sign of approval from Allah, the Exalted, but rather a mercy and opportunity for correction. A person who misuses the blessings granted to them should never be deceived into thinking that, because they have not yet been punished, or because they do not recognize the form of their punishment, they will escape accountability altogether. The absence of visible hardship is not proof of safety. It may, in fact, be the beginning of a subtle spiritual decline that manifests gradually. In this life, such an attitude will inevitably prevent one from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. Their misuse of blessings and disobedience will lead them to misplace priorities, confusing what deserves love, time, and attention. Consequently, every aspect of their life, family, friends, career, and wealth, will turn into a source of anxiety and distress rather than peace and fulfillment. When a person continues upon this path, refusing to repent and correct their course, they begin to blame the wrong things and people for their unhappiness. They may see their spouse, children, or colleagues as the cause of their stress, cutting these good and supportive individuals out of their lives. Yet, this only deepens their despair and leaves them spiritually and emotionally isolated. As a result, they often fall into mental turmoil, depression, addiction, and, in severe cases, even suicidal tendencies, believing that worldly means can fill the spiritual void they themselves have created. This outcome is painfully evident in many who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous. Despite their apparent luxuries and material success, their hearts are often unsettled, their relationships strained, and their lives filled with anxiety. Their worldly comforts cannot shield them from the consequences of spiritual negligence. And because this negligent attitude prevented them from preparing for their accountability on the day of judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse and everlasting. The mercy that was extended to them in the world will no longer be available, and the chance to repent will have expired. Therefore, one must sincerely repent and reform their behavior before it is too late. Sincere repentance is not merely the utterance of words, but a heartfelt transformation that begins within the soul. It starts with genuine remorse and a deep sense of sorrow for having disobeyed Allah, the Exalted. This sincere regret must be followed by actively seeking forgiveness, both from Allah, the Exalted, and from anyone who has been wronged, provided that doing so does not cause further harm or discord. True repentance also requires a firm and honest resolve to abstain from repeating the same or similar sin in the future. It must be accompanied by a sincere effort to restore any rights that have been violated, whether they are the rights of Allah, the Exalted, such as neglected acts of worship, or the rights of others, such as injustice, backbiting, or deceit. However, repentance does not conclude with seeking forgiveness. It must be nurtured through ongoing obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This is achieved by correctly using the blessings He has bestowed, such as time, wealth, health, and relationships, in accordance with Islamic teachings. Through this continued devotion, a person not only erases the stains of past transgressions, but also lays the foundation for inner peace, spiritual growth, and lasting success in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 10.
And if not for the favor of Allah upon you and His mercy, and that Allah is accepting of repentance and wise.
Generally speaking, the favor and mercy of Allah, the Exalted, is manifest in the perfect and just code of conduct He has granted to mankind. This divine guidance enables human beings to attain peace of mind on an individual level, by achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and by learning to correctly place everything and everyone within their lives in its rightful position. It also establishes peace and justice on a societal level, by ensuring that the rights of people are fulfilled and harmful practices are eliminated. This is because the only one who possesses the complete knowledge required to bring about such balance is Allah, the Exalted. He alone knows the true nature of the human being, both inwardly and outwardly, and He alone understands what leads to harmony and what leads to corruption. By contrast, the knowledge of human beings regarding mental and physical states, despite centuries of research and study, remains limited and imperfect. Human advice, no matter how well-intentioned, cannot resolve every issue a person may face in life. It cannot shield them from all forms of mental and physical stress, nor can it ensure that they correctly prioritize and place everything and everyone in their lives. This is due to the inherent limitations of human knowledge, experience, foresight, and the biases that inevitably shape human judgment. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses perfect knowledge, and out of His mercy, He has granted this guidance to mankind in the form of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These sources provide not only laws and rulings but also a comprehensive framework for living, covering belief, worship, morality, family life, social conduct, and governance. The truth of this becomes evident when one observes the lives of those who use the blessings they have been granted, in accordance with Islamic teachings, compared to those who do not. Those who live by divine guidance find stability, clarity, and peace, while those who neglect it often fall into confusion, imbalance, and dissatisfaction, despite worldly success. In this way, the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, is not only in granting life and sustenance but also in providing the perfect code of conduct that secures well-being for both the individual and society in this world and the next. As the method discussed earlier in the case of a person finding their spouse committing adultery involves giving testimony in a court case, Islam repeatedly warns against perjury, for it leads to destruction in both this world and the hereafter. In a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2673, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned that the one who acts as a false witness in order to unlawfully seize the possessions of others will meet Allah, the Exalted, while he is angry with them. It is important to note that this ruling applies to taking the possessions of all people, regardless of their faith. The severity of the sin is not diminished, even if the false witness outwardly obeys Allah, the Exalted, in other aspects of their life, such as offering the obligatory prayers. Sadly, this crime is still widespread, particularly in some developing countries, where Muslims file false claims in courts to seize wealth, land, or property that does not belong to them. According to a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2654, perjury is counted among the gravest of major sins, placed alongside polytheism and disobedience to parents. Chapter 22 Al-Hajj, verse 30.
So avoid the uncleanliness of idols, and avoid false statement.
The warnings against this sin are severe. A hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 2373, states that the one who does not sincerely repent from being a false witness will not move on the Day of Judgment until Allah, the Exalted, sends them to hell. Another hadith, found in Sahih Muslim, number 353, confirms that even if the false witness unlawfully takes something as insignificant as a twig, they will be cast into hell. The seriousness of perjury lies in the fact that it encompasses multiple sins. It is a lie. It is an injustice against the one falsely accused, and it is a betrayal of trust. Such a sin will not be forgiven by Allah, the Exalted, until the victim forgives them first. If the victim does not, then on the Day of Judgment the false witness's good deeds will be transferred to the victim, and if necessary, the sins of the victim will be placed upon the false witness until justice is established. This may well result in the false witness being hurled into hell, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6579. The sin is compounded further if one testifies falsely on behalf of another, so that they may unlawfully take what does not belong to them. This behavior directly contradicts the command of the Holy Quran. Chapter 5 Al-Ma'idah, verse 2.
And cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression.
Moreover, anything obtained through false testimony becomes unlawful. If such wealth is spent, even in charity, it will not be accepted by Allah, the Exalted, but will instead be recorded as a sin. This is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 2342. In fact, all use of unlawfully obtained wealth is stripped of blessing and becomes a source of sin. For this reason, it is a duty upon every person to speak the truth at all times, whether in casual conversation or under oath in a court of law. Lying in any form leads to sin, and sin leads to hell. The one who persists in lying will eventually be recorded by Allah, the Exalted, as a habitual liar. And it requires no scholar to understand the fate of one who is labeled a liar by Allah on the Day of Judgment. This has been warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1971. In summary, perjury is not merely a single sin but a gateway to many others: lying, injustice, betrayal, and unlawful consumption. It destroys trust in society, corrupts justice, and invites the anger of Allah, the Exalted. The believer must therefore guard their tongue, uphold truthfulness, and remember that every word spoken will be accounted for before the one who knows all things. In the 6th year after the migration of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to Medina, he and his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with them, set out on an expedition against the tribe of Banu al-Mustalik. Accompanying him on this journey was his blessed wife, Aisha bint Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with both of them. During travel, it was customary for women to sit inside a small covered compartment that would be securely placed upon a camel. When the army halted to rest, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, left the camp to relieve herself. Upon returning, she noticed that her necklace was missing, and so she went back in search of it. After finding it and returning to the camp, she discovered that the army had already departed. Those responsible for lifting her compartment onto the camel had assumed she was inside it, as she was light in weight, and her absence went unnoticed. Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, remained at the site, waiting patiently for someone to return for her. Shortly thereafter, a companion named Safwan bin Mu'attal, may Allah be pleased with him, passed by. He had been assigned to travel behind the army, to retrieve any belongings that might have been left behind. Recognizing Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, since he had seen her before the command of veiling was revealed, he approached with utmost respect and offered his camel for her to ride while he led it on foot. When they caught up with the army, some people witnessed them arriving together and seized the opportunity to spread malicious rumors. The hypocrites, always eager to sow discord among the believers, began spreading slander about Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. The rumor quickly spread throughout Medina, unsettling many people. Even some companions, may Allah be pleased with them, unknowingly repeated what they had heard, further fueling the gossip. Upon returning to Medina, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, fell ill and remained bedridden. During her illness, she was unaware of the slander that had spread across the city, and even reached her family. The only thing she noticed was that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, seemed more reserved than usual, though he continued to treat her with his characteristic kindness and courtesy. When her illness lingered, she sought permission to recover at her parents' home. There, she eventually learned of the slander, and asked her mother why she had concealed it. Her mother comforted her, advising her not to be distressed, for people often speak ill of those whom Allah, the Exalted, has greatly blessed. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, addressed the people publicly, questioning why they had spread rumors about his family and the companion, Safwan bin Mu'attal, may Allah be pleased with them both. His words deeply moved the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, and filled them with sorrow and anger. Yet, as the hypocrites concealed their disbelief, it was difficult to identify the true instigators, and the tension led even sincere believers to argue amongst themselves. Among those who participated in spreading the slander was Hamna, the sister of Zainab bint Jahsh, may Allah be pleased with her, one of the wives of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Out of misguided loyalty, she sought to elevate her sister in the eyes of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. However, Zainab bint Jahsh, may Allah be pleased with her, herself spoke only good about Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. As the situation grew more distressing, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, consulted two of his closest companions, Ali ibn Abi Talib and Osama bin Zayd, may Allah be pleased with them. Both spoke highly of Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, affirming her good character. They even sought testimony from a servant who lived in the household, and she too confirmed that Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, had always conducted herself with utmost virtue. When the slander reached its peak, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, visited Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, and reminded her that whoever sincerely repents is always forgiven by Allah the Exalted. On hearing these words, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, stopped weeping and turned to her parents, hoping they would speak in her defense. Out of respect for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, they remained silent. She then declared that she would never confess to something she had not done, and that her only recourse was patience, just as the Holy Prophet Yaqub had shown patience when separated from his son, the Holy Prophet Yusuf, peace be upon them. Before the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could even rise from his seat, divine revelation descended upon him. Allah the Exalted revealed verses 11 to 26 of chapter 24, Surah An-Nur, which proclaimed the innocence and honor of Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, and condemned in the strongest terms those who initiated or spread the slander. This incident is recorded in Sahih Bukhari, hadith number 4750. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 11.
Indeed, those who came with the great falsehood.
The first point to recognize is that a person will only be motivated to avoid backbiting and slander once they truly grasp the seriousness of these sins. In a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6593, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, explained their meaning with clarity. Backbiting is when one criticizes another in their absence in a way that would displease them, even if the statement is true. Slander, on the other hand, is similar to backbiting, but involves words that are false. Though these sins are most often committed through speech, they can also be carried out through gestures, insinuations, or even hand signals. Both are considered major sins, and the Holy Quran compares backbiting to the most detestable of acts. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 12.
And do not spy or backbite each other. Would one of you like to eat the flesh of his brother when dead? You would detest it.
This vivid imagery demonstrates the repulsiveness of backbiting, likening it to consuming the flesh of one's own dead brother. It is also important to understand that these sins are more dangerous than many of the sins committed directly against Allah, the Exalted. This is because sins between a person and Allah, the Exalted, may be forgiven if the sinner sincerely repents. However, backbiting and slander involve the rights of others, and Allah, the Exalted, will not forgive them until the victim forgives first. If forgiveness is not granted, then on the Day of Judgment the good deeds of the backbiter or slanderer will be transferred to the victim as compensation. If the wrongdoer's good deeds are exhausted, then the sins of the victim will be placed upon them until justice is fully established. This may well result in the backbiter or slanderer being cast into hell. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6579. There are, however, limited circumstances in which backbiting is permitted. These include warning and protecting another person from harm, or when presenting a complaint to a third party, such as in a legal case. Outside of such exceptions, it remains a grave sin. To avoid falling into backbiting and slander, a person should first gain knowledge of their evil consequences. Secondly, they should only utter words they would be comfortable saying directly to the person concerned, knowing that such words would not cause offense. Thirdly, they should speak of others only in ways they themselves would be content to be spoken of. In essence, one should treat the honor of others as they wish their own honor to be treated. Finally, a person should focus on correcting their own faults. When this is done sincerely, it naturally prevents them from dwelling on the faults of others. It is also wise to avoid the company of backbiters and slanderers, for such individuals are troublemakers who will, sooner or later, turn their tongues against those who associate with them. A person should, where possible, gently remind others of the seriousness of these sins, provided they are safe from harm in doing so. They should never believe gossip, for the vast majority of it is either false or mixed with lies. Instead, they should defend the honor of others in their absence, just as they would wish others to defend theirs. The one who behaves in this manner will be protected from hellfire by Allah, the Exalted, as advised in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1931. A person should ignore gossip, and never allow it to influence their behavior towards others. Rather, they should continue to fulfill the rights of others in accordance with the teachings of Islam. Finally, one must not be deceived by the fact that backbiting and slander have become normalized in society. The sins of others will never reduce the severity of one's own sins in the sight of Allah, the Exalted, nor can the wrongdoing of others justify committing further sins. This is a foolish attitude that even a worldly judge would never accept. How then can a person expect Allah, the Exalted, the Judge of Judges, to accept it? Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 11.
Indeed, those who came with the great falsehood are a group among you.
The next lesson drawn from the verses which exonerated Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, is the grave danger of bad companionship. Human beings are inevitably influenced by those they associate with, whether for good or for evil. This influence may be obvious and immediate, or it may be subtle and gradual, but it always leaves its mark. This reality is confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, which highlights the profound effect of companionship. For this reason, those who surround themselves with the righteous and truthful will find their hearts inclined towards sincerity, obedience, and steadfastness in the worship of Allah, the Exalted. Their companions will remind them of their duties, encourage them to use their blessings correctly, and inspire them to prepare for the Day of Judgment. Conversely, those who associate with the misguided will inevitably adopt their traits and behaviors. They will be drawn into disobedience, just like some of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, were drawn into spreading the slander as a result of their friendship with the hypocrites. Generally speaking, adopting the wrong attitude always causes one to misuse the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them. This corruption of character leads to a state of imbalance, mentally, spiritually, and even physically. Such people lose clarity in their priorities, misplacing everything and everyone in their lives. They neglect their ultimate accountability before Allah, the Exalted, and instead chase fleeting pleasures or misguided ideals. The outcome of this path is inevitable: stress, hardship, and turmoil in both worlds. Even if they enjoy material comforts, these cannot shield them from inner emptiness, fractured relationships, and the heavy burden of sin. By contrast, the one who chooses righteous companionship secures peace of mind, balance in life, and preparation for eternal success. Thus, the verses that cleared Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, not only defended her honor but also provided timeless guidance. Guard one's companionship, for it shapes their faith, their character, and their final outcome. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 11.
Indeed, those who came with falsehood are a group among you. Do not think it bad for you, rather it is good for you.
Allah, the Exalted, reminds people that every difficulty they face, whether it be false accusations, physical hardship, or emotional distress, is not truly harmful for them, provided they remain patient and obedient to Him. Even if they cannot perceive the wisdom behind their trial, it may in fact be a source of elevation and blessing. A clear example of this is the incident of the slander against Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. What appeared outwardly as a painful ordeal became, in reality, a means for her rank to be raised, for her to receive immense reward for her patience, and for her innocence and purity to be declared in the final divine revelation, verses of the Holy Quran that will be recited until the end of time. More generally, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, taught that no person faces any form of hardship, whether physical, such as the prick of a thorn, or emotional, such as stress and grief, except that Allah, the Exalted, erases their sins because of it. This is confirmed in a hadith found in Adab al-Mufrad of Imam Bukhari, number 492. This refers to the expiation of minor sins, as major sins require sincere repentance. The condition for this expiation is that the person remains patient from the very onset of the trial until the end of their life. Many people mistakenly believe that they can complain initially and then later show patience. But this is not true patience, rather, it is mere acceptance that comes naturally with the passage of time. True patience is to restrain oneself from complaint and disobedience at the very beginning of the trial. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Sunan an-Nasai, number 1870. Furthermore, patience must be maintained consistently, for a person can undo their reward by lapsing into impatience later on. A person should therefore remember that it is far better to have their minor sins erased through difficulties in this world, than to arrive on the Day of Judgment still burdened with them. Alongside patience, one should constantly repent and strive to perform righteous deeds, so that their sins are erased and their record is purified. When faced with hardship, they should remain patient, hoping for their sins to be forgiven, and for their reward to be multiplied without measure. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 10.
Indeed, the patient will be given their reward without account, i.e. limit.
The one who faces every difficulty with patience, avoiding complaint, despair, or disobedience through words or actions, and who combines this with sincere repentance, will have both their minor and major sins forgiven. Sincere repentance requires genuine remorse, seeking forgiveness from Allah, the Exalted, and from those who have been wronged, where possible without causing further harm, making a firm resolve never to return to the sin, and restoring any rights that were violated, whether they belong to Allah or to people, and maintaining one's obedience to Allah the Exalted. Such a person, who meets hardship with patience and ease with gratitude, using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Allah the Exalted, will find peace and success in every circumstance. They will achieve balance in their mental and physical state, clarity in placing everything and everyone in their rightful place, and ultimately, eternal success in the hereafter. Chapter 16 and now, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 11.
Indeed, those who came with falsehood are a group among you. Do not think it bad for you, rather it is good for you.
Despite Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, facing such a traumatic experience, the verses revealed in her defense encourage people to always view the events of their lives, so long as they are not a direct consequence of their own wrongdoing, in a positive light. This teaches that adopting a positive mindset is a powerful tool in navigating difficulties. It enables a person to remain obedient to Allah, the Exalted, by continuing to use the blessings He has granted in ways that are pleasing to Him. As outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Whenever a person encounters hardship, they should remind themselves that the situation could have been far worse. If the trial is worldly in nature, they should be grateful that it has not affected their faith, for the loss of faith is the greatest of all losses. Instead of dwelling on the immediate sadness that accompanies difficulty, they should focus on the ultimate outcome, the immense reward awaiting those who demonstrate patience for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. When a person loses a few blessings, they should reflect on the countless blessings they still possess. Every difficulty should be met with the remembrance of the Quranic truth, that there are hidden wisdoms behind trials which may not be immediately apparent. What seems harmful may in fact be a source of benefit, and what seems desirable may in reality be harmful. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows why you know not.
To conclude, a person should reflect on these realities so that they cultivate a positive mindset. This outlook is a key element in facing life's challenges in a way that transforms them into opportunities for growth, purification, and reward. By doing so, they unlock countless blessings in both worlds. The cup, therefore, is not half empty, it is half full and filled with divine wisdom and mercy. Allah, the Exalted, warns that blaming others in order to justify one's sins will never be accepted by Him. Every individual is responsible for their own intentions, words, and actions, and no excuse will absolve them from the consequences of their behavior. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 11.
For every person among them is what punishment he has earned from the sin.
This verse makes clear that each person must bear the weight of their own deeds. Therefore, one must avoid adopting the destructive attitude of shifting blame onto others in this world. The one who refuses to take responsibility for their actions will never improve their character. Instead, they will persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, leading to a state of imbalance, mentally, spiritually, and physically. Such a person will misplace priorities, misuse relationships, and fail to prepare for their accountability before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. The outcome of this negligence is inevitable: stress, hardship, and turmoil in both this life and the next, regardless of any material wealth or worldly comforts they may possess. Moreover, failing to take responsibility prevents a person from fulfilling the rights of others. This neglect not only harms individuals, but also spreads corruption and injustice throughout society. Blaming others for one's own sins will never be accepted by Allah, the Exalted, neither in this world, nor in the hereafter. In fact, Allah makes it clear that even attempts to shift blame onto the devil will be rejected. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 22.
And Satan will say when the matter has been concluded, indeed, Allah had promised you the promise of truth. And I promised you, but I betrayed you. But I had no authority over you, except that I invited you, and you responded to me. So do not blame me but blame yourselves.
This verse highlights a profound truth. Although the devil will answer for his own sins, no one will be able to transfer their guilt onto him. He does not possess the power to force people into misguidance. His role is limited to inviting, whispering, and tempting. Those who willingly accept his invitation and follow his path have no one to blame but themselves. Thus, the Quranic message is clear. Accountability is personal and inescapable. The path to salvation lies not in excuses or blame, but in sincere repentance, reform, and the conscious choice to use one's blessings in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Allah, the Exalted, further warns those who mislead others by encouraging them towards sin. Even though every individual who accepts and acts upon such misguidance will be held fully accountable for their own actions, the one who initiated or encouraged the sin will also bear an equal share of the burden. This applies even if the misguidance was as simple as advising or suggesting that another person commit a sin. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, gave a stern warning about this in a hadith found in Jami at-Tirmidhi, number 2674, chapter 24 and Nur, verse 11.
And he who took upon himself the greater portion thereof, for him is a great punishment.
This principle demonstrates the far-reaching consequences of one's influence. A single word of encouragement towards disobedience can multiply into countless sins, as every person who follows that path adds to the burden of the one who first misled them. Just as those who guide others towards good receive a share of their reward, those who guide others towards evil inherit a share of their punishment. The danger of misguiding others is twofold. Not only does it corrupt one's own soul, but it also spreads corruption within society. A person who normalizes sin through their words or actions becomes a source of harm for others, preventing them from using their blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. On the Day of Judgment, such a person will find their record weighed down not only by their own sins, but also by the sins of those they influenced. This reality should instill deep caution in every person. One must be mindful of their speech, their advice, and even their casual encouragement, ensuring that they never become a means of leading others astray. Instead, they should strive to be a source of guidance, inspiration, and goodness, so that their influence becomes a cause of reward rather than regret. As discussed earlier, upon returning to Medina, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, became unwell and remained confined to her home. During this time, she was unaware of the slander that had begun to spread across the city, a rumor that had already reached her family and caused great distress among them. The only change she noticed was that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, appeared somewhat more emotionally reserved towards her. Yet, despite this subtle distance, he continued to uphold his flawless character, treating her with the same kindness, respect, and noble conduct that always defined his interactions. This incident is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. The reason for this emotional restraint was rooted in the wisdom and compassion of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. He feared that if he interacted with her too openly, she might sense that something was wrong. If she were to discover the slander prematurely, it would only worsen her illness and increase her distress. A spouse, after all, can often detect even the smallest changes in their partner, no matter how carefully concealed. Out of concern for her well-being, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, sought to shield her from the pain of the false accusations by limiting his interactions while still maintaining his impeccable standard of behavior. This episode highlights the extraordinary sensitivity and emotional intelligence of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. He balanced his own grief and the weight of the trial with his duty to protect Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, from unnecessary harm. His conduct demonstrates that true care for a spouse is not only shown through affection and closeness, but also through wisdom, restraint, and the ability to protect them from pain when circumstances demand it. In this way, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, provided a timeless example of spousal care, an example that teaches patience, gentleness, and the importance of safeguarding the dignity and emotional well-being of one's partner, even in the most difficult of trials. This was the same approach adopted by the mother of Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, who likewise chose not to inform her daughter of the slander, out of deep concern for her well-being. She feared that revealing the matter would only intensify her daughter's illness and distress. Instead, she sought to comfort Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, by reminding her that people often speak about those who have been especially blessed, as envy and idle talk are common reactions to the favors bestowed by Allah the Exalted. This incident is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. This response demonstrates the wisdom and sensitivity of Aisha's mother, may Allah be pleased with both of them. Rather than burdening her daughter with the weight of malicious rumors, she offered reassurance and perspective, teaching her that being the subject of people's talk is not necessarily a sign of guilt, but often a reflection of the blessings and honor one has been granted. In this way, she not only shielded her daughter from unnecessary pain, but also instilled in her a lesson of patience, resilience, and trust in Allah the Exalted. This episode highlights an important principle. Sometimes silence and gentle reassurance are more beneficial than direct confrontation with painful realities, especially when the truth will eventually be clarified by Allah the Exalted. It also illustrates the role of family in providing emotional protection and spiritual perspective during times of trial. Allah the Exalted then harshly criticized some of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, for not thinking positively about those involved in the slander. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 12.
Why, when you heard it, did not the believing men and believing women think good of themselves?
Interestingly, the word used in the Quranic and prophetic teachings for thinking positively about others literally refers back to oneself. This indicates a profound principle. A person should treat others in the same way they desire to be treated. This is in fact described as a sign of true faith in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 13. The hadith further teaches that a person's faith will not be perfected until they dislike for others what they dislike for themselves. This principle is reinforced in another hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6586, which likens the community of believers to a single body. If one part suffers, the rest of the body shares in the pain. This mutual empathy includes loving and hating for others what one loves and hates for oneself. A person can only reach this noble status when their heart is purified from destructive traits such as envy. Evil traits like envy always push a person to desire better for themselves, at the expense of others. Thus, the hadith is in reality a call to purify the heart by adopting good characteristics, such as forgiveness, generosity, and compassion, and eliminating harmful ones, such as envy and resentment. This purification is only possible through learning and acting upon the teachings of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It is also important to understand that desiring good for others does not diminish one's own share of blessings. The treasury of Allah, the Exalted, is limitless, and therefore there is no need to adopt a selfish or greedy mentality. Desiring good for others includes striving to support them in whatever way one can, whether through financial assistance, emotional encouragement, or practical help, just as one would hope to be supported in their own time of need. This love must be demonstrated through actions, not merely words. Even when a person advises others against wrongdoing or offers correction, they should do so gently and kindly, just as they would wish others to advise them. The hadith quoted earlier also highlights the importance of eliminating envy, which is when a person wishes to possess a blessing that can only be obtained if it is taken away from someone else. This attitude directly challenges the divine distribution of blessings chosen by Allah, the Exalted. For this reason, envy is considered a major sin that can destroy a person's good deeds, as warned in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4903. If a person desires the lawful blessings that others possess, they should instead supplicate to Allah, the Exalted, to grant them the same or something similar, without wishing for the other person to lose their blessing. This form of aspiration is lawful and even praiseworthy when directed towards religious matters. In fact, a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 1896, advises that one should only feel a form of jealousy towards two types of people: a wealthy person who uses their wealth correctly, and a knowledgeable person who uses their knowledge to benefit themselves and others. A person should not only desire for others to obtain lawful worldly blessings, but also wish for them to gain spiritual blessings in both this world and the hereafter. When one sincerely wishes this for others, it naturally motivates them to strive harder in their own obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by fulfilling His commands, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience, in accordance with the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This type of healthy competition is encouraged in the Holy Quran. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verse 26.
So for this let the competitors compete.
Such encouragement also inspires a person to reflect upon themselves, to identify and eliminate faults in their own character. When these two elements combine, striving in sincere obedience to Allah the Exalted and purifying one's character, they lead to true success and peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Therefore, a person must not only claim verbally that they love for others what they desire for themselves, but they must demonstrate it through consistent action. It is hoped that the one who shows genuine concern for others in this way will, in turn, receive the concern and mercy of Allah, the Exalted, in both this life and the next. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1930. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 12.
Why, when you heard it, did not the believing men and believing women think good of themselves?
In a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4993, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that thinking well of others is an aspect of worshipping Allah, the Exalted, correctly. In other words, maintaining a good opinion of people is part of true obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Interpreting matters in a negative way often leads to serious sins, such as backbiting, slander, and suspicion. A person should therefore strive, wherever possible, to interpret the words and actions of others in a positive light, giving them the benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately, when people adopt a negative mindset, its effects ripple outward, from the family unit to the wider society, and even to the level of nations. History shows how many conflicts and wars have erupted from mere assumptions and suspicions. Likewise, the vast majority of scandals circulated in the media are built upon speculation rather than fact. Even legal systems in some places have enshrined suspicion as a basis for action, which has led to injustice and mistrust. On a personal level, this mindset fractures relationships. Those who constantly assume ill of others believe that every word or action directed at them is a hidden insult. This prevents them from accepting sincere advice, as they interpret it as mockery, and it prevents them from offering advice as they assume it will be ignored. Others, in turn, refrain from advising them, fearing it will only lead to argument and hostility. Such a cycle breeds bitterness, resentment, and division. It is important to understand that even if one suspects another person of speaking ill of them, they should still accept advice if it is based on the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The truth of the advice is not diminished by one's assumptions about the speaker's intentions. Persistently interpreting matters in a negative way also gives rise to destructive psychological states, such as paranoia. A paranoid person constantly suspects others of evil intentions, which can devastate relationships, especially within families and marriages. By contrast, striving to interpret matters positively nurtures a healthy mindset. A positive outlook leads to stronger relationships, healthier emotions, and greater unity. A negative outlook, however, causes a person to think and act harshly towards others, even when their behavior is good. This prevents them from fulfilling the rights of others, which Allah, the Exalted, has commanded. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 12.
O you who have believed, avoid much negative assumption. Indeed, some assumption is sin.
Thus, cultivating a positive mindset is not merely a matter of personal well-being. It is an act of worship, a safeguard for society, and a means of fulfilling the rights of others. In fact, as indicated by the continuation of verse 12, a person is commanded to think so positively about others that they should dismiss any negative claim about them as a lie, even if the claim later proves to be true. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 12.
And say, this is an obvious falsehood.
This verse establishes a profound principle. The default attitude of a person should be to defend the honor of others and to reject suspicion and slander. The only exception to this rule is when clear and undeniable evidence exists, such as when a person openly and shamelessly commits sin. Even in such cases, however, the safest and most virtuous approach is to remain silent rather than speak ill of them, for speaking negatively can easily lead to sins such as gossiping and backbiting. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 176. When there is a need to warn others against harmful behavior, this can be done without mentioning names. This was the noble practice of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who would correct and criticize wrong actions in a general manner without exposing the individual. In this way, the lesson was conveyed, but the dignity of the person was preserved. An example of this beautiful method is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6979. This approach teaches that mentioning a negative behavior, without naming the person, is usually sufficient to guide others and prevent harm. It avoids unnecessary humiliation, protects the honor of individuals, and fosters a culture of mercy and reform rather than one of blame and exposure. To preserve the honor and dignity of people, Islam establishes a strict principle regarding public accusations. No claim of immorality may be made without clear and undeniable evidence. In the case of alleged fornication or adultery, this evidence is defined as the testimony of 4 upright and trustworthy witnesses. If such proof is not produced, then the accuser is branded in the sight of Allah, the Exalted, as a liar, even if they personally believe their claim to be true. The law is clear. Either one produces the required evidence to substantiate their accusation, or they remain silent. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 13.
Why did they who slandered not produce for it 4 witnesses? And when they do not produce the witnesses, then it is they, in the sight of Allah, who are the liars.
This ruling reflects the profound mercy and wisdom of Islam. Even in cases where a person may have committed a sin, Allah, the Exalted, veils their fault and prevents others from publicly exposing them. In this way, their dignity and honor are preserved, and they are given the opportunity to repent privately and sincerely. Public humiliation, on the other hand, often hardens the heart, fuels resentment, and makes repentance less likely. Concealment, therefore, is not a denial of justice but a means of encouraging reform, protecting society from scandal, and upholding the principle that only Allah, the Exalted, has full knowledge of people's inner states. Furthermore, this principle serves as a powerful deterrent against slander and gossip. It ensures that people do not recklessly spread rumors or accusations, which can destroy reputations, families, and communities. By demanding such a high standard of proof, Islam protects individuals from false allegations and shields society from the chaos and mistrust that slander creates. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 14.
And if it had not been for the favor of Allah upon you, and His mercy in this world and the hereafter, you would have been touched for that lie in which you were involved by a great punishment.
Thus, the requirement of 4 witnesses is not merely a legal technicality. It is a divine safeguard for human dignity, a reminder of the seriousness of accusing others, and an invitation for sinners to repent privately rather than be disgraced publicly. It demonstrates the balance of Islam, justice tempered with mercy, accountability coupled with compassion. Allah, the Exalted, then reminds all people of His immense leniency, patience, and forbearance. Despite their continual mistakes and disobedience, He does not punish them immediately for their actions. Instead, He grants them time and opportunity to reflect, reform, and correct their behavior. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 14.
And if it had not been for the favor of Allah upon you, and His mercy in this world and the hereafter, you would have been touched for that lie in which you were involved by a great punishment.
Through this verse, Allah, the Exalted, emphasizes that His favor and mercy shield people from the immediate consequences of their misdeeds. However, those who persist in misusing the blessings granted to them should not be deceived by the absence of apparent punishment. The delay in retribution is not a sign of approval or immunity. Rather, it is a further test of gratitude and humility. When a person adopts an attitude of arrogance and heedlessness, continuing to misuse divine blessings and disobey the commands of Allah, the Exalted, their own behavior becomes the cause of inner turmoil. Such individuals gradually lose balance within their mental and physical states. This leads them to misplace priorities, undervalue relationships, and misuse resources. Consequently, the very blessings meant for their comfort and success, such as family, friends, career, and wealth, become sources of anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. Over time, this spiritual and psychological imbalance can deepen. Instead of recognizing their disobedience as the root cause of their distress, they begin to blame external factors and innocent individuals, such as their spouse, colleagues, or friends. By alienating the positive influences in their lives, they isolate themselves further and become vulnerable to severe emotional instability. This can manifest as depression, substance dependence, or even suicidal thoughts. Such a tragic outcome is visible among many who persistently misuse the blessings they have been given, including those who appear outwardly successful, the rich, the influential, and the famous. Despite their material abundance, they are often plagued by inner emptiness and turmoil. Their wealth and status fail to bring them true peace, as they have lost connection with the source of all blessings, Allah the Exalted. Ultimately, those who remain heedless of His mercy and persist in disobedience not only ruin their peace and stability in this world, but also prepare for themselves a far more severe punishment in the hereafter. The respite granted to them in this life should be seen as an opportunity for repentance and reform, not as a sign of divine neglect. For when the time of accountability arrives on the day of judgment, they will come to realize that the delay in punishment was, in fact, a manifestation of the compassion of Allah the Exalted, one they tragically failed to appreciate. Allah the Exalted further rebukes those who participated in the slander against Aisha. May Allah be pleased with her, not only for fabricating lies but also for passing them on to others. Even if their intention was not to cause harm, the very act of repeating unverified claims is condemned. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 15.
When you received it with your tongues and said with your mouths that of which you had no knowledge.
This verse highlights a profound principle. A person is accountable not only for deliberate lies but also for careless speech. To repeat something without knowledge, even casually, is to contribute to its spread. In the case of slander, this magnifies the harm, tarnishes reputations, and fuels division within society. As mentioned earlier, one should never discuss negative matters about another person with others, even if their intention is not malicious. Words have power, and once spoken, they can encourage suspicion, gossip, and backbiting. What begins as a seemingly harmless comment can quickly grow into widespread corruption of hearts and relationships. The wisdom of this teaching is clear. Silence in the face of unverified claims is better than speech that spreads harm. By restraining the tongue, one protects not only the dignity of others, but also their own soul from sin. In this way, Islam safeguards individuals and society from the destructive ripple effects of careless words. This teaching is directly connected to another important principle discussed in the Holy Quran, the spreading of news without verification. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 6.
O you who have believed, if there comes to you a disobedient one with information, investigate lest you harm a people out of ignorance and become, over what you have done, regretful.
This verse establishes a timeless rule. Information must be verified before it is shared. One can easily imagine how difficult this is to control in the age of social media, where news, rumors, and opinions spread instantly across the globe. Yet, it is precisely in such times that this divine command becomes even more urgent. A person should never forward or share information, even if they believe they are helping others, without first ensuring that it comes from a reliable source and is accurate. Although the verse specifically mentions a disobedient one bringing news, the principle applies universally. Whether the source is trustworthy or not, the responsibility lies with the one who spreads the information. As the verse warns, a person may believe they are benefiting others, but by spreading unverified information they may in fact cause harm, emotional, social, or even physical. Sadly, many people are heedless of this command, and have developed the habit of forwarding messages, videos, or articles through text and social media without any attempt to verify them. This is especially dangerous when the information relates to religious matters. In such cases, the harm is multiplied. as one may be held accountable not only for misleading others, but also for the sins committed as a result of the misinformation they spread. This is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 2351, which warns that the one who misguides others carries a share of their sin. Furthermore, in times of global tension and widespread misinformation, the careless spreading of unverified news only increases fear, distress, and division. It can damage relationships within communities, and even deepen rifts between different groups of people. Such behavior directly contradicts the teachings of Islam, which call for unity, justice, and compassion. A person should therefore remember that on the Day of Judgment, Allah, the Exalted, will not ask why they refrained from sharing unverified information. But He will certainly question them if they did share it, whether it was true or false. The intelligent and cautious person will therefore only share what is verified and reliable, and will leave aside anything uncertain, knowing that they will not be held accountable for what they chose not to spread. This principle is not only a safeguard for one's own soul, but also a protection for society at large. By restraining the tongue and the hand from forwarding unverified information, one preserves trust, prevents harm, and fulfills the divine command to act with wisdom and responsibility. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 15.
When you received it with your tongues and said with your mouths that of which you had no knowledge.
Among those who became involved in spreading the slander was Hamna, the sister of Zainab bint Jahsh, may Allah be pleased with her, the noble wife of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Hamna participated in circulating the falsehood because she believed that by doing so, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, would come to love her sister more than Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. Yet in striking contrast, Zainab bint Jahsh consistently spoke only good about Aisha, may Allah be pleased with them, and never uttered a word of malice. This incident is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. The first lesson to be drawn from this episode is that a person must understand they can never truly benefit another through disobedience to Allah, the Exalted. Any worldly advantage gained by sinful means, whether for oneself or for others, will ultimately turn into a source of grief, regret, and punishment in both worlds. True loyalty and support can only be shown by aiding others in what is pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, for anything else is a betrayal disguised as help. Equally important is the principle of minding one's own business. A person who fails to adopt this attitude will inevitably squander their most precious resource, time. Wealth, possessions, and opportunities may be regained, but time, once lost, can never be recovered. On the Day of Judgment, people will look back with deep regret at the hours wasted on idle talk and activities, when they could have been earning reward through good deeds. Even if some words spoken about matters that do not concern a person are not sinful in themselves, they still represent a loss of valuable time that could have been used more productively. For this reason, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, declared in a hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 3976, that a person cannot perfect their Islam until they refrain from matters that do not concern them. Speaking about matters that do not concern one is defined as speech that, if left unsaid, would not bring sin or harm. In reality, even when a matter does concern a person, they should not speak about it, unless the time and place are appropriate. Ignoring this principle often leads to unnecessary conflict, harm, and regret. Asking questions about matters that do not concern one is another common problem in society. People frequently pry into the private affairs of others, forcing them into uncomfortable situations, either to lie, to evade the question through trickery, or to remain silent in a way that may appear rude. A considerate person, however, will avoid such behavior and restrict their inquiries to matters of genuine relevance. Those who dedicate their speech to matters that do not concern them will inevitably be deprived of speaking about what truly matters. Conversely, those who focus their efforts on what is beneficial and relevant will find no time for idle or intrusive talk. Such people are the successful ones, for they have utilized their tongues, time, and energy in the correct way. If one were to reflect honestly on the arguments and disputes they have experienced, they would realize that the majority of them stemmed from someone speaking about matters that did not concern them. How many quarrels, broken relationships, and wasted hours could be avoided if people simply refrained from this destructive habit? Furthermore, Allah, the Exalted, warns people of the seriousness of their words and the immense damage they can cause both to themselves through sin and to others through harm. It only takes a few careless words to destroy a person's reputation and honor, which may affect their entire life. For example, their ability to find a good spouse or to maintain dignity within their community. This is why Islam places such great importance on the words spoken by a person. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 15.
When you received it with your tongues and said with your mouths, that of which you had no knowledge and thought it was insignificant while it was in the sight of Allah, tremendous.
This verse highlights that what people may consider trivial speech can, in reality, be a grave matter in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, further emphasized this in several traditions. In a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2616, he warned that the main reason people will enter hell is because of their speech. In another hadith, found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2314, he explained that a single evil word can be enough to cause a person to plunge into hell on the Day of Judgment. Speech, therefore, can be broadly understood in three categories. The first is evil speech, which is sinful, harmful, and destructive, and must be avoided entirely. The second is vain speech, which may not always be sinful in itself, but wastes valuable time and often serves as the first step towards sinful speech. For this reason, it is safer to avoid it. The third is good speech, which is truthful, beneficial, and pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, and this should be the constant habit of a believer. From this perspective, 2/3 of what people commonly say should be removed from their lives, leaving only words of goodness. Excessive speech also carries other dangers. The one who speaks too much will have little time for silence and reflection, yet silence is necessary for self-examination, which inspires repentance and motivates righteous deeds. Without it, a person is prevented from improving their character. Speaking excessively also leads to involvement in matters that do not concern one, which inevitably causes trouble for oneself and others, such as broken relationships and unnecessary disputes. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2317, that avoiding what does not concern one is a sign of excellence in faith. Moreover, excessive speech often results in arguments and disagreements, which bring stress and discord. By contrast, avoiding vain and evil speech brings peace to both the speaker and those around them. Another danger of excessive talk is that it often revolves around entertainment and amusement. This creates a mentality that dislikes serious discussions, such as those about death and the hereafter. Such an attitude prevents a person from preparing adequately for the life to come, leading to regret and potential punishment. All of these harms can be avoided if one simply restrains their tongue from sinful and vain speech, and instead uses it only for good. The one who adopts this discipline will be saved from countless troubles in this world, and from punishment in the next. In this way, silence becomes not weakness but wisdom, not loss but salvation. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 16.
And why, when you heard it, did you not say, "It is not for us to speak of this"? Glorified are you, O Allah, this is a great slander.
Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 15.
And thought it was insignificant while it was, in the sight of Allah, tremendous.
In order to avoid such a destructive outcome, a person must ensure that everything they say and do is measured against the unchanging standard of Islam. This divine framework, revealed in the Holy Quran, and exemplified in the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is the only true measure of right and wrong. If one neglects this vital principle, they will inevitably begin to judge their words and actions according to false and unstable standards, such as the fleeting trends of social media, the pressures of fashion, cultural habits, or the shifting tides of popular opinion. These standards are not only unreliable but also dangerous, for they change with time and circumstance, and they often lead people away from truth and justice. A clear example of this is the widespread practice of backbiting. Within many societies, it has become so common that it is treated as a minor fault, even though in reality it is considered a major sin in Islam. This illustrates the danger of measuring actions by social acceptance, rather than by the commands of Allah, the Exalted. What society normalizes, Islam may condemn, and what society dismisses as insignificant, Allah, the Exalted, may regard as a tremendous sin. The one who fails to measure their speech and actions according to the standards set by Islam will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted, such as their tongue. This misuse will not remain confined to their words, but will spill over into their entire life. They will find themselves in a state of imbalance, mentally, spiritually, and physically. They will misplace priorities, misuse relationships, and fail to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. The result of this negligence is stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds. Even if such a person enjoys certain worldly luxuries, these will not shield them from inner turmoil or from the consequences of their actions in the hereafter. True peace, balance, and success can only be achieved when one consistently measures their life by the divine standard of Islam, which provides clarity, stability, and purpose in every aspect of existence. In respect to speech, the standard of Islam is clear. A person must avoid all matters that do not concern them, and they must refrain from speaking negatively about others unless there is a clear and undeniable benefit in doing so, such as warning others of genuine harm. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 16.
And why, when you heard it, did you not say, "It is not for us to speak of this"? Glorified are you, O Allah, this is a great slander.
This verse establishes the correct response when one hears something negative about another person. Immediate rejection of the claim, coupled with the glorification of Allah, the Exalted. What is particularly striking is that in the Holy Quran, the glorification of Allah, the Exalted, is generally reserved for the gravest of matters, such as blasphemy against Him, including the false attribution of a son to Him. Yet in this verse, the same expression is used in the context of slander against a human being. This deliberate choice of language demonstrates the immense seriousness of speaking ill of others in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. Although slander is not blasphemy, it is treated with a similar weight in this verse, showing that to dishonor another person unjustly is a grave violation of the moral order established by Allah, the Exalted. Such behavior corrupts society, destroys trust, and inflicts wounds that may never heal. Therefore, a person is commanded to treat the honor of others as sacred, to restrain their tongue from idle or harmful speech, and to respond to rumors and accusations not with curiosity or repetition, but with rejection and reverence for Allah, the Exalted. In this way, the dignity of individuals is preserved, the unity of the community is protected, and the speaker themselves is safeguarded from a sin that is tremendous in the sight of Allah. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 16.
And why, when you heard it, did you not say, "It is not for us to speak of this"? Glorified are you, O Allah, this is a great slander.
In a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2317, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised that a person cannot make their Islam excellent until they avoid the things which do not concern them. This hadith contains an all-encompassing principle that applies to every aspect of life. It includes both speech and physical actions. The one who desires to perfect their faith must avoid all matters, whether in words or deeds, that do not concern them, and instead occupy themselves with those matters that do. The things that truly concern a person are their responsibilities, religious and worldly, which must be taken seriously and fulfilled according to the teachings of Islam, solely for the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. It is important to note that faith is not perfected by avoiding matters according to personal preference or desire. Rather, perfection is attained by avoiding those things which Islam itself has instructed to avoid. This means striving to fulfill all obligations, refraining from sins, steering clear of what is disliked, and even exercising restraint in the excessive use of lawful but unnecessary things. Achieving this level of discipline is a characteristic of the excellence of faith, described in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 99. This is when a person worships Allah, the Exalted, as though they can see Him, or at the very least, with the awareness that He sees them and observes their every thought and action. Such awareness inspires one to abstain from sin and hasten towards righteous deeds. The one who does not avoid matters that do not concern them will never reach this level of excellence. A major aspect of this teaching relates to speech. The majority of sins occur when a person utters words that do not concern them, such as backbiting, slander, or idle talk. Vain speech refers to words that may not be sinful in themselves, but are useless and therefore outside a person's concern. As confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2408, vain speech is hated by Allah, the Exalted. Countless arguments, disputes, and even physical harm have arisen simply because someone spoke about matters that did not concern them. Families have been divided, and marriages have ended, because individuals failed to mind their own affairs. For this reason, Allah, the Exalted, has advised in the Holy Quran the types of speech that are truly beneficial. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 114.
No good is there in much of their private conversation, except for those who enjoin charity or that which is right or conciliation between people. And whoever does that seeking means to the approval of Allah, then we are going to give him a great reward.
The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, further warned that uttering words which are not a person's concern will be the main reason people enter hell. This is indicated in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2616. In another hadith, found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2412, he advised that all speech will be counted against a person unless it is connected to advising good, forbidding evil, or the remembrance of Allah the Exalted. This means that all other forms of speech are of no real concern, as they bring no benefit. Advising good, moreover, is not limited to religious matters, but includes anything beneficial in worldly life, such as one's occupation or responsibilities. Therefore, a person should strive to avoid matters that do not concern them, in both words and actions, so that they may perfect their faith. Put simply, the one who dedicates time to what does not concern them will inevitably fail in what does concern them. Conversely, the one who occupies themselves with what truly matters will find no time to waste on what does not. Such a person will, through the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, achieve success in both worlds. Finally, the one who focuses on matters that concern them will complete their useful worldly and religious responsibilities and thereby obtain peace of mind. One of the greatest sources of stress is when a person occupies themselves with matters that do not concern them, for this prevents them from fulfilling their true duties. By behaving in the correct manner, a person will not only fulfill their obligations, but will also ensure that they have sufficient time to rest and enjoy what is lawful. In this way, they achieve balance, peace, and excellence in faith, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. After severely censuring those who participated in the slander of Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, Allah, the Exalted, issues a stern warning to all people. He makes clear that slander, gossip, and the spreading of falsehoods are actions that contradict the very character of a true believer. The one who persists in such behavior, despite claiming faith, demonstrates through their actions that their claim is empty. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 17.
Allah warns you against returning to the likes of this conduct, ever, if you should be believers.
This verse highlights the essential principle that faith is not merely a verbal declaration, but must be supported and proven through consistent action. Words alone are insufficient if they are contradicted by behavior. In fact, as this verse warns, the one who fails to align their actions with their claim of faith places themselves in great danger of losing that faith altogether. Faith may be likened to a delicate flame that requires constant tending. Just as a fire dies out when deprived of fuel, faith weakens and may eventually be extinguished if it is not sustained through obedience, remembrance, and righteous deeds. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that guides them through life. Such a loss is the most devastating of all, for it deprives the soul of its connection to Allah, the Exalted, and leaves it vulnerable to darkness, confusion, and despair. Thus, this verse serves as both a warning and a reminder. The one must guard their tongue, restrain their actions, and constantly nurture their faith through obedience. Only then will their verbal declaration of belief be matched by the reality of their conduct, ensuring that their faith remains strong, vibrant, and enduring. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 17.
Allah warns you against returning to the likes of this conduct, ever, if you should be believers.
It is also worthy to note that in this context, belief in Allah, the Exalted, has been linked to a seemingly worldly matter, gossiping about others, rather than to direct acts of worship, such as the prayer. This connection is deeply significant, as it highlights a fundamental principle. that the teachings of Islam form a complete and comprehensive code of conduct which governs every aspect of life. It is not restricted to acts of worship or ritual devotion alone, but extends to all human interactions, behaviors, and decisions, whether they appear worldly or religious in nature. Therefore, one must avoid adopting the ignorant and narrow attitude of believing that Allah, the Exalted, only cares about ritual obligations such as the 5 daily prayers or fasting during Ramadan. While these are pillars of faith, they represent only part of a much broader spiritual framework. Allah, the Exalted, will hold people accountable for every situation they face, whether it involves worship, social interaction, business dealings, or personal relationships. Every action and reaction carries moral weight and spiritual consequence. For this reason, a person must strive to learn and act upon the teachings of Islam comprehensively, so that their conduct remains upright in all situations. This balanced approach ensures harmony within their mental, emotional, and physical states. It allows them to place everything and everyone in their rightful positions, valuing family, friends, and worldly responsibilities in accordance with divine guidance, while simultaneously preparing themselves for their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment. When this balance is achieved, the result is inner tranquility, outer stability, and peace in both worlds. In contrast, those who treat Islam like a garment, wearing it when convenient and removing it when it conflicts with their desires, undermine their own faith and spiritual integrity. Such behavior reflects not true belief, but self-worship, as their actions are dictated by whims rather than divine command. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
This verse serves as a timeless reminder that the greatest danger to faith lies not only in disbelief, but in allowing one's desires to replace divine authority. When a person fails to apply the teachings of Islam to every aspect of life, they inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. Their misguided priorities and inconsistent actions lead to a loss of internal balance, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Consequently, they misplace trust, misuse resources, and mistreat the people around them. Such behavior prevents proper preparation for the Day of Judgment and creates continual stress, hardship, and instability, both in this world and the next. Even if such individuals appear to enjoy certain worldly luxuries, they remain deprived of true contentment and peace, for tranquility can only be attained through consistent obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in all matters, worldly and religious alike. Therefore, a person must accept and act upon the teachings of Islam sincerely for their own benefit, even when those teachings conflict with their personal desires. They should behave like a wise patient who willingly follows the medical advice of a trustworthy doctor, knowing that such guidance is meant for their well-being, even if it includes bitter medicines and a strict regimen. Just as this wise patient ultimately achieves physical and mental health through discipline and trust in their doctor's expertise, so too will the person who accepts and implements Islamic teachings attain true balance, peace, and stability in their life. This is because the only one who possesses complete and perfect knowledge of what ensures a person's mental, physical, and spiritual harmony is Allah, the Exalted. He alone understands the intricate design of the human being and the delicate equilibrium required for one's inner and outer well-being. In contrast, human knowledge, despite centuries of research and scientific advancement, remains partial, limited, and fallible. Society's understanding of human nature, psychology, and health can never be comprehensive enough to address every challenge a person faces. Human advice, however well-intentioned, is restricted by finite experience, limited foresight, and inherent biases. It cannot guarantee freedom from mental and physical stress, nor can it ensure that a person will correctly place everything and everyone in their life in proper balance. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses the complete and timeless knowledge necessary for human success, both in this world and the next. Out of His infinite mercy, He has conveyed this knowledge to humankind through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 18.
And Allah makes clear to you the verses, and Allah is knowing and wise.
The contrast between those who live according to Islamic teachings and those who do not further demonstrates this truth. Those who align their behavior with divine guidance generally experience greater inner peace, self-control, and clarity of purpose, while those who neglect such teachings often struggle with confusion, imbalance, and dissatisfaction, even when surrounded by worldly success. Interestingly, most patients do not fully understand the science behind the medicines they are prescribed, yet they trust their doctor's expertise and follow instructions faithfully. In comparison, Allah, the Exalted, does not demand blind obedience. Rather, He invites people to reflect deeply upon His teachings and recognize their wisdom through clear proofs, observable benefits, and the harmony they bring to one's life and society. However, this reflection requires sincerity, humility, and an open, unbiased mind. Only when a person approaches the teachings of Islam with fairness and reflection can they truly perceive the truth and perfection of divine guidance, guidance that alone leads to tranquility, balance, and success in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
In general, when an individual chooses a path different from that of their peers, it often provokes feelings of inadequacy in others regarding their own choices, particularly when those choices are rooted in personal desires rather than in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This sense of discomfort can manifest in criticism directed at those who remain steadfast in their faith, and such criticism frequently arises even from within one's own family. In addition to this, societal influences such as social media, fashion trends, and cultural norms exert constant pressure on those who uphold Islamic values. The public promotion of Islam is often perceived as an obstacle to the ambitions of those who pursue wealth, status, and worldly recognition. Entire industries that Islam critiques, whether for their excess, immorality, or exploitation, naturally resist the incorporation of Islamic principles and actively discourage Muslims from practicing their faith. This resistance contributes significantly to the anti-Islamic sentiments that are so prevalent across various platforms, particularly in the realm of social media. Furthermore, those who strive to adhere to Islamic teachings, which call for moderation in personal desires and the responsible enjoyment of blessings, are often met with hostility from individuals who indulge in excess. Such individuals act upon their impulses without restraint, a behavior that Islam likens to animalistic indulgence. They frequently attempt to dissuade others from embracing Islam and to discourage Muslims from practicing their faith, seeking instead to lure them into a lifestyle defined by unchecked desires. One of their common strategies is to target specific aspects of Islam, such as the dress code for women, in an effort to undermine its appeal. Yet, perceptive observers can easily discern the superficiality of these criticisms, which stem not from reasoned objection, but from a disdain for Islam's emphasis on self-discipline. For example, critics often single out the Islamic dress code for women while remaining silent about the strict dress codes imposed in other respected professions, such as law enforcement, the military, healthcare, education, and business. This selective criticism exposes the fragility and inconsistency of their arguments. Ultimately, it is not the outward practices alone that provoke such opposition, but the very core principles of Islam itself, principles that call for restraint, discipline, and accountability before Allah, the Exalted. The disciplined conduct of sincere believers serves as a living reminder of these principles, and it is this reminder that incites hostility. Thus, critics of Islam seek to attack it in any way possible, not because of the weakness of its teachings, but because of the strength and clarity of its moral vision. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 19.
Indeed, those who like that immorality should be spread among those who have believed.
The one who disregards the commands of Allah, the Exalted, in pursuit of the approval of others, inevitably loses inner tranquility. Such behavior leads to the misuse of divine blessings, resulting in a state of mental and physical chaos. Priorities become misplaced, relationships are mishandled, and the individual remains unprepared for their accountability before Allah, the Exalted. This negligence brings stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds, regardless of the material comforts they may temporarily enjoy. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 19.
Indeed, those who like that immorality should be spread among those who have believed, will have a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter.
An individual must therefore remain unwaveringly committed to the sincere obedience of Allah, the Exalted. Such dedication grants serenity and shields the believer from the negative influences of others, even if this protection is not immediately apparent. Loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, ensures that the blessings bestowed upon a person are used correctly and with gratitude. Through this practice, one attains a harmonious mental and physical state, enabling them to organize the various elements of their life with clarity and balance, while also preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This steadfast obedience fosters tranquility in both worlds, guiding the individual through every situation, whether in times of ease or difficulty, while enhancing peace of mind and guaranteeing boundless rewards in this life and the next. To maintain a resolute mindset, it is essential for a person to nurture strong faith. A firm and resilient faith is the foundation of consistent obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in every situation, whether in prosperity or adversity. This unwavering faith is cultivated through understanding and implementing the clear guidance found in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These teachings demonstrate that true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the source of tranquility in this life and salvation in the hereafter. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 19.
And Allah knows and you do not know.
By contrast, those who remain ignorant of Islamic principles possess a fragile faith, leaving them vulnerable to straying from obedience, particularly when their personal desires conflict with divine guidance. This lack of knowledge clouds their understanding of a fundamental truth. Surrendering one's desires in favor of the commands of Allah, the Exalted, is the only path to lasting peace in both worlds. For this reason, it is vital for every individual to strengthen their faith through the pursuit of Islamic knowledge and its practical application. By doing so, they ensure that their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, remains constant, their blessings are utilized in accordance with divine teachings, and their lives are lived in balance, mentally, physically, and spiritually, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 20.
And if it had not been for the favor of Allah upon you and His mercy, and because Allah is kind and merciful.
In this verse, Allah, the Exalted, calls attention to His boundless mercy, patience, and forbearance toward His creation. Though people often err and persist in disobedience, He does not hasten their punishment. Instead, out of divine compassion, He grants them time to reflect upon their actions, reform their conduct, and seek forgiveness. It is through His mercy that individuals are shielded from the immediate consequences of their transgressions. Yet, those who misuse these blessings and interpret the absence of punishment as divine approval fall into a deception. The delay in retribution is not an indication of indifference or consent. It is a test of one's humility, gratitude, and sincerity. When a person responds to divine patience with arrogance and heedlessness, continually exploiting the blessings bestowed upon them, they bring about their own downfall. Their rebellion against divine order disrupts the harmony of their inner world, leading to instability in both mind and body. As this imbalance deepens, their perception becomes distorted. They lose sight of priorities, mishandle relationships, and misuse resources. Blessings that were meant to be sources of comfort and success, such as family, companionship, and provision, turn into causes of anxiety, frustration, and restlessness. Rather than recognizing their own disobedience as the true source of distress, they begin to shift blame onto others, their spouse, co-workers, or friends, further alienating themselves from the positive influences in their lives. This emotional isolation gradually breeds greater turmoil, which may manifest as deep sadness, dependency, or despair. Such a tragic state is not uncommon among those who persistently misuse the blessings they have been granted, including individuals who appear outwardly prosperous. Many among the wealthy, powerful, or renowned are afflicted with severe mental health issues, for they have lost their connection with the true giver of blessings, Allah, the Exalted. Their abundance cannot buy them peace, for tranquility belongs only to hearts aligned with divine remembrance and obedience. Ultimately, those who remain heedless of Allah's mercy and persist in disobedience destroy their own serenity in this life and prepare for a far greater punishment in the hereafter. The delay in divine justice is not neglect, it is a manifestation of compassion, granting every person an opportunity to repent, reform, and return. But when the moment of accountability arrives on the day of judgment, they will finally comprehend that the postponement of punishment was not a sign of approval, but an act of mercy they tragically failed to appreciate. When Allah, the Exalted, calls upon the believers in the Holy Quran, His call is frequently linked to the actualization of their verbal claim of faith. This is because a mere declaration of belief, without corresponding actions, holds little value in Islam. True faith is not confined to words. It must be substantiated through deeds that reflect obedience and sincerity. Actions serve as the proof and evidence of one's faith, and it is through them that a believer secures reward and mercy in both this world and the hereafter. The relationship between faith and action may be likened to that of a fruit-bearing tree. A tree that produces no fruit offers little benefit, regardless of its appearance. In the same way, faith that does not yield righteous deeds is of limited use. Just as the worth of a tree is measured by the fruit it bears, the worth of faith is measured by the good actions it inspires. Only when faith produces obedience, worship, and service to others does it fulfill its true purpose and bring benefit to its possessor and to society at large. In this case, Allah, the Exalted, calls upon the believers to support their verbal declaration of faith in Him by acting upon the divine code of conduct He has granted them in every aspect of their lives, whether worldly or religious. By doing so, they will avoid the great trap of the devil, who seeks to mislead people by encouraging them either to reject the divine code altogether or to selectively follow only those aspects that suit their personal desires. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 21.
O you who have believed, do not follow the footsteps of Satan. And whoever follows the footsteps of Satan, indeed, he enjoins immorality and wrongdoing.
This verse makes clear that the one must not adopt the ignorant attitude of assuming that Allah, the Exalted, is only concerned with religious duties such as the obligatory prayers, while disregarding other aspects of life. In reality, Allah, the Exalted, will question every individual about every situation they encountered, whether worldly or religious. For this reason, it is essential that they learn and act upon Islamic teachings so that their conduct is correct in every circumstance. By doing so, they will achieve a harmonious mental and physical state, placing everything and everyone in their lives in its proper place, while preparing adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This comprehensive obedience leads to tranquility in both this world and the hereafter. Therefore, Islam must not be treated like a garment that is worn and removed according to personal preference. The one who behaves in this manner is, in reality, worshipping their desires, even if they verbally claim otherwise. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The one who fails to act upon Islamic teachings in every situation will inevitably misuse the blessings they have been granted. As a result, they will fall into a state of imbalance, both mentally and physically. They will misplace priorities, mishandle relationships, and neglect their preparation for the Day of Judgment. This negligence will lead to stress, challenges, and hardships in both worlds, even if they enjoy certain worldly luxuries. By contrast, the one who consistently applies the divine code of conduct in every aspect of life will find stability, clarity, and peace. Their blessings will be used correctly, their responsibilities will be fulfilled, and their faith will be safeguarded. Such a person will be guided through ease and difficulty alike, and through the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, they will attain success in both worlds. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 21.
O you who have believed, do not follow the footsteps of Satan. And whoever follows the footsteps of Satan, indeed, he enjoins immorality and wrongdoing.
Another major method by which the devil seeks to misguide people is by encouraging them to follow the majority opinion within their society. In most cases, this majority is shaped and controlled by the elite class, whose primary aim is to fulfill their worldly desires and ambitions at any cost. Blindly following others is therefore a dangerous path, for the behavior of the majority often leads to the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. When a person observes the majority of society neglecting Islamic teachings, they may assume that the behavior of the majority must be correct, and as a result, they follow them without reflection or scrutiny. Yet, in truth, the majority opinion is not always correct. History itself bears witness to this, as many widely held beliefs were later proven false with the emergence of new evidence and knowledge. For instance, the once dominant but erroneous belief that the earth was flat. For this reason, it is essential to refrain from acting like cattle, unthinkingly conforming to the majority opinion. Such behavior often results in misguided choices in both worldly and religious matters. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
Instead of blindly following others, individuals are commanded to employ the reasoning and intellect bestowed upon them by Allah, the Exalted. They must evaluate each circumstance based on knowledge and evidence, making informed decisions even if these decisions diverge from the prevailing opinions of the majority. Islam strongly criticizes blind imitation in religious matters for this very reason, and instead calls upon Muslims to learn and act upon Islamic teachings with insight and understanding. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Thus, the path of truth is not determined by numbers but by knowledge, evidence, and divine guidance. One is required to rise above the pressures of conformity, to think with clarity, and to act with insight, thereby safeguarding their faith and ensuring their success in both worlds. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 21.
O you who have believed, do not follow the footsteps of Satan. And whoever follows the footsteps of Satan, indeed, he enjoins immorality and wrongdoing.
Another major method employed by the devil to misguide people is to encourage them to act upon sources of religious knowledge other than the two authentic sources of guidance, the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 208.
O you who have believed, enter into Islam completely and perfectly, and do not follow the footsteps of Satan. Indeed, he is to you a clear enemy.
The more an individual relies on other sources of religious knowledge, even if these appear to lead to good deeds, the less they will act upon the two authentic sources of guidance. This gradual neglect inevitably results in misguidance. For this reason, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4606, that any matter not rooted in the two sources of guidance will be rejected by Allah, the Exalted. Furthermore, the more a person acts upon other sources, the more likely they are to adopt practices and beliefs that contradict the teachings of Islam. This is precisely how the devil misleads people, step by step. For example, when a person faces difficulties, they may be advised to perform certain spiritual exercises that contradict Islamic teachings. If such a person is ignorant and accustomed to following other sources of religious knowledge, they will easily fall into this trap. They may begin to perform practices that directly oppose Islam, and eventually adopt beliefs about Allah, the Exalted, and the universe that are entirely false, such as believing that people or supernatural beings control their destiny. Since their knowledge is taken from outside the two authentic sources, they become vulnerable to such corruption. Some of these misguided practices and beliefs amount to clear disbelief, such as the practice of black magic. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 102.
It was not Solomon who disbelieved, but the devils disbelieved, teaching people magic, and that which was revealed to the two angels at Babylon, Harut and Marut. But they, i.e. the two angels, do not teach anyone unless they say, we are a trial, so do not disbelieve by practicing magic.
Thus, a Muslim may lose their faith without even realizing it, simply because they have developed the habit of acting upon other sources of religious knowledge. This is why innovations in religion that are not rooted in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, are considered to be following in the footsteps of the devil. Only by holding firmly to the two authentic sources of guidance can one safeguard their faith, protect themselves from misguidance, and remain upon the straight path. In order to avoid following the path of the devil, and thereby protect oneself from the destructive consequences of an unbalanced mental and physical state, the misplacement of values, people, and priorities in life, and the failure to prepare adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment, Allah, the Exalted, has graciously provided humanity with a comprehensive, perfect, and impartial code of conduct. This divine guidance purifies one's intentions, speech, and actions, leading them toward inner peace, mental and physical balance, and the correct ordering of all aspects of their lives. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 21.
And if not for the favor of Allah upon you and His mercy, not one of you would have been pure ever, but Allah purifies whom He wills.
No matter how advanced a society becomes, and regardless of the vast body of knowledge it accumulates across diverse disciplines, including those concerning human psychology, physiology, and behavior, it will always remain incapable of formulating a code of conduct that is perfectly aligned with the entirety of human nature. Humanity's understanding of itself is perpetually incomplete. Each generation merely builds upon fragments of discovery. Even in modern times, scholars continue to uncover new insights about the workings of the human mind and body. Hence, it is inconceivable that limited human intellect could design a flawless ethical and social system that ensures lasting tranquility, justice, and harmony at both the individual and collective levels. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the infinite wisdom and knowledge necessary to provide such a code of conduct. As the creator of all things, His knowledge encompasses the past, present, and future in their totality. He alone understands every aspect of human existence, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, and thus, He alone is capable of prescribing a way of life that guarantees balance, harmony, and peace. His divine law serves as a clear standard that distinguishes truth from falsehood, virtue from vice, and benefit from harm. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 21.
And Allah is hearing and knowing.
History bears undeniable testimony to this reality. Whenever divine guidance was sincerely implemented within the lives of individuals and societies, it produced unparalleled peace, justice, and stability. People who lived according to divine principles experienced not only personal tranquility, but also collective harmony, where compassion, fairness, and righteousness prevailed. Therefore, individuals must wholeheartedly accept and adhere to the divine code of conduct granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, recognizing it as the ultimate means of achieving well-being and success. Even when certain commandments challenge their desires or personal inclinations, they must understand that divine guidance, like the prescription of a skilled and caring physician, is always in their best interest. Just as a wise patient endures bitter medicine and adheres to a strict regimen, knowing it leads to health and recovery, so too must a person submit to the divine will with faith and trust. For only through such submission can they attain purification, balance, and enduring peace in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. After Allah, the Exalted, exonerated Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, from the false accusations, her father, Abu Bakr al-Siddiq, may Allah be pleased with him, declared that he would no longer provide financial support to his relative who had participated in spreading the slander. In response, Allah, the Exalted, revealed chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 22, encouraging him, and by extension all people, to forgive and overlook the mistakes of others.
And let not those of possess of favor among you and vastness swear not to give aid to their relatives and the needy and the emigrants for the cause of Allah, and let them pardon and overlook. Would you not like that Allah should forgive you? And Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Upon hearing this divine command, Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, immediately retracted his declaration and resumed his financial assistance to his relative. This incident, recorded in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3180, stands as a timeless example of humility, obedience, and the willingness to forgive for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. This episode highlights a profound lesson for every person. All people hope that on the Day of Judgment Allah, the Exalted, will overlook their mistakes and forgive their sins. Yet, paradoxically, many of these same individuals fail to extend the same courtesy to others. They often cling to the past mistakes of people and use them as weapons against them. This is not in reference to mistakes that continue to affect the present or future, such as a car accident that leaves a victim permanently disabled, which understandably cannot be easily overlooked. Rather, it refers to mistakes that have no lasting impact, such as a verbal insult or a moment of weakness. Even though such incidents fade with time, some insist on reviving them whenever an opportunity arises. Such behavior is deeply harmful, both spiritually and socially. It reflects a failure to recognize that human beings are not angels and will make mistakes. At the very least, a person who hopes for Allah, the Exalted, to overlook their own mistakes should be willing to overlook the past mistakes of others. Those who refuse to do so will find their relationships fractured, for no relationship is free from disagreements and mistakes. Such individuals often end up isolated, as their harshness drives others away. Ironically, they despise loneliness, yet adopt an attitude that ensures it. This defies both logic and common sense. Every person desires to be loved and respected in life, and remembered with affection after death, but this attitude produces the opposite. People grow weary of them in life, and after their passing they are remembered only out of custom, not genuine love. Letting go of the past does not require excessive kindness or forced intimacy. At the very least, one can maintain respect and civility in accordance with the teachings of Islam. This costs nothing and requires little effort. By overlooking the past mistakes of others, a person may hope that Allah, the Exalted, will overlook their own mistakes on the Day of Judgment. It is, however, important to distinguish between forgiveness and blind trust. Islam encourages forgiveness for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, but it also commands wisdom and caution. A person should take the necessary steps to protect themselves from being wronged again. This means adjusting one's behavior to prevent history from repeating itself, while still treating others with the respect and fairness that Islam requires. In this way, forgiveness is balanced with prudence, and mercy is combined with justice. As previously discussed, people are not permitted to accuse others, whether men or women, of sins unless such accusations are supported by clear and reliable evidence. Yet, in the Holy Quran, Allah, the Exalted, makes particular mention of women in this regard, in order to honor and protect them, even though the ruling applies equally to both genders. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 23.
Indeed, those who accuse chaste, unaware and believing women are cursed in this world and the hereafter, and they will have a great punishment.
This verse demonstrates the immense gravity of slandering women, highlighting that such an act incurs not only divine curse in this world, but also severe punishment in the hereafter. The dignity of women is so sacred in Islam that repeated warnings are given throughout the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, against violating it in any way. Indeed, one of the most destructive of all major sins, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2766, is to accuse an innocent chaste woman of fornication or adultery. Such an accusation not only harms the individual, but also destabilizes families, damages communities, and spreads corruption within society. The seriousness of this sin lies in the fact that it attacks the very foundation of trust, honor, and dignity upon which human relationships are built. By emphasizing this matter so strongly, Islam seeks to safeguard the honor of women, preserve social harmony, and protect the moral fabric of the community. When a person's dignity is violated through slander, the wound it leaves is often deeper than any physical injury, for it tarnishes reputation, isolates individuals, and creates divisions that may last a lifetime. For this reason, Islam equates the protection of honor with the protection of life and property, making it one of the highest priorities of the faith. This has been advised in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 67. Thus, every person is reminded that words carry immense weight. To speak without evidence is not a trivial matter, but a grave sin that invites the curse of Allah, the Exalted. The one who guards their tongue from such accusations not only protects others, but also safeguards their own standing before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. In this way, the protection of dignity becomes both a personal responsibility and a collective duty, ensuring peace, trust, and harmony within society. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 23.
Indeed, those who accuse chaste, unaware and believing women are cursed in this world and the hereafter, and they will have a great punishment.
In a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 290, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned that the one who spreads malicious gossip will not enter paradise. This refers to the individual who spreads gossip, whether true or false, when it leads to discord, broken trust, and fractured relationships. Such behavior is an evil characteristic, for it mirrors the work of the devil, whose constant aim is to sow division between people. Gossip and tale-bearing are not harmless acts of conversation. They are destructive tools that corrode families, friendships, and communities. Chapter 104 Al-Humazah, verse 1.
Woe to every backbiter and slanderer!
How can a person expect Allah, the Exalted, to resolve their problems and bestow blessings upon them, if they are surrounded by His curse due to such behavior? The only circumstance in which conveying negative information about others is acceptable is when it is done sincerely to warn people of genuine harm or danger. It is therefore a duty upon every person not to pay attention to a tale-bearer, for such individuals cannot be trusted or believed. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 6.
O you who have believed, if there comes to you a disobedient one with information, investigate, lest you harm a people out of ignorance.
This verse underscores the vital importance of verification before acting upon information. To act hastily on unverified words is to invite injustice, regret, and often irreparable harm. A wise person, therefore, pauses, reflects, and investigates before accepting or spreading what they hear. This principle was exemplified by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, during the incident of slander. He publicly addressed the people of Medina, questioning why they were gossiping and spreading falsehood about his family and about the companion, Safwan bin Mu'attal. May Allah be pleased with them all. This incident is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. The conduct of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, makes it clear that he did not harbor doubt against his wife or his companion, may Allah be pleased with them. Instead, he demonstrated the principle of giving others the benefit of the doubt, unless clear and undeniable evidence exists against them. His example teaches that one should never allow rumors to dictate their feelings or actions, for to do so is to open the door to a host of other sins, backbiting, gossiping, spying, and the destruction of trust and relationships. The wisdom of this guidance is timeless. Rumors, when left unchecked, spread like wildfire, consuming reputations and tearing apart families and communities. By contrast, verification and restraint preserve dignity, protect relationships, and uphold justice. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, showed that true strength lies not in reacting to every word that is spoken, but in exercising patience, discernment, and fairness. Thus, the lesson is clear: one must base their judgments and actions only on truth and evidence. Anything less risks injustice in this world and accountability in the hereafter. Furthermore, a person should forbid the gossiper from continuing with this destructive habit and encourage them to sincerely repent. At the same time, one must not harbor ill will against the person who is said to have spoken negatively about them. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 12.
O you who have believed, avoid much negative assumption. Indeed, some assumption is sin.
This same verse also teaches that one should not attempt to prove or disprove the gossiper's words by spying on others. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 12.
And do not spy.
Instead, the gossiper should be ignored. A person should not repeat the information they have been told, nor should they mention the gossiper to others, for in doing so they themselves would become guilty of gossiping. The dangers of gossiper extend beyond the individual. It poisons the atmosphere of entire communities, creating suspicion, hostility, and division. It undermines trust, which is the foundation of all healthy relationships. Without trust, families collapse, friendships dissolve, and societies weaken. In fact, this was even observed amongst some of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, who argued with each other over who was responsible for this slander, as they were greatly distressed at witnessing the distress of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and his family. For this reason, people must avoid gossiping and the company of gossipers, for such individuals can never be worthy of trust or companionship until they sincerely repent. Ultimately, restraining the tongue is one of the greatest safeguards of peace, both personal and social. By refusing to spread gossip, by verifying information before acting upon it, and by encouraging others to abandon tale-bearing, a person not only protects their own dignity, but also contributes to the preservation of harmony, justice, and compassion within society. But those who fail to guard themselves from gossiping will one day face the most humiliating of consequences. On the day of judgment, the very parts of their body that were once used to commit this sin will rise up and testify against them. The tongue that dishonored others through slander and gossip will bear witness to its crimes. The hands that were employed to destroy reputations will speak against their owner. The feet that carried them from place to place in order to spread rumors and accusations will also testify. Chapter 24 and Nur, verses 24 to 25.
On a day when their tongues, their hands, and their feet will bear witness against them as to what they used to do. That day, Allah will pay them in full their deserved recompense, and they will know that it is Allah who is clear truth.
On that day, no denial will be possible, for the testimony will come not from others but from one's own limbs. The body that was misused in this world will become the most truthful witness in the next. To avoid such a destructive outcome, a person must guard their body parts from all forms of sin. According to a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2407, this is best achieved by purifying one's speech. When the tongue is pure, the rest of the body follows in purity and goodness. But when the tongue is corrupt, the rest of the body responds in corruption and evil. The tongue, therefore, is the leader of the body, and its discipline determines the state of the whole person. This is also supported by the next verse. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 26.
Evil words are for evil people, and evil people are for evil words. And good words are for good people, and good people are for good words.
Speech itself can be understood in three broad categories. The first is evil speech, which includes slander, lies, insults, and gossip. This must be avoided entirely, for it brings only harm in this world and punishment in the next. The second is good speech, which includes words of truth, kindness, encouragement, and remembrance of Allah, the Exalted. Such words should be spoken at the right time and in the right manner, for they uplift both the speaker and the listener. The third is vain speech, which is neither sinful nor virtuous, but is ultimately useless. Though not sinful in itself, vain speech often leads to evil speech, such as lying and backbiting. And it will be a source of regret on the day of judgment when a person realizes how much time and opportunity was wasted on words that carried no benefit. For this reason, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 176, that a person should either speak what is good or remain silent. Silence, when it prevents harm, is not weakness but wisdom. And good speech, when spoken with sincerity, is among the greatest of deeds. By disciplining the tongue, a person disciplines the entire body. By guarding speech, one guards their honor, their relationships, and ultimately their standing before Allah, the Exalted. When a person adopts the correct attitude by disciplining their tongue and controlling their actions, they ensure that the blessings granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, are used in the proper manner as outlined in Islamic teachings. This conscious effort leads to peace of mind in both worlds, for it produces a state of balance, mentally, physically, and spiritually. By correctly placing everything and everyone in their life according to divine guidance, they achieve harmony within themselves and in their relationships with others. Such inner peace also serves as a shield against the false accusations and unjust criticisms of people. For the one who lives with sincerity knows that the only one they must ultimately please is Allah, the Exalted. He alone knows the truth of every matter, and He alone will reward each person according to their deeds. Thus, the believer is freed from the burden of constantly seeking the approval of others, and instead finds tranquility in the certainty of divine justice. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 26.
Those good people are declared innocent of what they, i.e. the critics, say. For them is forgiveness and noble provision.
This verse is a reminder that the dignity of those who remain steadfast upon righteousness is preserved by Allah, the Exalted, even if people attempt to tarnish their reputation. Their innocence is not only established in this world, but will be proclaimed on the day of judgment, when all falsehood is stripped away. For them awaits forgiveness for their shortcomings and a noble provision in this world, in the form of peace of mind, and in the hereafter, in the form of countless blessings. Therefore, The path to true peace is not found in responding to every critic or defending oneself against every false claim, but in maintaining sincerity, guarding the tongue, and using one's blessings in obedience to Allah the Exalted. In doing so, a person secures both inner tranquility and eternal reward. In addition, the following verse may also be understood as a profound warning that a person is defined by the company they keep, for every individual inevitably adopts the moral and emotional characteristics, whether good or bad, of those they associate with. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 26.
Evil women are for evil men, and evil men are for evil women. And good women are for good men, and good men are for good women.
This verse highlights that companionship is never a neutral matter. It deeply influences one's character, conduct, and ultimate destiny. The people one chooses to associate with shape their inner world, reinforce their beliefs and habits, and either guide them toward righteousness or lead them astray. This principle is further reinforced in a narration found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, in which the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, explained that a person is defined by the company they keep. Just as fragrance clings to those who sit with a perfume seller, and soot permeates one who spends time near a blacksmith, so too does a person's moral state reflect the influence of their companions. Those who surround themselves with the righteous, the truthful, and the pious will naturally find their hearts inclined towards sincerity, humility, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Their companions become mirrors of virtue, reminding them of their duties, encouraging them to use their blessings rightly, and inspiring them to prepare for the Day of Judgment. Within such uplifting company, one is protected from heedlessness, guided towards spiritual and emotional balance, and strengthened in both faith and conduct. Their lives become characterized by harmony, wisdom, and a clear sense of purpose. Conversely, those who associate with the heedless and the corrupt expose themselves to moral decay. Their thoughts, speech, and behavior begin to mirror those of their misguided companions. As history demonstrates, even otherwise sincere and well-intentioned individuals can falter under the influence of bad company, just as some of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, were momentarily swayed by the hypocrites during the incident of the slander. This serves as a timeless reminder that the environment one chooses can either elevate or destroy them. Adopting corrupt companions and attitudes inevitably leads to the misuse of blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted. The heart becomes hardened, one's perception becomes distorted, and priorities are misplaced. This inner corruption produces imbalance, mental, spiritual, and even physical. Such individuals begin to view people and possessions through the lens of self-interest rather than gratitude and purpose. They lose sight of their accountability before Allah, the Exalted, chasing fleeting pleasures and worldly illusions while neglecting eternal truths. The outcome of such a path is inevitable: inner unrest, psychological turmoil, and hardship in both worlds. Material comforts may temporarily distract them, but they cannot fill the void within their hearts. Relationships become strained, peace evaporates, and the weight of sin casts a shadow over every aspect of their lives. By contrast, the one who chooses righteous companionship secures a foundation for lasting peace, balance, and contentment. Their friends become a source of guidance, strength, and comfort, reminding them of truth when they forget, uplifting them during moments of weakness, and walking beside them on the journey toward the mercy and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted. Such companionship transforms a person's life into one of purpose and serenity, anchoring them firmly on the path that leads to success in both this world and the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. When a person chooses to surround themselves with good companions, and distances themselves from those whose influence is harmful, they will inevitably face criticism from the latter group. Those who are left behind often resent the change, mocking or condemning the one who has chosen the path of righteousness. Yet such criticism should not deter them. As long as they remain steadfast in their choice of good companionship, and continue to obey Allah, the Exalted, by using the blessings they have been granted in accordance with Islamic teachings, they will attain peace of mind in both worlds. This peace arises from achieving a balanced mental, physical, and spiritual state, and from correctly placing everything and everyone in their life according to divine guidance. Such balance shields them from the sting of criticism, for they recognize that the only one whose approval truly matters is Allah, the Exalted. He knows the truth of their intentions and actions, and He alone will reward them accordingly. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 26.
Those good people are declared innocent of what they, i.e. the critics, say. For them is forgiveness and noble provision.
Thus, the path of good companionship, though it may invite criticism from misguided voices, ultimately leads to serenity, balance, and eternal success. The reproach of others fades into insignificance when weighed against the forgiveness and noble reward promised by Allah, the Exalted, in this world and the next, in the form of peace of mind and countless blessings. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 26.
Evil women are for evil men, and evil men are for evil women. And good women are for good men, and good men are for good women.
An essential aspect of good companionship is seeking advice from the right people. When the effects of the slander intensified in Medina, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, called upon two of his close companions, Ali ibn Abu Talib and Osama ibn Zayd, may Allah be pleased with them, and consulted with them. Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, offered sincere counsel by outlining the possible courses of action available to him, while both companions spoke well of Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. They even sought further testimony from a witness, a slave girl who served in the household of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and she too confirmed only good about Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. This incident is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. From this example, one learns that consultation is a mark of wisdom, but it must be done with care. A person should avoid the habit of sharing their problems with too many people. When difficulties are shared excessively, the act of seeking advice often turns into little more than complaining, which is a sign of impatience. Moreover, consulting too many people leads to confusion, for the advice received will inevitably be varied, leaving the person more uncertain than before. By contrast, consulting a few wise and trustworthy individuals strengthens one's certainty and provides clarity. Constantly repeating one's problems also magnifies them in the mind, making them appear larger than they truly are, and this can distract a person from their other duties, leading to further impatience and imbalance. Therefore, a person should be selective in whom they consult regarding their difficulties. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 43.
So ask the people of the reminder, if you do not know.
This verse reminds people to seek counsel from those who possess knowledge. Consulting the ignorant only leads to further harm and confusion. Just as it would be foolish to consult a car mechanic about one's health, it is equally misguided to seek advice from those who lack knowledge of the matter at hand, especially when it relates to Islamic teachings. In addition, one should only share their problems with those who fear Allah, the Exalted. This is because such individuals will never advise others to disobey Allah, the Exalted. On the other hand, those who do not fear or obey Allah, the Exalted, may possess knowledge and worldly experience, but they are prone to giving advice that leads to disobedience, thereby worsening the problem. In reality, those who fear Allah, the Exalted, are the ones who possess true knowledge, and only this knowledge can guide others successfully through their trials. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
Only those fear Allah from among His servants who have knowledge.
Thus, the example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, during the slander incident, demonstrates the importance of consulting a select few who are both knowledgeable and pious. This approach not only preserves dignity and patience, but also ensures that the advice received is rooted in sincerity, wisdom, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 26.
Those good people are declared innocent of what they, i.e. the critics, say. For them is forgiveness and noble provision.
When the effects of the slander intensified in Medina, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, visited Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, with gentleness and compassion. He reminded her that Allah, the Exalted, forgives all who turn to Him in sincere repentance. Upon hearing these comforting words, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, immediately ceased crying. She looked to her parents, hoping they might speak in her defense before the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, but out of deep love, respect, and reverence for him, they remained silent. Realizing the weight of the situation, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, responded with dignity and steadfastness. She declared that she would never admit to something she had not done, and that her only option was to remain patient, as the Holy Prophet Yaqub had done when he endured the loss of his beloved son, the Holy Prophet Yusuf, peace be upon them. This incident is detailed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. It is essential to note that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, never accused Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, of any wrongdoing. On the contrary, he publicly defended her honor. Yet, in his role as the Holy Prophet, peace be upon them, he was required to fulfill his duty by reminding her of the importance of repentance, should she feel any need for it. Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, could have easily succumbed to anger and frustration at those around her for their silence, but instead, she demonstrated remarkable composure and patience. Her self-restraint preserved the immense spiritual reward she would later receive. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, emphasized the virtue of controlling anger in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6116, where he advised a person to avoid becoming angry. This statement does not imply that one should never experience anger, as anger is an innate human emotion, even found among the holy prophets, peace be upon them. In rare and justifiable situations, such as self-defense or standing against injustice, anger can serve a constructive purpose. The true meaning of this hadith is that one must control their anger so that it does not lead them to disobey Allah, the Exalted. This principle was perfectly embodied by the holy prophets, peace be upon them, who never allowed their anger to exceed the boundaries set by divine guidance. Controlling anger is one of the greatest moral achievements a person can strive for. It leads to countless forms of goodness and prevents many forms of evil. This hadith is thus a command to cultivate noble traits, such as patience, humility, and self-control, which empower a person to restrain their anger. One should not act according to their anger, and instead struggle within themselves to suppress it for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 134.
Who restrain anger and who pardon the people, and Allah loves the doers of good.
Islamic teachings provide practical methods for controlling anger. Since anger is linked to and often inspired by the devil, a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 3282, advises the angered person to seek refuge in Allah, the Exalted, from the devil. In another hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2191, an angry person is instructed to cling to the ground, interpreted by scholars to mean prostrating or lowering oneself physically to reduce aggression. This is supported by a hadith in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4782, which suggests that adopting a passive body position when angry helps prevent harmful outbursts. Furthermore, in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4784, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised the angered person to perform ablution, as water naturally cools the heat of anger. Following this with prayer further strengthens self-control and brings great spiritual reward. To control one's speech, silence is the best remedy when angered. This was the behavior of Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, who adopted silence when she was angered in the event discussed earlier. Words spoken in anger often inflict deeper wounds than physical harm. Countless relationships have been destroyed due to reckless words uttered in moments of rage. The hadith in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 3970, warns that a single evil word may cause a person to plunge into hell on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described the one who controls their anger as truly strong, not in physical might but in mastery over the self. This is mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, number 6114. Similarly, a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4778, teaches that the one who suppresses anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, will have their heart filled with peace and sincere faith. This is the pure heart, referred to in the Holy Quran. Chapter 26 Ash-Shu'ara, verses 88 to 89.
The day when there will not benefit anyone wealth or children, but only one who comes to Allah with a pure heart.
Anger, when disciplined and controlled, can indeed be praiseworthy. It is a natural defense against harm to one's faith, dignity, and property when expressed within the limits set by Islam. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, displayed anger only for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, and never for personal reasons. This noble trait is affirmed in Sahih Muslim, number 6050. His character, as stated in Sahih Muslim, number 1739, was the embodiment of the Holy Quran, meaning he was pleased with what pleased Allah, the Exalted, and angered by what angered him. Hating for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, is even considered a part of perfecting one's faith, as mentioned in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4681. Thus, Islam does not command the complete eradication of anger, an impossible task, but rather its regulation and control according to divine limits. However, even anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, must not lead one to exceed the bounds of justice. A hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4901, warns of a worshipper who, in anger, declared that Allah would not forgive a certain sinner. As a result, Allah the Exalted forgave the sinner but condemned the arrogant worshipper to hell. This incident illustrates the danger of allowing even righteous anger to transform into self-righteousness or judgment of others. In truth, the roots of all evil stem from four unchecked impulses: desire, fear, greed, and anger. Therefore, one who learns to control their anger according to Islamic guidance removes a quarter of evil from their character and life. To conclude, it is vital for every person to control their anger so that it does not lead them to speak or act in a way they will later regret, in this world or the next. The one who learns to restrain their anger not only earns divine love and forgiveness but also attains inner peace, strength of character, and the serenity of a sound heart, which will be their salvation on the day of judgment. After the period of distress and confusion had reached its height in Medina, relief and divine justice descended upon Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. Before the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could even rise from his seat after speaking about the slander, Allah, the Exalted, revealed the verses that exonerated and greatly honored Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, while harshly condemning those who had begun and spread the falsehood. This has been discussed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 4750. This incident stands as a timeless lesson in faith, dignity, and divine protection. The patience and composure shown by Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, in the face of baseless accusation, became the cause of her immense honor and elevated status in this world and the next. Generally speaking, patience is when one avoids complaining about their difficulties through words or actions, while maintaining sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, throughout the ordeal. This obedience involves using one's blessings in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The foundation of true patience is learning and acting upon knowledge. The more a person learns and applies the teachings of Islam, the more they realize that whatever Allah, the Exalted, decrees is ultimately for the best, even if this wisdom is hidden from them. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows why you know not.
An example of this truth is found in the story of the Holy Prophet Yusuf, peace be upon him, who was separated from his parents at a young age, abandoned in a well, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned unjustly. Yet each of these events taught him lessons, and prepared him for the great task of saving the population of Egypt from famine. Had he not endured those hardships, he would not have been in the position to save countless lives. Believing in this principle, and maintaining obedience during trials, is a true sign of faith. It is often easier to praise Allah, the Exalted, in times of comfort, but the real test lies in praising and obeying Him when facing difficulty. Studying the teachings of Islam also allows a person to compare their struggles with those of others, who were more beloved to Allah, the Exalted, and yet endured far greater hardships. Such reflection helps one to view their own trials as small and manageable, strengthening their resolve to remain patient. Similarly, observing others in one's own time who face more severe hardships can instill humility and gratitude. Islam also teaches the importance of recognizing destiny. Every event, whether ease or hardship outside one's control, is written and inevitable. Complaining about what cannot be avoided brings no benefit. It only deprives a person of the immense reward promised for patience. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 10.
The patient will be given their reward without account, i.e. limit.
A person therefore has a choice: to face an unavoidable event with patience and gain uncountable reward, or to face the same event with impatience and lose the reward they could have earned. Either way, the event will occur, so wisdom lies in responding with patience and earning benefit in both worlds. Chapter 57 Al-Hadid, verses 22 to 23.
No disaster strikes upon the earth or among yourselves, except that it is in a register before we bring it into being. Indeed, that for Allah is easy. In order that you not despair over what has eluded you.
Furthermore, studying Islamic teachings allows one to understand that not everything one desires is truly good for them, and not everything disliked is harmful. Allah the Exalted knows what is best, while human understanding is limited. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows why you know not.
Everyone has experienced moments when what they longed for brought hardship, and what they feared brought unexpected goodness. The one who realizes this truth remains patient and content, even when events contradict their personal wishes. Just as gold is purified through intense heat, people are refined and strengthened through trials. Those accustomed to an easy life often find themselves mentally and emotionally fragile when facing challenges, while those tested by difficulties develop resilience and balance. Through such tests, Allah, the Exalted, strengthens a person's heart and prepares them for greater responsibilities in life. Patience is required in all situations, even in times of ease. When blessed with comfort, wealth, or good health, one must exercise patience to prevent misuse of those blessings. In this sense, patience guards against both despair in hardship and arrogance in ease. It must also be understood that patience does not mean inaction. Rather, it includes taking lawful and wise steps to improve one's situation. For example, a wife who is being mistreated by her husband should take appropriate measures to protect herself and her children, such as separating from him if necessary. Acting in this way does not contradict patience. Remaining inactive while harm continues does. Similarly, showing emotion, such as crying or expressing grief, does not conflict with patience. The Holy Prophet Yaqub, peace be upon him, wept so intensely over his separation from his son that he lost his sight. Yet Allah the Exalted never criticized him for this. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 84.
And he turned away from them and said, O my sorrow over Joseph, and his eyes became white from grief, for he was of that a suppressor.
Likewise, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, wept at the death of his son Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him, as mentioned in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 3126. Such tears and emotions are part of human nature and expressions of compassion, not signs of impatience. What contradicts patience is disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, through one's speech or actions, such as complaining against His decree. True patience begins from the very onset of a difficulty, and must be maintained until one departs from this world. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1302. Showing patience only after time has passed is not true patience. It is simply acceptance that comes naturally to everyone. A person must therefore control their words and actions from the first moment of hardship and maintain that state until death, for even a single act of impatience later in life may cause one to lose the great reward of patience. In reality, patience does not erase emotion, it refines it. It transforms sorrow into strength, complaint into gratitude, and hardship into a means of spiritual elevation. Patience is not merely to wait, it is to persist in righteousness through every circumstance, trusting that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens a soul beyond its capacity, and rewards every moment of steadfastness with peace in this world and eternal success in the next, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. After stressing the importance of good companionship, Allah, the Exalted, continues to offer direction concerning broader social interaction and conduct. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 27.
O you who have believed, do not enter houses other than your own houses until you ascertain welcome and greet their inhabitants.
When Allah, the Exalted, addresses the believers in the Holy Quran, His call transcends mere formality. It is an invitation for them to manifest their spoken faith through action. A claim of belief that is not supported by corresponding deeds carries negligible weight in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. Faith achieves its true significance and value only when it produces the fruit of righteous conduct, much like a tree is beneficial only when it yields fruit. In this verse, Allah, the Exalted, reminds humanity that the divine code of conduct is universal, encompassing every facet of life, both religious and worldly. Islam does not differentiate between ritual acts of worship, such as prayer, and acts of daily social interaction, such as visiting others. Every action and situation is covered by the guidance of divine law. Therefore, a person must avoid the ignorant notion that Allah, the Exalted, is solely concerned with ritual obligations, like the 5 daily prayers, while neglecting social or moral behavior. In reality, Allah, the Exalted, will hold every individual accountable for all matters they encountered, religious or worldly, because each moment of life presents an opportunity to act in accordance with divine wisdom. Consequently, a person should strive to learn and apply Islamic teachings in every circumstance to ensure their actions remain correct, balanced, and purposeful. This striving leads to harmony in their mental and physical states, enables them to allocate everything and everyone to their proper place, and adequately prepares them for their responsibilities on the Day of Judgment. The outcome of this comprehensive approach is inner peace and tranquility in both this world and the hereafter. Thus, one must guard against treating Islam like a garment, to be donned and removed based on personal whims and desires. An individual who behaves in this manner is, in truth, worshipping their own desires rather than Allah, the Exalted, even if they assert otherwise. This is further highlighted in chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
The individual who fails to consistently implement the divine code of conduct, in both private and public life, will inevitably misuse the blessings granted to them. This misuse results in imbalance, both mentally and physically, causing them to misplace their priorities, relationships, and values. As a consequence, they live in a state of confusion and dissatisfaction, utterly unprepared for their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if they seem to enjoy worldly luxuries, their inner state remains restless and burdened. True success and serenity are found only in submitting wholly to the perfect and comprehensive guidance of Allah, the Exalted, a guidance that includes every moment and every action of life. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 27.
O you who have believed, do not enter houses other than your own houses until you ascertain welcome.
Family life represents one of the most private and delicate dimensions of human existence. For this reason, it is impermissible to enter the home of another without prior permission, even if the individuals concerned are close relatives or trusted friends. The sanctity of the home is a right that must be preserved, for within it people attend to their personal matters, their families, and their private concerns. To intrude upon this space without consent is to disregard both courtesy and the dignity of those who reside there. In the modern age, it has become even easier to uphold this etiquette, since one can readily contact a household beforehand to arrange a suitable and convenient time to visit. This simple act of consideration allows the family to prepare themselves, to complete their private affairs, and to welcome their guests with ease and tranquility. In this way, the visit is transformed into a source of blessing, comfort, and mutual joy, rather than an inconvenience or burden. Regrettably, this etiquette is often neglected. Many people, including those who are otherwise mindful of religious and social duties, arrive at the homes of others unannounced, expecting to be received and hosted. Others may give only a few minutes' notice before arriving, which in practice forces the host to accommodate them, even if they are engaged in pressing responsibilities. Such behavior disregards the sanctity of family life and places unnecessary strain upon others. True consideration lies in recognizing that every household has its own rhythm, duties, and private concerns. Respecting these boundaries is not merely a matter of social courtesy, but a reflection of faith, good character, and mutual respect. By seeking permission and arranging visits with thoughtfulness, a person preserves the dignity of the host, safeguards the privacy of the household, and ensures that the gathering itself becomes a source of blessing, comfort, and genuine hospitality. In addition, as indicated in verse 27, one must adopt the right attitude when visiting someone. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 27.
O you who have believed, do not enter houses other than your own houses until you ascertain welcome and greet their inhabitants.
The greeting of peace in Islam is not merely a verbal expression, but a commitment that must be honored through consistent behavior. A person fulfills this greeting correctly by ensuring that peace is reflected in both speech and actions, keeping verbal and physical harm away from others and their possessions. According to a hadith found in Sunan an-Nasai, number 4998, this is in fact the definition of a true believer. It is therefore hypocritical for someone to extend the greeting of peace to another while simultaneously harming them through words or deeds, for such conduct contradicts the very purpose of the greeting. In light of this, it becomes essential for a person to observe the etiquettes and conditions of visiting others as outlined in the teachings of Islam, so that their visits become a source of reward rather than burden. Guests should avoid overstaying, thereby causing difficulty to the host and their family. As mentioned earlier, in the modern age, it is simple to contact the household beforehand to arrange a suitable time, ensuring that the visit is convenient and considerate. During visits, individuals must also guard their tongues and actions, avoiding sins such as gossip, backbiting, and slander. Conversations should be purposeful, revolving around matters of benefit for both worldly life and the hereafter. Only when visits are conducted in this manner will they yield the reward promised in the hadiths of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. If these etiquettes are neglected, the visit may bring no reward at all, and in some cases may even result in sin, depending on the conduct of the guest. Sadly, many people are eager to perform the outward act of visiting others, which is indeed a righteous deed, but they fail to fulfill its conditions correctly. Chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 114.
No good is there in much of their private conversation, except for those who enjoin charity or that which is right or conciliation between people. And whoever does that seeking means to the approval of Allah, then we are going to give him a great reward.
This verse highlights that private gatherings and conversations are only praiseworthy when they are directed towards goodness, reconciliation, or the encouragement of righteous deeds. When visits are conducted with this intention, they become a means of divine approval and great reward. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 27.
O you who have believed, do not enter houses other than your own houses until you ascertain welcome and greet their inhabitants. That is best for you, perhaps you will be heedful.
Allah, the Exalted, emphasizes the importance of respecting the sanctity of people's homes by prohibiting entry without permission, even when one suspects that the house may be empty. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 28.
And if you do not find anyone therein, do not enter them until permission has been given to you.
This verse highlights the principle that the privacy of a household must never be violated. A person may easily make mistakes in such matters, for they might assume that no one is inside when, in reality, the inhabitants have not heard the guest at the door, or they may have intentionally chosen not to respond because it is not a suitable time for visitors. Entering without permission in such cases would constitute a breach of trust and a disregard for the dignity of the household. The only clear exception to this rule is in cases of genuine emergency, where immediate access is necessary to preserve life or prevent serious harm. For example, police officers, firefighters, or paramedics may be required to enter a home without permission, even if they suspect it to be empty, in order to protect the safety of its occupants. This teaching demonstrates the balance within Islamic etiquette. On the one hand, the utmost respect for privacy and personal boundaries, and on the other, allowance for exceptions where necessity and compassion demand urgent action. It reminds people that safeguarding the honor and dignity of others is a central part of faith, and that even seemingly small actions, such as waiting for permission before entering, carry great weight in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. Even though many cultures and societies may frown upon the practice of turning guests away, Islam establishes that it is entirely acceptable, for there are times when family members may be in situations where receiving visitors would be highly inappropriate. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 28.
And if it is said to you, go back, then go back, it is purer for you.
This verse highlights that the command to return without entering is not a matter of social preference, but a direct instruction from Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, a person has no right to feel offended or upset if asked to leave. Any sign of displeasure or resentment towards the host in such a situation is, in reality, disobedience to the command of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 28.
And Allah is knowing of what you do.
This reminder makes it clear that Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of the intentions and reactions of every individual. Even subtle feelings of annoyance or arrogance in such circumstances are recorded and will be held to account. Furthermore, this outcome can generally be avoided if people refrain from arriving unannounced. As mentioned earlier, in the modern age, it is simple to contact a household beforehand and arrange a suitable time for visiting. This not only prevents inconvenience but also ensures that the visit is welcomed and becomes a source of blessing for both host and guest. Thus, the etiquette of seeking permission and accepting the possibility of being turned away is not merely a social courtesy, but a divine command. It protects the sanctity of family life, preserves mutual respect, and purifies the hearts of people by teaching humility, patience, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Islam, being a religion rooted in logic, balance, and ease, distinguishes between private spaces and public places that people enter and exit as part of their daily lives. Shops, markets, and other areas designated for public service may be entered without seeking prior permission. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 30.
There is no blame upon you for entering houses not inhabited, in which there is service for you.
This verse clarifies that the etiquette of seeking permission applies specifically to private dwellings, where family life and personal matters are safeguarded. By contrast, places intended for public use are exempt from this requirement, as their very purpose is to serve the needs of society. This distinction reflects the practicality and wisdom of Islamic teachings, which never impose unnecessary hardship, but instead provide guidance that is both logical and convenient. After outlining the etiquettes of visiting others and entering homes, Allah, the Exalted, connects this worldly matter directly to His obedience, thereby reminding people that even seemingly mundane actions are tied to faith. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 29.
And Allah knows what you reveal and what you conceal.
This reminder elevates the discussion from social etiquette to spiritual accountability. It teaches that every action, whether entering a home, visiting a family, or stepping into a public place, falls under the gaze of Allah, the Exalted. Nothing is hidden from Him, whether outward behavior or inward intention. Thus, the believer is reminded that implementing the Islamic code of conduct in daily life is not merely a matter of social courtesy, but an act of obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This connection between worldly matters and divine obedience highlights a central principle of Islam. Faith is not confined to ritual worship, but extends to every aspect of life. Even the way one enters a home or a marketplace becomes a reflection of one's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and an opportunity to earn His pleasure. Allah, the Exalted, then turns attention to other aspects of social interaction. Socializing is an integral part of human life, and when conducted in accordance with the divine code of conduct, it becomes a means of establishing justice, harmony, and peace within society. Through proper manners, sincerity, and respect, social gatherings strengthen bonds, nurture compassion, and create an environment where fairness and mutual support can flourish. However, when socializing is approached without discipline or adherence to the etiquettes prescribed by Islam, it can quickly become a source of harm. Careless interaction may lead to sins such as gossip, backbiting, and slander. It may cause divisions within families, damage reputations, and open the door to envy, injustice, and corruption spreading throughout society. What should have been a means of unity and comfort can, if misused, become a cause of discord and destruction. Social conduct is not a trivial matter, but a reflection of one's obedience to Allah, the Exalted. By observing the etiquettes of speech, gatherings, and relationships, a person safeguards not only their own character, but also the stability and well-being of the wider community. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do.
Before outlining the various means of safeguarding oneself from unlawful relationships, it is essential to first understand why Islam prohibits relationships outside the bond of marriage. Allah, the Exalted, has commanded people to pursue marriage and has forbidden unlawful relationships. This command is not arbitrary. It is rooted in profound wisdom that safeguards emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being. When a couple are not truly devoted to one another, as a married couple is, any real difficulty they face tends to produce greater emotional turmoil. Lacking the sense of duty and commitment that marriage brings, they often fail to support one another during hardship. Entering and exiting multiple relationships throughout one's life inevitably leaves lasting emotional scars, resulting in feelings of instability and inner emptiness. It is therefore unsurprising that many who experience repeated breakups eventually seek counseling and suffer from depression and other mental disorders far more frequently than those who avoid such relationships. Moreover, those known within society for engaging in multiple relationships often find it difficult to attract a sincere spouse who will fulfill their rights. This is because habitual involvement in such relationships fosters a loose and unreliable character, traits that those seeking lifelong commitment naturally find undesirable. As a result, their repeated emotional failures only deepen their distress. Unlawful relationships also lack long-term alignment of purpose. In many cases, one partner desires commitment, while the other merely seeks temporary companionship. When this mismatch becomes apparent, it leads to emotional devastation for the one who invested their heart more deeply. By contrast, a married couple enter their relationship upon a foundation of mutual commitment and shared intention. They support one another through all of life's changes, whether planned or unexpected, such as the arrival of children. This sense of stability and devotion is rarely found in relationships outside marriage. Furthermore, an unlawful relationship deceives a person into believing they completely know their partner. When they eventually marry, they often complain that their spouse has changed. In reality, the person has not changed. Rather, the new responsibilities and pressures of marriage reveal aspects of their character previously unseen. This is why relationships that begin unlawfully often encounter greater marital tension. Even cohabiting before marriage does not prevent this outcome. It is also well known that emotional turmoil within a relationship impacts every aspect of life. Many young people, for instance, abandon their education or career simply because they cannot bear to see a former partner. In contrast, a married couple bound by sacred commitment are far less likely to dissolve their bond over such transient issues. However, one must not be deceived by the outward appearance of unlawful relationships, assuming they are harmless. Human perception is limited and clouded by emotion, leading people to overlook the hidden harm within actions that contradict divine guidance. A person in such a relationship will inevitably be drawn towards greater disobedience, as emotions and desires are difficult to restrain. Over time, this often leads to sins such as fornication, an act normalized in many societies but destructive in both moral and social dimensions. Unlawful intimacy results in numerous problems, including unwanted pregnancies, family breakdowns, and the trivialization of other grave sins. Even if a person avoids major transgressions in an unlawful relationship, their emotional attachment clouds their judgment. They may marry someone unsuitable simply due to strong feelings, disregarding the importance of piety and compatibility. As a result, they later struggle under the weight of responsibilities, leading to conflict and regret. Feelings of love can blind a person to their partner's faults, a warning highlighted in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 5130. Moreover, those who live immorally attract others of similar character. Impious individuals exploit one another for personal satisfaction, rather than mutual respect. Such relationships are often marked by verbal abuse, humiliation, and emotional scars that linger long after apologies are made. In many cases, they even devolve into physical abuse. When beauty or youth fades, the impious partner seeks another, treating relationships as disposable luxuries. This behavior leads to deep emotional trauma and instability. The cycle of harm continues into the next generation. Children born outside marriage or in unstable relationships often grow up in broken homes without the consistent support of both parents. Statistics and observation alike confirm that many young people drawn into crime, gangs, or exploitation come from such environments. Raising children in a stable, loving home is challenging even when they are desired. How much more difficult then when they are not? The emotional burden often drives single parents to give up their children for fostering or adoption, further increasing the child's risk of emotional and social harm. All these destructive outcomes are like hidden poison within a meal that appears delicious. Just because the poison cannot be seen does not make it harmless. Likewise, unlawful relationships may appear appealing, but they contain unseen harm that only Allah, the Exalted, fully comprehends. Thus, a wise person trusts his command, just as a wise patient follows their doctor's advice, accepting bitter medicine or restrictive diets, knowing they lead to lasting health. Acting upon the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, guarantees peace and balance in one's mental and physical state, whereas following one's limited understanding brings inevitable harm. Human knowledge, despite its advances, remains too restricted to solve every moral and emotional issue. People can never foresee all the consequences of their actions. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the complete knowledge necessary to guide humanity toward true well-being, and He has revealed this knowledge in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This truth is clearly visible when comparing the peace and harmony of those who live by divine guidance with the distress and disorder of those who do not. Allah, the Exalted, in His infinite wisdom, has resolved countless societal problems by addressing their root cause, prohibiting unlawful relationships and promoting marriage, a sacred union built on sincerity, responsibility, and devotion. Through His guidance on marriage, divorce, widows, and the upbringing of children, He has given humanity the key to building stable families, which in turn form the foundation of a healthy society. When family members, whether together or separated, fulfill one another's rights and provide a nurturing environment for their children, the entire society benefits from this stability. Conversely, when family bonds are broken, neglect and discord ripple through society, leading to widespread harm. Many thinkers throughout history have proposed solutions to societal issues, but their efforts often address only surface-level symptoms. Allah, the Exalted, however, resolves these issues by targeting their root, correcting the moral and spiritual foundation of individuals and families. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things, and as guidance and mercy.
Yet only those who use the intellect and insight granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, will truly comprehend the profound wisdom contained within His words. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 1.
And revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might reflect.
Allah, the Exalted, has also provided clear and practical means to protect oneself from falling into unlawful relationships. These methods, when sincerely implemented, safeguard both faith and dignity, while nurturing emotional stability and inner peace, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts. That is purer for them.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 31.
And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts.
These verses establish the very first line of defense against temptation. The gaze acts as the gateway to the heart. When left uncontrolled, it stirs desire, and unchecked desire often progresses to sinful action. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6753, that the adultery of the eyes is the gaze. This profound statement illustrates that sin does not begin with the physical act alone, but often originates with the eyes, which feed the heart and mind with images that ignite unlawful inclinations. Lowering the gaze, therefore, is not merely about avoiding physical sin, but about safeguarding the heart from corruption. By restraining the eyes, a person purifies the soul, cultivates inner modesty, and strengthens the shield of self-restraint. This discipline nurtures humility, curbs arrogance, and prevents the imagination from wandering into harmful territory. Moreover, lowering the gaze is a training of the will. It teaches a person to prioritize obedience to Allah, the Exalted, over fleeting desires, thereby reinforcing spiritual consciousness. When the eyes are disciplined, the heart remains tranquil, and when the heart is pure, the connection with Allah, the Exalted, becomes stronger and more sincere. Thus, the command to lower the gaze is not a restriction but a protection, preserving dignity, honor, and purity, while ensuring that the individual and society remain safeguarded from the destructive consequences of unchecked desire. Islamic teachings emphasize that even private interaction between men and women, when undertaken with seemingly good intentions, can still open the door to temptation. For this reason, unnecessary communication, particularly in secluded or private settings, whether in person or through modern means such as private messaging and social media exchanges, should be avoided. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2165, that no man is alone with a woman except that the devil becomes the third among them. This timeless warning illustrates that seclusion, in whatever form it takes, creates an environment where desires can be stirred and restraint weakened. Modern technology has expanded the scope of seclusion beyond physical spaces. Private conversations conducted online, though outwardly harmless, can gradually foster emotional attachment, compromise spiritual discipline, and lead to inappropriate intimacy. What begins as casual communication may, over time, erode boundaries and draw individuals into situations that contradict divine guidance. The wisdom behind this teaching is clear: prevention is far easier than cure. By avoiding circumstances that may ignite desire, a person preserves dignity, safeguards purity, and protects the heart from corruption before sin even arises. This proactive approach reflects the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, who guides humanity not only by prohibiting sin itself, but also by closing the doors that lead towards it. In addition, Allah, the Exalted, commands both men and women to adopt modesty, not only in clothing but in conduct. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 30 to 31.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do. And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts, and not expose their adornment except that which necessarily appears thereof, and to wrap a portion of their head covers over their chests, and not expose their adornment except to their husbands, their fathers, their husbands' fathers, their sons, their husbands' sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their women, that which their right hands possess, or those male attendants having no physical desire, or children who are not yet aware of the private aspects of women. And let them not stamp their feet to make known what they conceal of their adornment.
Modesty functions as a protective shield that guards individuals from inappropriate attention and prevents the type of attraction that often leads to moral decline. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described modesty as an integral part of faith, as recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 24. This description elevates modesty from being a mere social virtue to being a defining quality of spiritual integrity. When a person adopts modesty, both outwardly in dress and inwardly in conduct, they safeguard their own dignity while also contributing to the preservation of moral purity within society. Modesty restrains arrogance, curbs inappropriate desires, and nurtures humility, thereby fostering an environment of respect and decency. It ensures that social interactions remain wholesome, free from corruption, and conducive to trust. Furthermore, modesty is not limited to appearance alone. It extends to speech, behavior, and even thought. A modest person avoids boastfulness, refrains from indecent or harmful words, and conducts themselves with gentleness and restraint. In this way, modesty becomes a comprehensive quality that shapes character, protects relationships, and strengthens the moral fabric of the community. Thus, modesty is both a personal safeguard and a social necessity. By embodying it, a person not only protects themselves from harm but also upholds the collective dignity of society, ensuring that peace, respect, and moral clarity prevail. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, recommended fasting as a practical remedy for those who struggle to restrain their carnal desires. This guidance is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5066. Fasting serves as a discipline for the soul, weakening the hold of worldly desires and curbing the impulses that often lead to sin. Through fasting, a person learns patience, self-restraint, and heightened awareness of Allah, the Exalted. By voluntarily abstaining from lawful pleasures, such as food and drink, the individual strengthens the ability to resist unlawful temptations. This spiritual training reduces the likelihood of falling into harmful relationships or immoral behavior, as the heart becomes more attuned to obedience, and the mind more conscious of accountability before Allah, the Exalted. In this way, fasting is not only an act of worship, but also a shield that protects a person from the dangers of unchecked desire, guiding them towards purity, stability, and moral strength. In addition, as previously discussed, a person should carefully choose companions who embody values such as chastity, modesty, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted, for such company strengthens moral resolve and nurtures virtue. Good companions serve as a source of encouragement in times of weakness, reminding one of higher principles and guiding one towards righteous conduct. Conversely, associating with those who normalize immorality gradually erodes spiritual sensitivity. Constant exposure to corrupt behavior desensitizes the heart, making sin appear trivial and virtue appear burdensome. Over time, such companionship can draw a person away from obedience and lead them towards heedlessness and destruction. This reality has been explicitly warned against in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, which highlights the profound influence of companionship upon character and destiny. A person's friends and associates are not neutral. They either elevate one's state by drawing them closer to righteousness or degrade it by pulling them towards sin. Thus, the choice of companions is not a minor matter, but a decisive factor in shaping one's spiritual journey. By surrounding themselves with those who value purity, humility, and devotion, a person safeguards their faith, strengthens their resolve, and ensures that their path remains aligned with the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. For those who are financially able, marriage has been prescribed as a means of controlling desire by providing a lawful and dignified outlet. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 32.
And marry the unmarried among you, and the righteous among your male slaves and female slaves.
Marriage is not merely a social arrangement, but an act of worship that fulfills both physical and emotional needs in a manner pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, encouraged timely marriage and cautioned against unnecessary delay, for prolonged singleness increases the risk of temptation and weakens resolve. This has been indicated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5066. A successful marriage, however, is not built solely upon physical attraction or fleeting emotion. Its true foundation lies in shared piety, sincerity, and devotion. This principle is emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5090, which advises that faith and righteousness should be prioritized above all other considerations. When both partners place piety at the center of their decision, their union is strengthened by sincerity and mutual devotion. Such a marriage becomes a source of lasting harmony, stability, and protection from sin. It nurtures companionship rooted in faith, ensures that responsibilities are fulfilled with integrity, and transforms the household into a place of tranquility and blessing. In this way, marriage serves not only the needs of the individual but also the well-being of society, as strong families form the foundation of a just and moral community. Ultimately, one of the most powerful means of controlling desire is the remembrance of accountability. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 30.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do.
Among the strongest deterrents against sin is the awareness that every individual will one day stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6806, one of the 7 categories of people who will be granted shade by Allah the Exalted on a day when there will be no other shade. This honor is reserved for those who restrain themselves from fornication out of reverence for Him, demonstrating that true strength lies in resisting temptation for the sake of divine approval. Constant remembrance of death and accountability curbs the pull of desire and purifies intention. It reminds a person that every private thought, Every hidden glance and every concealed action is fully known to Allah, the Exalted, even if it remains unseen by others. Such awareness instills humility, nurtures sincerity, and strengthens the resolve to avoid sin. This mindfulness transforms daily life into a preparation for the hereafter. By remembering the inevitability of standing before Allah, the Exalted, a person learns to weigh every action carefully, to abandon fleeting pleasures that lead to regret, and to pursue deeds that bring lasting reward. In this way, the remembrance of accountability becomes not only a shield against temptation, but also a source of inner peace, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. As indicated at the conclusion of verse 31, Allah the Exalted does not demand perfection from people, nor does He expect them to remain free from all error. Instead, He commands them to sincerely strive to obey Him in every aspect of their lives and to turn back to Him whenever they fall short. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 31.
And turn to Allah in repentance, all of you.
This verse highlights that the true expectation is not flawlessness but sincerity, using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in the manner outlined by Islamic teachings, and repenting sincerely whenever sins are committed. The one who adopts this mentality has been promised forgiveness, success, and peace of mind in both worlds. Such a person achieves balance in both mental and physical states, by correctly placing everything and everyone in their proper place within life. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 31.
And turn to Allah in repentance, all of you, O believers, that you might succeed.
Sincere repentance is not a mere utterance of words, but a process that involves several essential elements. It requires genuine remorse for the sin committed, seeking the forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, and, where possible, seeking pardon from anyone who has been wronged, provided this does not lead to further harm or trouble. It also necessitates a firm and sincere resolve to avoid repeating the same or similar sin in the future. Furthermore, it requires making amends for any rights that have been violated, whether they pertain to Allah, the Exalted, or to people. True repentance is then completed by continuing to obey Allah, the Exalted, with sincerity, using His blessings correctly, and striving to live in accordance with His guidance. In this way, repentance becomes not only a means of erasing past mistakes, but also a path to spiritual renewal, inner tranquility, and lasting success. As discussed earlier, one of the most effective ways of resisting the temptation to fulfill one's desires is through marriage, which provides a lawful and dignified outlet. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 32.
And marry the unmarried among you, and the righteous among your male slaves and female slaves.
In this verse, righteousness is specifically attributed to slaves, as they were often less modest in that era. Thus, people were advised to marry only righteous slaves in order to safeguard the sanctity of their marriage. This, however, does not imply that one may marry an impious person. On the contrary, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, clarified in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 5090, that a person is married for 4 reasons: wealth, lineage, beauty, or piety. He concluded by warning that one should marry for the sake of piety, otherwise they will be a loser. It is important to recognize that the first 3 qualities mentioned in this hadith are transient and imperfect. They may provide temporary happiness, but ultimately they become burdensome, as they are tied to the material world rather than to the source of true and lasting success, faith. Wealth does not guarantee contentment. In fact, the wealthy are often among the most dissatisfied. Lineage does not ensure good character or a successful marriage, and when such unions fail, they often damage family bonds. Beauty, or love based solely on physical attraction, is equally unstable, as it fades with time and fluctuates with mood. History is filled with examples of couples who once claimed to be deeply in love, but later grew to despise one another. This hadith, however, does not suggest that one should marry someone who is poor or unattractive. Financial stability is necessary for supporting a family, and mutual attraction is an important element of a healthy marriage. Rather, the hadith teaches that these qualities should not be the ultimate or primary reason for marriage. The true foundation of a successful union is piety. A pious person fulfills the commands of Allah, the Exalted, refrains from His prohibitions, and faces destiny with patience, following the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such a person will treat their spouse with kindness and fairness in both times of ease and difficulty. By contrast, those who lack piety often mistreat their spouses when angered, and even in times of contentment they may fail to fulfill their spouse's rights due to ignorance. This is one of the reasons why domestic discord and violence have increased in recent times. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
Only those fear Allah from among His servants who have knowledge.
The pious person is more concerned with fulfilling the rights of others, such as their spouse, than with demanding their own rights. They understand that Allah, the Exalted, will question them about whether they fulfilled the rights of others, not whether others fulfilled their rights. By contrast, the impious person is preoccupied with rights defined by culture, fashion, or personal desire rather than by Islam. Such individuals are rarely satisfied, even when their spouse fulfills their obligations according to Islamic teachings. This is why ignorance of Islam is so strongly linked to marital breakdown and divorce. Therefore, anyone who desires marriage should first acquire knowledge of its responsibilities, understanding the rights owed to one's spouse, the rights one is owed, and the proper manner of dealing with one's spouse in different circumstances. Ignorance in this area leads to unrealistic demands, unnecessary disputes, and eventual separation. Knowledge, which is the root of piety, is thus the foundation of a healthy and successful marriage. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 32.
And marry the unmarried among you, and the righteous among your male slaves and female slaves.
Generally speaking, since the practice of taking captives during battles and wars was widespread across the known world, Islam did not prohibit it outright, as this would have placed Muslims at a severe disadvantage compared to their enemies. If captives were forbidden for them while permitted for others, the result would have been an ever-increasing number of captives within the Muslim community, while the opposing side would have been spared such consequences. Instead, Islam adopted a gradual and wise approach. It first improved the condition of captives, ensuring that they were treated with dignity and compassion, and then laid down measures that would ultimately lead to the eradication of slavery as it was then practiced. Allah, the Exalted, urged such good conduct towards captives that they were to be treated like family members. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded that they be fed with the same food their masters ate, clothed with the same garments they wore, and never overburdened with tasks. Rather, their masters were instructed to assist them in their duties. This is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 4313. At the same time, Islam encouraged the freeing of slaves as one of the most virtuous deeds, promising immense reward for those who did so. For example, the one who freed a slave for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, was promised freedom from hell, as mentioned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1541. Furthermore, Islam made the freeing of a slave an expiation for certain sins, thereby linking spiritual purification with social reform. For example, chapter 58 Al-Mujadila, verse 3.
And those who pronounce zihar from their wives and then wish to go back on what they said, then there must be the freeing of a slave before they touch one another. That is what you are admonished thereby, and Allah is aware of what you do.
When these teachings were implemented, captives were treated with dignity and compassion, often becoming integrated into households as family members. Over time, this system, combined with the repeated encouragement to free slaves, led to the gradual eradication of slavery as it had been widely practiced. Sadly, in some parts of the world, slavery in different forms still persists, such as financial exploitation and systemic oppression. Therefore, people today must continue the prophetic mission of eradicating all forms of bondage according to their means, whether through financial support, advocacy, or social reform. In doing so, they uphold the spirit of Islam, which seeks to establish justice, dignity, and freedom for all. Even though Islam places the financial responsibility of the household upon the husband, a person should not allow the fear of poverty to deter them from marriage. Instead, they are instructed to strive for lawful provision according to their means, with full trust that Allah, the Exalted, has already decreed their sustenance, as well as the sustenance of their spouse and children, over 50,000 years before the creation of the heavens and the earth. This reality has been confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6748. Therefore, the fear of financial hardship should never become a barrier to marriage, provided that one finds a suitable spouse, as discussed earlier. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 32.
And marry the unmarried among you, and the righteous among your male slaves and female slaves. If they should be poor, Allah will enrich them from His bounty, and Allah is all-encompassing and knowing.
This verse highlights that provision is ultimately in the hands of Allah, the Exalted, and that poverty should not be seen as a permanent obstacle. Rather, marriage itself becomes a means through which Allah, the Exalted, bestows His bounty, as He expands provision for those who place their trust in Him. Thus, marriage is not only a safeguard against temptation, but also an act of faith in divine providence. By entering into marriage with sincerity and reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, a person strengthens their trust in Him, fulfills a noble tradition, and opens the door to both spiritual and material enrichment. Those who are unable to marry, whether due to financial constraints or because they have not yet found a suitable spouse, are instructed to remain chaste and to avoid all forms of unlawful relationships. This is to protect themselves from the many negative consequences of immorality, which have already been discussed in detail. Instead, they should adopt the steps outlined earlier to preserve their chastity, exercising patience while awaiting the favor of Allah, the Exalted. In due time, He will grant them the means for marriage and provide them with a suitable spouse who will support them in obedience to Him. Through this patience and reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, they will attain peace of mind in both worlds, achieving balance in their mental and physical state, and correctly placing everything and everyone in their life according to divine guidance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 33.
But let them who find not marriage remain chaste until Allah enriches them from His bounty.
This verse highlights that chastity is not merely a temporary restraint, but a form of worship and trust in divine providence. By remaining steadfast, a person protects their dignity, strengthens their spiritual resolve, and prepares themselves for the blessings of marriage when Allah, the Exalted, decrees it. As discussed earlier, Islam introduced great practical measures to abolish slavery, one of which was setting the freeing of a slave as the expiation for certain sins. In addition to this, Allah, the Exalted, took further steps by encouraging Muslims to allow their slaves to purchase their freedom through contractual agreements. He also instructed slave owners to show leniency during this process, by contributing from their own wealth, and by offering financial support even after emancipation, so that the freed individual could begin their new life with dignity and stability. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 33.
And those who seek a contract for eventual emancipation, from among whom your right hands possess, then make a contract with them if you know there is within them goodness, and give them from the wealth of Allah which He has given you.
In this verse, Allah the Exalted reminds people that the wealth and assets they possess are not truly their own, but belong solely to Him. They are entrusted to human beings as a loan, not as a permanent gift. A loan must be repaid to its rightful owner, and the way one repays the loan granted by Allah the Exalted is by using it in ways that please Him. Thus, when a person aids the needy, they are not doing a favor to Allah the Exalted or even to the recipient. Rather, they are repaying a debt owed to their Lord. Recognizing this reality prevents arrogance and ingratitude. In truth, it is Allah the Exalted who has favored the donor by granting them worldly blessings in the first place, and by granting them the opportunity to earn immense reward through acts of generosity. Likewise, the needy person also does a favor to the donor by accepting their help. For without recipients of charity, how could one attain the reward promised in divine teachings? Remembering these points protects a person from destroying their reward through pride or condescension. Instead, it cultivates humility, gratitude, and sincerity, ensuring that acts of charity are performed purely for the sake of Allah the Exalted, and not for worldly recognition. Allah the Exalted further emphasizes the good treatment of slaves by strictly forbidding their owners from exploiting them for immoral or indecent financial gain. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 33.
And do not compel your slave girls to prostitution if they desire chastity, to seek thereby the temporary interests of worldly life.
This verse highlights the justice and mercy of Islam, which not only sought to improve the condition of slaves, but also to protect their dignity and honor. Islam closed the door to one of the most degrading practices of the time, reminding people that worldly profit can never justify the violation of another's chastity or humanity. Moreover, Islam is a religion of fairness and balance. It establishes that anyone compelled against their will to commit sin will not be held accountable before Allah, the Exalted. Instead, the burden of sin falls entirely upon the one who forced them into wrongdoing. Such a person will face the consequences of their actions in both this world and the hereafter. This principle reflects the broader justice of Islam. Accountability is tied to intention and choice. Coercion removes responsibility from the oppressed and places it squarely upon the oppressor. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 33.
And if someone should compel them, then indeed Allah is to them, after their compulsion, forgiving and merciful.
In this way, Islam not only safeguards the weak from exploitation, but also warns the powerful that their misuse of authority will bring severe consequences. Anyone who reflects with sincerity, free from bias and prejudice, will inevitably recognize that the teachings presented in this chapter, and indeed throughout the entire Holy Quran, surpass every man-made code of conduct. The divine guidance of Allah, the Exalted, is not limited to abstract ideals, but provides a comprehensive framework that leads individuals to peace of mind in both worlds. It grants balance to the mental and physical state, teaches people to correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and ensures that justice and harmony spread throughout society. This is achieved by fulfilling the rights of others, eradicating corruption, and eliminating the causes of injustice. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 34.
And we have certainly sent down to you all verses as clear proofs.
This verse highlights that the Holy Quran is not a collection of ambiguous statements, but a book of clarity, proof, and guidance. Its teachings are timeless, addressing the needs of individuals and societies across all ages. No matter how advanced a civilization may become, and regardless of the knowledge it acquires in various fields, including medicine, psychology, and the sciences of the human body and mind, it remains beyond human capacity to formulate a code of conduct that is perfectly aligned with human nature and capable of addressing every circumstance, condition, and scenario that individuals or societies may face. Humanity continues to discover new insights even about its own existence, such as the functions of the human brain, yet it remains far from comprehending the full reality of human nature. How then could it ever establish a flawless system that guarantees tranquility, justice, and harmony on both the individual and societal level? Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the knowledge and authority to provide such a code. He is the creator of all things, and his knowledge is boundless, encompassing the past, present, and future in their entirety. He alone is rightly positioned to furnish humanity with a code of conduct that clearly distinguishes good from evil, benefit from harm, and that guides people to peace of mind in a world otherwise filled with stress, confusion, and uncertainty. History itself bears witness to this truth. Whenever the divine code of conduct was faithfully implemented in the lives of individuals and communities, it produced tranquility, justice, and peace. Societies flourished, families were strengthened, and individuals found purpose and dignity. Conversely, when divine guidance was neglected, corruption, oppression, and disorder spread. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 34.
And examples from those who passed on before you.
Therefore, people must embrace the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, recognizing it as the most beneficial for their well-being, even if certain aspects conflict with their personal inclinations or desires. They should approach divine guidance as a wise patient approaches the counsel of a skilled physician, accepting even the bitter medicine and restrictive diet, knowing that it is ultimately prescribed for their health and lasting benefit. In the same way, the commands of Allah, the Exalted, may sometimes appear difficult to the human ego, but they are in reality the path to true freedom, dignity, and success in both worlds. Thus, those who truly fear the consequences of misusing the blessings granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, will remain cautious and vigilant. They recognize that heedlessness leads to an unbalanced mental and physical state, to the misplacement of priorities, and to the neglect of rights, placing people and possessions in positions they do not deserve. Most importantly, they understand that such negligence results in failure to prepare for the ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment. For this reason, the wise take heed at divine guidance. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 34.
And an admonition for those who fear.
They accept and act upon the Islamic code of conduct, even when it contradicts their personal inclinations or worldly desires. They know that true peace of mind, both in this world and the hereafter, lies solely in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. By disciplining their desires and aligning their lives with His commands, they achieve balance, clarity, and tranquility, while those who follow unchecked whims remain restless and disordered. In this way, the Islamic code of conduct is not a restriction but a mercy, protecting individuals from self-destruction and guiding them to the only path that guarantees lasting success. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 34.
And we have certainly sent down to you all verses as clear proofs and examples from those who passed on before you, and an admonition for those who fear.
The expressions of the Holy Quran are utterly unique, unmatched by any human composition. Its meanings are conveyed with clarity and precision, while its words and verses embody a level of eloquence that no other book can rival. It is entirely free from contradiction, an attribute absent from all other scriptures and systems devised outside of Islam. The Holy Quran recounts the histories of past nations in detail, despite the fact that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not formally educated in history. This alone stands as a manifest sign of its divine origin. The Holy Quran commands every form of virtue and forbids every form of vice, whether these matters pertain to individuals or extend to the wider society. Its purpose is to establish justice, security, and peace within every home and community. Unlike poetry, myths, or fables, the Holy Quran is free from exaggeration, falsehood, and fabrication. Every verse is purposeful, beneficial, and practically applicable to life. Even when a narrative is repeated, it is never redundant. Each retelling unveils new lessons and insights. Unlike any other book, the Holy Quran never wearies its reader, no matter how often it is studied, for its wisdom is inexhaustible. The Holy Quran presents promises and warnings, always supported by clear and undeniable proofs. When it addresses qualities that may seem abstract, such as patience, gratitude, or humility, it provides practical methods for embodying them in daily life. It calls humanity to fulfill the very purpose of creation, to sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, by using His blessings in ways pleasing to Him. In doing so, a person secures peace of mind and success in both worlds, achieving balance in their mental and physical state, placing everything and everyone in their rightful place, and preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Quran makes the straight path clear and appealing to all who sincerely seek truth and tranquility. Because it addresses the very essence of human nature, its guidance is timeless, relevant to every person, every place, and every generation. It is a cure for emotional, social, economic, and even physical difficulties, when it is understood and applied correctly. It provides solutions for every problem that an individual or society may face. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 34.
And we have certainly sent down to you all verses as clear proofs.
History itself testifies that whenever the teachings of the Holy Quran were sincerely implemented, societies flourished with justice, prosperity, and harmony. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 34.
And examples from those who passed on before you.
Centuries have passed, yet not a single letter of the Holy Quran has been altered, for Allah, the Exalted, has promised to preserve it. No other book in history possesses this unique quality. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
Furthermore, the Holy Quran addresses the root causes of problems within individuals and communities, and it provides practical remedies for them. By correcting the roots, the countless branches of problems that stem from them are automatically resolved. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
This is the greatest and most enduring miracle bestowed upon the final Holy Prophet, Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet, only those who sincerely seek the truth and act upon it will benefit from its light. Those who instead follow their desires, or selectively adopt parts of it while neglecting its full guidance, will ultimately face loss in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
And chapter 24 in Nur, verse 34.
And an admonition for those who fear Allah.
Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 34.
And examples from those who passed on before you.
This reminds humanity that the unfolding of history, the personal trials of individuals, and the collective experiences of nations are never the products of chance. Each event is a deliberate sign, rich with wisdom, placed by Allah the Exalted, for those who are willing to observe and reflect. Life, in all its complexity, serves as a vast classroom of divine instruction, where every success and every calamity contains lessons that guide the thoughtful toward insight and growth. The verse therefore cautions against a self-centered and heedless approach to life, one in which a person confines their attention solely to personal concerns and overlooks the greater realities surrounding them. Such a limited perspective veils the heart from perceiving the deeper meanings embedded within creation. When the heart becomes blind in this way, it fails to draw wisdom from the signs of Allah the Exalted, and thereby loses the chance to develop spiritually, morally, and intellectually. True reflection softens and illuminates the heart, leading to clarity of purpose and emotional equilibrium. It enables a person to understand their experiences in context, to find meaning in both ease and adversity, and to maintain balance in their mental and physical states. Through sincere contemplation, one learns to assign everything and everyone in life their rightful place, thereby achieving harmony between worldly responsibilities and spiritual aspirations. For example, when one reflects on the condition of those who possess great wealth and fame, yet misuse their blessings, it becomes evident that material prosperity alone cannot secure peace of mind. Despite their abundance, many are overcome by restlessness, anxiety, addiction, or despair. Their struggles reveal that unrestrained indulgence and desire leads only to emptiness. Conversely, reflecting upon those burdened with illness should awaken gratitude in the healthy, inspiring them to cherish and use their well-being for purposes pleasing to Allah the Exalted before it is taken away. Islam therefore calls upon people to live with mindfulness and discernment, to rise above the narrow confines of their personal situations, and to extract wisdom from every scene of life. Each moment, whether marked by comfort or hardship, carries a message designed to nurture humility, gratitude, and spiritual refinement. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 34.
And an admonition for those who fear.
Those who fear the consequences of neglecting divine guidance will naturally turn to its light, allowing it to direct them in every decision they face. This light steers them to the straight path, ensuring that they use the blessings granted to them by Allah the Exalted in accordance with His teachings. In this way, they achieve balance in both their mental and physical state, place everything and everyone in their rightful place, and prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such conduct leads to peace of mind in both worlds, for their life becomes illuminated by divine guidance, just as the heavens and the earth are illuminated by the power of Allah the Exalted. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 35.
Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth.
Allah the Exalted then presents one of the most profound parables in the Holy Quran to describe the nature of His guidance. He likens His light to a niche containing a lamp. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 35.
The example of His light is like a niche within which is a lamp. The lamp is within glass, the glass as if it were a pearly white star lit from the oil of a blessed olive tree, neither of the east nor of the west, whose oil would almost glow even if untouched by fire. Light upon light.
This parable conveys multiple layers of meaning. The niche represents the human heart, created to receive and reflect divine light. The lamp symbolizes faith, which burns brightly when fueled by divine revelation. The glass represents purity and clarity, protecting the flame while magnifying its brilliance, just as a pure soul magnifies the effect of divine guidance. The olive tree, described as neither of the east nor of the west, symbolizes universality and balance, for divine revelation transcends cultural, geographical, and temporal boundaries. The oil, so refined that it almost glows without fire, symbolizes the natural disposition within every human being, a readiness to recognize truth. When revelation touches this innate inclination, the result is light upon light. the merging a divine revelation with the believing soul that once testified to the Lordship of Allah, the Exalted, in the primordial covenant. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 172.
And when your Lord took from the children of Adam, from their loins, their descendants, and made them testify of themselves, saying to them, Am I not your Lord? They said, Yes, we have testified.
Through this illumination, the believer is granted the ability to distinguish between good and evil, between the path of tranquility and the path of distress, and between what is beneficial and what is harmful. This clarity enables them to make the right choices in every circumstance, to avoid harmful influences, to use every blessing correctly, and to place everything and everyone in their proper place. This light, therefore, becomes the means by which they achieve peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 35.
Allah guides to His light whom He wills. And Allah presents examples for the people.
This parable also highlights the limits of human knowledge. Despite all advancements in psychology, medicine, and the sciences of the human body and mind, human beings cannot design a flawless system that guarantees balance, peace, and justice. Human advice is restricted by limited experience, foresight, and bias. It cannot shield a person from every form of stress, nor can it ensure that everything and everyone is placed in their rightful place. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses perfect knowledge, and He has granted humanity access to it through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. His guidance is the only light that can truly illuminate the path of life, leading to success in both worlds. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 35.
And Allah is knowing of all things.
Islam consistently invites every individual, regardless of their level of knowledge or learning, to reflect upon the Holy Quran. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 35.
And Allah presents examples for the people.
And chapter 38 Sa'd, verse 29.
This is a blessed book, which we have revealed to you that they might reflect upon its verses, and that those of understanding would be reminded.
And chapter 16 Al-Nahl, verse 44.
We sent them with clear proofs and written ordinances. And we revealed to you the message, i.e. the Quran, that you may make clear to the people what was sent down to them, and that they might give thought.
These verses demonstrate that reflection upon the Holy Quran is not restricted to scholars alone, but is a responsibility and privilege extended to all believers. The notion that only scholars may contemplate its meanings is therefore misguided and contrary to the essence of Islamic teaching. At the same time, it must be understood that this does not grant those without scholarly training the authority to independently interpret verses or derive legal rulings, for such attempts could lead to error and misguidance. Rather, the reflection expected from the general person concerns those aspects of the Holy Quran that are clear and straightforward, such as the encouragement of noble traits like patience, gratitude, humility, and honesty, and the condemnation of negative traits such as arrogance, greed, and injustice. These lessons are accessible to all and serve as a guide for achieving peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. More complex matters, particularly those related to Islamic jurisprudence, should be approached with the aid of reliable translations, authentic commentaries, and the guidance of qualified scholars. When laypeople engage with the Holy Quran through trustworthy translations and explanations, their hearts are filled with reverence for Allah, the Exalted, and their faith is strengthened by recognizing the clear proofs and evidences contained within it. This reflection nurtures a sincere desire to obey Him, ensuring that they prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment by using the blessings He has granted them in ways that align with His commands. The most effective way to achieve this understanding is through learning under the mentorship of a scholar, for such guidance ensures clarity, prevents misinterpretation, and allows the learner to ask questions and receive sound explanations. Yet even in this context, personal reflection remains essential, for knowledge must be internalized and applied in daily life to bear fruit. If direct study under a scholar is not possible, then one should turn to authentic interpretations of the Holy Quran and seek clarification from scholars whenever confusion arises. In this way, every believer can benefit from the light of the Holy Quran, drawing from it guidance, strength, and peace of mind. When a person accepts and acts upon divine guidance, They unite the light of revelation with the inner light that Allah, the Exalted, has placed within the human soul. This union does not remain confined to the individual alone. Rather, it radiates outward, illuminating their home and those who dwell within it. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 36.
In homes which Allah has ordered to be raised, and that His name be mentioned therein, glorifying Him within them in the morning and the evenings.
Such homes are elevated not by their walls or material possessions, but by the remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, and by the obedience of those who inhabit them. When the head of the household leads by example, demonstrating in practice how to obey Allah, the Exalted, the positive consequences of such obedience become evident: peace of mind, balance in both mental and physical states, and the correct ordering of priorities in life. These visible fruits of faith naturally encourage the rest of the household to follow the same path. When family members collectively obey Allah, the Exalted, in every circumstance, whether in matters of worship or in worldly dealings, in the morning or in the evening, they secure peace of mind on an individual level and establish justice and harmony within their home. Each member fulfills the rights of the other as outlined in Islamic teachings, and the household becomes a sanctuary of love, respect, and tranquility. A home built upon these foundations becomes a beacon of light within society. The peace and justice cultivated within the family unit ripple outward, influencing neighbors, communities, and eventually the wider society. Islam teaches that the reform of the world begins with the reform of the household. A society cannot achieve justice and harmony unless its homes are first established upon obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and the fulfillment of mutual rights. Thus, the lighter divine guidance, when embraced within the home, transforms it into a place where Allah, the Exalted, is remembered, where His name is exalted day and night, and where His blessings are preserved and multiplied. From such homes, peace and justice spread outward like rays of light, until they touch the entire community. In this way, the household becomes the seed of societal reform, and the obedience of a single family to Allah, the Exalted, becomes a means of illuminating the world around them. Those who lead by example do not confine the light of divine guidance to themselves or their households alone. They extend it further by frequenting the houses of Allah, the Exalted, the mosques. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 36.
In homes which Allah has ordered to be raised, and that His name be mentioned therein, glorifying Him within them in the morning and the evenings.
By attending the mosques, believers spread benefit beyond their own families, radiating light into the wider community. The mosque becomes a center of mutual cooperation in all that is good, a place where divine guidance is learned, embodied, and acted upon. Within its walls, people are reminded of their higher purpose, encouraged to refine their character, and inspired to live in a way that secures peace of mind in both worlds, through achieving balance in their mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. The mosque also plays a vital role in preparing Muslims to fulfill their duty of correctly representing Islam to the outside world. It nurtures the qualities of sincerity, humility, justice, and compassion, which are essential for presenting the true image of Islam. When believers maintain a strong connection with the mosque, they cultivate these characteristics and become living examples of divine guidance. Their conduct then becomes a form of spreading the correct teachings of Islam, silently inviting others, Muslims and non-Muslims alike, to appreciate and embrace the beauty of Islam. However, when one neglects the mosque, they deprive themselves of the light of divine guidance. Without this connection, they fail to develop the qualities required to represent Islam faithfully. Their shortcomings in behavior, when observed by others, can discourage both non-Muslims from considering Islam and Muslims from acting upon its teachings. This neglect is not a trivial matter, for every Muslim carries the responsibility of representing Islam correctly. Failing in this duty is a cause for accountability before Allah, the Exalted, in both this world and the hereafter. Thus, the mosque is not merely a building of worship, it is the beating heart of the Muslim community, a source of light that strengthens individuals, unites families, and reforms societies. To maintain a living connection with it is to ensure that one's life remains illuminated by divine guidance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 36.
In homes which Allah has ordered to be raised, and that His name be mentioned therein, glorifying Him within them in the morning and the evenings.
As indicated by this verse, the mosques are not only places of worship but also serve as a safe refuge for the believer, especially in times of hardship and trial. Part of truly glorifying Allah, the Exalted, is to avoid attributing negative qualities to Him or blaming Him for the difficulties one faces, for every trial is decreed by His perfect wisdom. Instead, one is reminded within the mosque that hardships are opportunities for growth, purification, and elevation in rank. The mosque provides a sanctuary where the distressed can find both spiritual and practical support. It is a place where knowledge is imparted, where the remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, strengthens the heart, and where the companionship of fellow believers offers encouragement and solidarity. In this environment, the one facing difficulty is reminded to remain steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and to use the blessings they have been granted in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. By anchoring themselves to the mosque, one learns to endure trials without falling into impatience or ingratitude. Instead of viewing difficulties as misfortunes, they learn to see them as decrees from Allah, the Exalted, which must be met with patience, trust, and reliance upon Him. In this way, the mosque becomes not only a place of prayer, but also a center of resilience, nurturing the strength of faith that enables the believer to navigate life's challenges with dignity and peace of mind. When one obtains right guidance from the authentic sources of knowledge, particularly through the mosques, it enables them to fulfill their responsibilities, whether religious or worldly, without allowing worldly concerns to distract them from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 37.
Men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah and performance of prayer and giving of zakah.
This verse highlights that true believers do not allow the demands of trade, wealth, or worldly pursuits to divert them from their higher purpose. Their hearts remain anchored in the obedience of Allah, the Exalted, even while they engage in the necessities of life. The obedience of Allah, the Exalted, is not limited to uttering words of praise, though such utterances are noble and meritorious. Rather, it encompasses every moment and every breath of a person's existence. The first level of remembrance is internal and silent, to remember Allah, the Exalted, within the heart by constantly correcting one's intention, ensuring that every action is performed solely for His pleasure. The second level is remembrance through the tongue, speaking words that are pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, and refraining from speech that is harmful or vain. As mentioned in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 176, remaining silent when one has nothing good to say is itself a virtuous deed and therefore a form of remembrance. The highest and most effective level of remembrance, however, is through one's limbs, that is, through action. This is achieved by fulfilling the commands of Allah, the Exalted, refraining from His prohibitions, and facing destiny with patience, in accordance with the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. At this level, remembrance becomes embodied in every aspect of life. The believer uses the blessings they have been granted in ways that please Allah, the Exalted, thereby transforming ordinary actions into acts of worship. Yet, this requires the acquisition of sound Islamic knowledge and the resolve to act upon it, for knowledge is the root of all good and the foundation of success in both worlds. Those who confine themselves to the first two levels of remembrance will indeed be rewarded according to their intention, but their faith and piety are unlikely to deepen unless they progress to the third and highest level. It is only when remembrance permeates the heart, the tongue, and the limbs together that a believer's bond with Allah, the Exalted, is truly strengthened. The one who fulfills all three levels has been promised peace of mind and body in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Their life becomes harmonized, their priorities correctly ordered, and their soul content, for they live in constant awareness of their Lord. Such a person embodies the reality, a divine remembrance, and through it, they attain the tranquility and success that every human being seeks. Chapter 13 Ar-Ra'd, verse 28.
Unquestionably, by the remembrance of Allah do hearts find peace.
And chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
The central pillars on which all good actions are then mentioned, as they are the strongest representations of the remembrance and obedience of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 37.
Men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah, and performance of prayer and giving of zakah.
Establishing the obligatory prayers means more than simply performing them outwardly. It requires fulfilling them with all their conditions, etiquettes, and spiritual presence, foremost among them being to offer each prayer within its appointed time. The Holy Quran repeatedly emphasizes the establishment of prayer, for it is the most important practical testimony of one's faith in Allah, the Exalted. The daily prayers, spread throughout the day and night, serve as constant reminders of the Day of Judgment, practically preparing the believer for that tremendous event. Each stage of the prayer mirrors a scene from the hereafter. When the worshipper stands upright, it recalls the moment when all of mankind will stand before Allah, the Exalted, awaiting their judgment. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
When one bows, it reminds them of those who will be reproached on the Day of Judgment for refusing to bow to Allah, the Exalted, during their earthly lives. This refusal was not only the neglect of the physical act of bowing, but also the rejection of submitting to His commands in all aspects of life. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
When the worshipper prostrates, it recalls the scene of the hereafter when people will be invited to prostrate before Allah, the Exalted. Those who failed to prostrate sincerely in this world, both physically and through obedience to His commands, will find themselves unable to do so on that day. Chapter 68 Al-Qalam, verses 42-43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
When the worshipper sits upon their knees in prayer, it is a reminder of the posture in which every nation will be gathered before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment, awaiting their record in fear and anticipation. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, today you will be recompensed for what you used to do.
Thus, when one prays with these realities in mind, their prayer is established correctly, both outwardly and inwardly. Such a prayer transforms the believer, ensuring that they remain obedient to Allah, the Exalted, even between the times of prayer. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
In addition, verse 37 also draws attention to the importance of the congregational prayers that are held in the mosques, as do other verses and hadiths. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 43.
And bow with those who bow in worship and obedience.
On the basis of such verses, together with numerous hadiths of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, many reliable scholars have declared that attending the congregational prayer is obligatory upon men who are able to do so. For instance, a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 550, records that the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, considered those who neglected the congregational prayer at the mosque to be hypocrites. Furthermore, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, even warned that he contemplated burning the houses of those men who failed to attend the mosque for the obligatory prayers without a valid excuse. This stern warning is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 1482. Therefore, those who are in a position to perform this important deed should not neglect it. They should not deceive themselves into thinking that other righteous acts, such as assisting their families with household chores, can replace the obligation of attending the mosque for prayer. While helping one's family is indeed a noble tradition of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 676, it is essential not to rearrange the priorities of his traditions according to personal desires. Whoever does so is not truly following his example but is instead following their own inclinations, even if the act itself is outwardly good. The same hadith makes clear that when the time for the obligatory prayer arrived, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, would leave his household duties and proceed to the mosque. This demonstrates the proper balance. While serving one's family is virtuous, it must never be used as an excuse to neglect the greater obligation of congregational prayer. In this way, the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, are harmonized rather than selectively rearranged, ensuring that a person fulfills their duties in the correct order and spirit. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 37.
Men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah and performance of prayer and giving of zakah.
Obedience, which is fostered by the obligatory prayers, is demonstrated through the proper utilization of the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted. This proper utilization means employing them in ways that are pleasing to Him, as clearly outlined in the Holy Quran and the noble traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Thus, prayer transcends a mere ritual. It acts as a comprehensive training for the soul, preparing an individual for their ultimate meeting with their Lord. The command to establish prayer is immediately followed by the command to give obligatory charity, for both acts are inseparably linked. Prayer purifies the soul, while obligatory charity purifies one's wealth. The obligatory charity constitutes only a small portion of a person's overall wealth, and it is only required when they possess a fixed minimum amount. Yet its purpose is profound. It reminds a person that the wealth in their possession does not truly belong to them. If it were entirely theirs, they would be free to spend it however they wished. Rather, wealth is created, apportioned, and granted by none other than Allah, the Exalted, and therefore must be used in accordance with His pleasure. In reality, every blessing a person enjoys, whether wealth, health, knowledge, or status, is but a loan entrusted to them, which must ultimately be repaid to its rightful owner, Allah, the Exalted. This repayment is not through returning the blessing itself, but by utilizing it in ways that please Him. When a person fulfills this trust, their wealth becomes a means of purification, protection, and reward. But the one who fails to grasp this truth, and instead behaves as though the blessings they have been granted belong solely to them, will inevitably misuse them. In particular, the one who withholds the obligatory charity, treating their wealth as if it were theirs alone, will face a severe penalty, just as one who fails to repay a worldly loan is held accountable. The gravity of this accountability is illustrated in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 1403, which warns that the person who neglects their obligatory charity will be confronted on the Day of Judgment by a large poisonous snake that will coil around them and continuously bite them as a form of punishment. This stark imagery is not merely symbolic, but a vivid reminder that wealth is both a blessing and a test. When used correctly, wealth elevates a person spiritually, strengthens the bonds of community, and secures reward in the hereafter. But when hoarded or misused, it becomes a source of regret, torment, and loss in both worlds. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 180.
And let not those who greedily withhold what Allah has given them of His bounty ever think that it is better for them. Rather, it is worse for them. Their necks will be encircled by what they withheld on the day of resurrection.
Thus, a person must always remember that every worldly blessing spent in the way of Allah, the Exalted, is not a loss but an investment that yields returns far greater than anything this world can offer. Even in this world, the wealth upon which obligatory charity is withheld becomes a source of stress and misery. Instead of bringing comfort and security, it drives a person towards greed, anxiety, and misuse of blessings. Such a person falls into an unbalanced state, mentally and physically, misplacing priorities, misjudging relationships, and failing to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Outwardly, they may appear to enjoy worldly luxuries, but inwardly they remain restless, burdened by anxiety, and deprived of true contentment. Their wealth, which could have been a means of purification and reward, instead becomes a cause of hardship, stress, and regret. Ultimately, by neglecting their duty to Allah, the Exalted, they exchange eternal peace for fleeting comfort, and lasting success for temporary illusion. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e. difficult life, and we will gather, i.e. raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e. disregarded them. and thus will you this day be forgotten.
The wise person, therefore, views wealth not as an end in itself but as a trust and a means of drawing nearer to Allah, the Exalted, by using it in ways that secure peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 37.
Men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah and performance of prayer and giving of zakah.
It is important to recognize that this verse does not suggest that righteous individuals abandon the pursuit of lawful provision. Rather, it affirms that they strive according to their means to earn what is lawful, so that they may fulfill their own needs and the needs of their dependents. At the same time, they do not allow this struggle to distract them from obedience to Allah, the Exalted, at any moment. They remain conscious that every blessing they possess must be used in accordance with His guidance as outlined in the Holy Quran and the noble traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Indeed, in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2072, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, declared that no one has eaten anything better than from the earnings of their own hands. It is therefore essential that a person does not confuse laziness with trust in Allah, the Exalted. Sadly, some individuals abandon lawful occupations, rely on social benefits, and spend their days idling in mosques while claiming that they are placing their trust in Allah, the Exalted, to provide for them. This is not trust at all. It is mere idleness which contradicts the teachings of Islam. True trust in Allah, the Exalted, with respect to provision, is to make use of the means He has created, such as one's physical strength, skills, and opportunities, in order to obtain lawful wealth, and then to trust that Allah, the Exalted, will provide through those means. The aim of trusting in Allah, the Exalted, is not to abandon the means He has created, for that would render them useless, and Allah, the Exalted, does not create anything in vain. Rather, the purpose of trust is to prevent a person from seeking wealth through doubtful or unlawful avenues. A person should firmly believe that their provision, including wealth, was decreed for them over 50,000 years before the creation of the heavens and the earth, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6748. This allocation cannot be altered under any circumstances. A person's duty is to strive to obtain their share through lawful means, which is the way of the Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, as indicated in the hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 2072. Thus, using the means provided by Allah, the Exalted, is itself an aspect of trust in Him, for He created those means for this very purpose. A person should not therefore fall into laziness, while claiming reliance upon Allah, the Exalted, by depending on social benefits, when they have the ability to earn lawful provision through their own efforts and the means He has granted them. Finally, understanding and acting upon this principle encourages a person to become independent of relying on others, whether the government, relatives, or society at large, for their sustenance. Instead, they should employ the means provided to them by Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with His teachings, while fully believing that their allocated provision will reach them. In this way, they demonstrate true trust in Allah, the Exalted, combining effort with reliance and action with faith. Such a balance ensures dignity, self-sufficiency, and peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 36 to 37.
In homes which Allah has ordered to be raised, and that His name be mentioned therein, exalting Him within them in the morning and the evenings. Men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah, and performance of prayer and giving of zakah.
Men are mentioned specifically in this context, because the strong encouragement to offer the obligatory prayers in congregation, as emphasized in Islamic teachings, is directed at them and not at women. In fact, Allah, the Exalted, has shown special care towards women by granting them greater reward for offering their prayers in the privacy of their homes. This is advised in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 567. At the same time, this hadith also makes clear that men must not prevent women from attending the mosques if they choose to do so. However, if a woman desires to attain greater reward and draw closer to Allah, the Exalted, then she is encouraged to offer her prayers at home, where her worship is valued even more highly. Generally speaking, it is important to remember that in the sight of Allah, the Exalted, True honor and superiority are not determined by gender, wealth, or social standing, but by piety. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 13.
Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you.
This nobility is achieved when a person strives to fulfill the commands of Allah, the Exalted, refrains from His prohibitions, and faces destiny with patience, in accordance with the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Sadly, the devil has deceived many into endless debates about the status of women compared to men, distracting them from the true measure of superiority, which is piety. Islam has, in reality, granted women honor and dignity unmatched by any other system or institution. For example, paradise, the ultimate reward, is described as lying beneath the feet of one's mother, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sunan an-Nasai, number 3106. In another hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3895, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, declared that the best man is the one who treats his wife in the best manner. These and countless other examples demonstrate the elevated status of women in Islam, not through comparison with men, but through the unique roles and responsibilities entrusted to them. The essential point, therefore, is that women should not concern themselves with competing against men or measuring their worth in comparison to them, for this is not what Allah, the Exalted, desires. Instead, they should strive to adopt piety, for if they achieve it, they will be superior to every man or woman who possesses less piety than them. This is the true benchmark of superiority, and it applies equally to both men and women. History itself bears witness to this truth. When one examines the lives of great women of the past, one finds that they did not waste their energy in arguments about rights or comparisons with men. Rather, they focused on cultivating piety, knowledge, and service to Allah, the Exalted. As a result, they surpassed the vast majority of men and women of their time. Even if women today were granted every worldly right they desire, this alone would not make them superior to others. Superiority is only achieved through piety, as is evident when one observes the lives of those who pursue worldly freedoms, yet remain restless, discontent, and far from true honor. This reality will be made crystal clear in the hereafter, when all illusions are stripped away and only piety remains as the measure of worth. Therefore, if a person desires to be superior to others, they should seek it not in arguments or debates, but in striving for piety, for this alone determines true nobility in the sight of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 37.
Men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah and performance of prayer and giving of zakah.
As indicated by the next part of this verse, those who adopt the right behavior are distinguished by their seriousness regarding accountability in the hereafter. They do not fall into the trap of wishful thinking, for they recognize the gravity of the Day of Judgment. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 37.
They fear a day in which the hearts and visions will be overturned by fear.
This verse highlights that true righteousness is inseparable from a deep awareness of the Day of Judgment, when fear will overwhelm every heart and sight will be humbled. Such awareness prevents a person from deceiving themselves with false hopes and compels them to live with sincerity and discipline. Wishful thinking is when a person persists in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, while still expecting His mercy and forgiveness in both worlds. This attitude is nothing more than self-deception and has no value in Islam. Real hope, by contrast, is when a person strives in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, using the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and then hopes for His mercy and forgiveness in both worlds. The difference between these two attitudes has been clarified in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2459, which explains that genuine hope is always tied to effort and obedience, whereas false hope is divorced from action and therefore worthless. Real hope inspires a person to act, to repent, and to reform, while wishful thinking lulls them into complacency and neglect. It is therefore essential for every person to recognize this distinction and ensure that they adopt real hope in the mercy and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, while avoiding the delusion of wishful thinking. Only real hope, grounded in obedience and sincere striving, will benefit a person in this world and in the next. Wishful thinking, on the other hand, will neither protect them from sin in this life, nor save them from accountability in the hereafter. In short, the righteous are those who combine fear of accountability with hope in divine mercy, balancing their inner state between awe and trust. This balance drives them to act with sincerity, to use their blessings correctly, and to prepare for the day when hearts and visions will be overturned. By doing so, a person secures balance in both their mental and physical state, ensuring that everything and everyone in their life is placed in its proper position according to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. This conscious ordering of priorities enables them to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, when every action will be weighed with precision. Such behavior does not merely bring outward discipline, but also cultivates inner tranquility, leading to true peace of mind in this world and everlasting peace in the next. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 38.
That Allah may reward them according to the best of what they did and increase them from His bounty. And Allah gives provision to whom He wills without account.
Allah, the Exalted, further warns against the destructive habit of wishful thinking, whereby a person persists in disobedience while falsely believing that they will still obtain salvation in the hereafter through excuses, last-minute repentance, or the intercession of another. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 39.
But those who disbelieved, their deeds are like a mirage in a lowland which a thirsty one thinks is water until when he comes to it, he finds it is nothing but finds Allah before him.
This striking imagery illustrates the emptiness of false hopes. Just as a thirsty traveler is deceived by a mirage, imagining it to be water, so too is the one who clings to excuses while persisting in sin. When the reality of the hereafter arrives, they will find nothing of benefit in their deeds, only the presence of Allah, the Exalted, who will hold them fully to account. For this reason, all forms of wishful thinking must be abandoned, for they only encourage a person to misuse the blessings they have been granted, and to persist in disobedience. In this world, such an attitude prevents them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state, causing them to misplace priorities and misuse relationships. As a result, the very things that should bring comfort, family, friends, career, and wealth, become sources of stress and turmoil. If they continue in this way, they will inevitably begin to blame the wrong people and circumstances for their unhappiness, even directing their frustration towards those who are innocent, such as their spouse or loved ones. Cutting such good people out of their lives only deepens their misery, leading to further imbalance and, in many cases, destructive behaviors such as despair, substance abuse, and other harmful tendencies. This outcome is tragically visible in the lives of many who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous, who, despite enjoying worldly luxuries, often remain restless, discontent, and far from true peace of mind. And just as their attitude deprived them of peace in this world, it will also prevent them from preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Their punishment in the hereafter will therefore be far worse. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 39.
He finds it is nothing but finds Allah before him, and he will pay him in full his due, and Allah is swift in account.
This is a strong reminder that excuses, misplaced hopes, and false reliance will not avail a person on that day. Only sincere obedience, grounded in correct use of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted, will lead to salvation and lasting peace in both worlds. Furthermore, as this verse refers directly to disbelief, it stands as a clear and strong warning that wishful thinking, if left unchecked, can gradually draw a person towards disbelief itself. This danger arises when one fails to support their verbal declaration of faith with consistent, sincere, and righteous actions. Faith, in reality, may be compared to a delicate flame that requires constant care and nourishment. Just as a fire will inevitably die out when deprived of fuel, so too does faith weaken and may eventually be extinguished if it is not sustained through regular acts of obedience, remembrance, and sincerity towards Allah, the Exalted. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that guides them through life, and such a loss is the most devastating of all. For without this light, a person is left in darkness, vulnerable to confusion, misguidance, and despair. In fact, failing to support one's faith with righteous deeds is not merely negligence but a sign of hypocrisy, which many commentators suggest is alluded to in this verse. The hypocrite outwardly professes faith, yet their actions betray their insincerity, leaving them spiritually barren. Thus, this verse serves as a reminder that faith is not preserved by words alone. It must be nurtured through obedience, protected through sincerity, and strengthened through consistent good deeds. Without this, faith risks fading into hypocrisy, and hypocrisy risks ending in disbelief. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 39.
But those who disbelieved, their deeds are like a mirage in a lowland which a thirsty one thinks is water until when he comes to it, he finds it is nothing but finds Allah before him, and he will pay him in full his due, and Allah is swift in account.
The hypocrite outwardly declares belief in Allah, the Exalted, yet their intention, speech, and actions remain corrupt. As a result, even when they perform outwardly good deeds, such as the prayer, they receive no reward from them, for their aim was never to please Allah, the Exalted. Any deed that is not performed with sincerity for His sake will not lead to reward in this world or the next. This has been explicitly warned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154. Such an insincere person deceives themselves into believing they will gain reward from Allah, the Exalted, despite their hypocrisy, just as a thirsty traveler is deceived by a mirage in the desert, imagining it to be water, only to find nothing when they arrive. This self-delusion is spiritually fatal, for it blinds a person to their true state until it is too late. One must therefore avoid this deception at all costs. Not only does it deprive them of reward in the hereafter, but it also robs them of peace in this world. Inevitably, they will misuse the blessings they have been granted, leading to an unbalanced mental and physical state. They will misplace priorities, misuse relationships, and wrongly assign blame to others for their inner turmoil. This will bring stress, conflict, and difficulty into their lives, even if they outwardly enjoy certain worldly luxuries. And as they fail to prepare for their accountability in the hereafter, they will ultimately be left empty-handed before Allah, the Exalted. Their deeds, which they assumed would benefit them, will vanish like a mirage, leaving them with nothing but regret. On that day they will find only Allah the Exalted before them, swift in account, and they will be repaid in full for what they earned. This passage therefore serves as a powerful reminder that faith is not preserved by words alone, but must be nourished by sincerity, obedience, and righteous action. Without this, faith risks fading into hypocrisy, and hypocrisy risks ending in disbelief. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 39.
Their deeds are like a mirage in a lowland which a thirsty one thinks is water until, when he comes to it, he finds it is nothing but finds Allah before him, and he will pay him in full his due, and Allah is swift in account.
After describing the hypocrite, Allah the Exalted turns to the one who openly rejects the light of divine guidance, not because of any deficiency in the evidence for its truth, but because it conflicts with their worldly desires. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 40.
All they are like darknesses within an unfathomable sea which is covered by waves, upon which are waves, over which are clouds, darknesses, some of them upon others.
This powerful imagery portrays the state of those who reject guidance. The layers of darkness represent the overwhelming influence of worldly desires, which cloud their judgment and dominate their actions. When a person becomes consumed by such desires, they lose mastery over themselves and are driven instead by the compulsion to satisfy their cravings, regardless of the consequences. This condition can be compared to that of an addict. Just as a drug addict is enslaved by their addiction, blind to the harm it causes, willing even to commit wrongful acts such as theft in pursuit of their next dose, so too does the one enslaved by worldly desires lose clarity of thought and moral restraint. Their pursuit of wealth, status, or pleasure becomes an addiction that governs their behavior, leaving them unable to distinguish between what benefits them and what destroys them. For this reason, it is essential that a person learns to manage their desires, pursuing only what is lawful and doing so in moderation. When desires are left unchecked, they inevitably lead to immorality, injustice, and harm, both mental and physical. The one who rejects divine guidance is therefore left wandering in darkness, unable to see the path that leads to peace of mind, and instead stumbling along paths that lead only to distress. Such a person misuses the blessings they have been granted, falling into imbalance in every aspect of life. Their mental and physical state becomes unsettled, their priorities are misplaced, and their relationships are mismanaged. Family, friends, career, and wealth, blessings that should bring comfort, become sources of stress and conflict. Even if they outwardly enjoy worldly luxuries, Inwardly they remain restless and discontent. And because they fail to prepare for their accountability on the day of judgment, their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse. Yet even in this darkness, Allah, the Exalted, does not abandon people. He allows the inner light of the soul to remain, the same soul that once stood before Him and testified to His oneness. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 40.
All they are like darknesses within an unfathomable sea which is covered by waves, upon which are waves, over which are clouds, darknesses, some of them upon others.
And chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 172.
And when your Lord took from the children of Adam, from their loins, their descendants, and made them testify of themselves, saying to them, Am I not your Lord? They said, Yes, we have testified.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 40.
When one puts out his hand therein, he can hardly see it.
This inward light symbolizes the potential to repent, to accept, and to act upon divine guidance. It is a sign of the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, for He never abandons His creation so long as they are alive and capable of turning back to Him. However, if a person persists in pursuing worldly desires and continues to misuse the blessings they have been granted, then this inner light will not benefit them. Though it has the potential to guide them to peace of mind in both worlds, through balance of mind and body, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, it will remain unused, leaving them lost in layers of darkness. Thus, the verse teaches that rejecting divine guidance is not merely an intellectual error, but a moral and spiritual failure. It is the surrender of the soul to desire which blinds the heart, corrupts the mind, and ultimately leads to ruin in both worlds. Allah, the Exalted, concludes the parable of light by reminding humanity that the true illumination, the light that guides a person to peace of mind in both worlds, that enables them to achieve balance in their mental and physical state, and that allows them to correctly place everything and everyone in their life, can only be obtained from Him alone. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 40.
And he to whom Allah has not granted light, for him there is no light.
This verse establishes a timeless principle. No matter how advanced a society may become, and regardless of the knowledge it acquires in various fields, including the sciences of the mind, body, and behavior, it remains utterly incapable of formulating a code of conduct that is perfectly aligned with human nature and universally applicable to every circumstance, condition, and scenario that individuals or societies may encounter throughout their existence on Earth. Such an endeavor is beyond human capacity, for humanity is still uncovering new insights into even the most basic aspects of its own existence, such as the functions of the human brain and the complexities of human relationships. If people cannot fully comprehend themselves, how could they ever devise a flawless system that ensures justice, balance, and tranquility for all? Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the knowledge and wisdom required for this task, for He is the creator of all things. His knowledge is boundless, encompassing the entirety of the past, present, and future. Thus, He alone is rightly positioned to provide humanity with a code of conduct that distinguishes truth from falsehood, good from evil, and benefit from harm. History itself bears witness to this reality. Whenever the divine code of conduct was sincerely implemented in the lives of individuals and societies, it produced tranquility, justice, and peace. Families were strengthened, communities flourished, and individuals found contentment, not because of human ingenuity, but because they aligned themselves with the guidance of the One who created them. Therefore, every individual must embrace the divine code of conduct bestowed upon them, recognizing it as the most beneficial for their well-being, even if certain elements conflict with their personal desires. The wise person understands that divine guidance is like the prescription of a skilled physician. Just as a patient accepts bitter medicine or a strict diet, because they know it will ultimately restore their health, so too should a believer accept and adhere to the commands of Allah, the Exalted, even when they challenge personal inclinations. In doing so, they demonstrate trust in the One whose knowledge is perfect and whose wisdom is flawless. By submitting to His guidance, they secure for themselves peace of mind in this world and eternal success in the next. After outlining some of the consequences of both obedience and disobedience, Allah, the Exalted, directs attention to the signs within His creation that demonstrate the necessity of obeying Him in every circumstance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 41.
Do you not see that Allah is glorified by whomever is within the heavens and the earth?
This universal glorification is the foundation of creation's complete obedience to Him. Every element of the cosmos, from the vast galaxies to the smallest particles, functions in perfect harmony because it submits to the command of Allah, the Exalted. This harmony is evident in the rising and setting of the sun, the precise phases of the moon, the countless stars and planets that remain fixed in their orbits, the balance of natural systems that sustain life on earth, such as gravity. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 41.
And by the birds with wings spread in flight.
Each of these phenomena reflects submission to divine order, and together they form a symphony of obedience that maintains the stability of the universe. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 41.
Each of them has known his prayer and glorifying him.
In contrast, such harmony is not consistently observed among mankind. Unlike the rest of creation, many human beings resist submission to Allah, the Exalted, and instead follow their own desires. This rebellion disrupts the balance of their lives, leading to confusion, conflict, and unrest. While the heavens and the earth glorify their Creator through perfect obedience, mankind often fails to recognize that their own peace and stability depend on doing the same. Therefore, if one desires to achieve the harmony and balance they observe in the universe within their own life, they must emulate the rest of creation by sincerely obeying Allah, the Exalted, at all times. This obedience requires using the blessings they have been granted in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. By doing so, they align themselves with the natural order established by their Creator. The result of this alignment is profound. A person who submits to Allah, the Exalted, achieves harmony within themselves, mentally, physically, and spiritually. They are able to place everything and everyone in their life in its proper position, avoiding the chaos of misplaced priorities. Most importantly, they prepare themselves adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, when every deed will be weighed with precision. Such conduct inevitably leads to tranquility in both worlds. In this life, it brings peace of mind, stability, and contentment, while in the hereafter it secures eternal success. Just as the heavens and the earth find their order in submission to Allah, the Exalted, so too does the human being find true order, balance, and peace only through sincere obedience to Him. As indicated by verse 41, an important aspect of glorifying Allah, the Exalted, is to avoid attributing anything negative to Him, such as the difficulties and trials one faces, which are in reality decreed by His perfect wisdom. True glorification requires adopting a positive mindset, recognizing that every decree carries hidden wisdom and benefit, even if it is not immediately apparent to human understanding. Cultivating such a mindset is essential, for it enables a person to navigate the challenges of life while remaining steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This obedience is expressed by utilizing the blessings He has bestowed in ways that are pleasing to Him. As outlined in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Whenever hardships arise, the believer should remind themselves that the situation could have been far worse. If the trial concerns worldly matters, they should be grateful that their faith remains intact, for faith is the most precious of all possessions. Rather than dwelling on the immediate sorrow that accompanies a challenge, they should focus on the eternal reward promised to those who endure with patience for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. When a person loses certain blessings, they should reflect on the countless blessings that still remain. In every trial, they should recall the verse of the Holy Quran that reminds them of the hidden wisdoms within difficulties and tests, wisdoms that may not be visible at the time. Thus, the situation they face is, in truth, more favorable than the one they may have wished for. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows why you know not.
In conclusion, reflecting on these realities helps cultivate a positive mindset, which is essential for correctly glorifying Allah, the Exalted, by avoiding the error of attributing negative outcomes to Him. One should remember that the cup is not half empty, it is in fact half full. Since Allah, the Exalted, possesses complete and perfect knowledge of all things, nothing is hidden from Him. He knows precisely who among mankind joins the rest of creation in their obedience to Him. thereby attaining harmony within themselves and peace of mind in both this world and the next. Likewise, He knows those who turn away from obedience, disrupting the balance of their lives and misusing the blessings they have been granted. For such individuals, there will be no escape from accountability, for Allah, the Exalted, will hold each person fully responsible for their choices and actions. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 41.
And Allah is knowing of what they do.
Ultimately, since everything in existence is under the absolute ownership and authority of Allah, the Exalted, it is essential for individuals to adhere to His commandments. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 42.
And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth.
This verse reminds humanity that just as one may face penalties for breaking the laws of a country, ignoring the divine regulations set by the Creator will inevitably lead to consequences in both this life and the hereafter. A person may choose to leave a country whose laws they dislike, but they cannot escape the dominion of Allah, the Exalted, for His sovereignty extends over the entire universe. Similarly, while individuals may attempt to alter societal standards to suit their desires, they cannot modify the divine laws established by Allah, the Exalted. The analogy of a homeowner illustrates this truth. Just as the owner of a house dictates the rules within their property, the universe is governed by Allah, the Exalted, who alone defines its laws without requiring human approval. Therefore, following these divine regulations is not only a matter of duty, but also a personal benefit. Those who grasp this reality will strive to obey the commands of Allah, the Exalted, and will seek to use the blessings they have been granted in ways that please Him, as instructed in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Individuals are presented with a choice. They may reflect upon and understand the wisdom behind the commands and prohibitions of Allah, the Exalted, recognizing that these divine instructions are designed to enhance both personal and societal well-being. Or they may succumb to their desires and ignore Islamic teachings, deceiving themselves into thinking they can escape the consequences. Yet those who disregard divine principles must be prepared to face the outcomes of their actions, both in this world, through imbalance, unrest, and hardship, and in the hereafter, where no objection or complaint will shield them from accountability. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 42.
And to Allah is the destination.
This final reminder makes clear that every journey, regardless of how it is lived, ends with a return to Allah, the Exalted. Those who lived in obedience will find peace and reward, while those who lived in defiance will face justice. Thus, the wise person is the one who recognizes the dominion of Allah, the Exalted, and prepares for their inevitable return by living in accordance with His guidance. Allah, the Exalted, continues to direct human attention to the signs within His creation, each of which bears witness to His oneness and absolute authority over all things, thereby urging people to obey Him in every circumstance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 43.
Do you not see that Allah drives clouds? Then He brings them together, then He makes them into a mass, and you see the rain emerge from within it.
When one reflects upon the perfectly balanced water cycle, it becomes a clear testimony to the wisdom of the Creator. Water from the seas and oceans evaporates, rises into the atmosphere, and condenses into clouds, which then release rain. This rain, though naturally acidic, is purified when it descends upon the mountains, ensuring that it becomes suitable for human and animal use. If this delicate balance were altered even slightly, it would result in devastation for life on earth. The oceans themselves further demonstrate divine wisdom. The salt within them prevents the decay of dead creatures from contaminating the waters. Without this safeguard, marine life would not survive, and the corruption of the seas would eventually overwhelm life on land as well. Moreover, the unique composition of water has been designed so that it sustains marine life while simultaneously allowing heavy ships to float upon its surface. If its properties were even slightly different, either sea life could thrive or ships could sail, but not both together. Yet Allah, the Exalted, has fashioned water in perfect balance, enabling both to coexist. Even today, sea transport remains the most widely used method of moving goods across the globe, showing the continuing necessity of this divine balance. Rain itself is also measured with precision. Too little rain results in drought and famine, while too much rain causes floods and destruction. The balance of rainfall is therefore essential to the survival of life on earth. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 43.
And he sends down from the sky and from mountains within which is hail, and he strikes with it whom he wills and averts it from whom he wills.
Mountains, too, play a vital role in this system. They act as reservoirs, retaining and purifying the rainwater so that it can be used for farming, drinking, and sustaining life. From them flow rivers and streams, strategically placed across the earth to provide a constant supply of fresh water to people, animals, and crops. As mentioned earlier, although aspects of nature can at times cause harm to people, Allah, the Exalted, generally protects them from such harm and instead grants them the countless benefits that flow from His creation. This is clearly seen in the example of the rain clouds, which bring life-giving water to the earth but are often accompanied by lightning, a force that could easily overwhelm human beings if not restrained by divine mercy. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 43.
The flash of its lightning almost takes away the eyesight.
This verse highlights both the majesty and the potential danger of natural phenomena, reminding every person that even the forces they depend upon for survival are ultimately under the control of Allah, the Exalted. Were He to withdraw His protection, the very elements that sustain life could become a source of destruction. Yet, in His mercy, He allows people to benefit from the rain, the clouds, and the balance of the natural order, while shielding them from the full force of its dangers. Thus, a person is reminded to view every aspect of creation with humility and gratitude. The rain that nourishes crops, the clouds that shade the earth, and even the lightning that illuminates the sky are all signs of divine power and wisdom. They demonstrate that Allah, the Exalted, governs every detail of existence, and that true safety and benefit can only be found in obedience to Him. The precise alternation of days and nights, together with their varied lengths throughout the year, has been perfectly designed so that people may derive the greatest possible benefit from them. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 44.
Allah alternates the night and the day.
If the days were excessively long, people would become weary and exhausted from extended hours of labor and activity. If the nights were excessively long, people would be deprived of sufficient time to earn their livelihood, to pursue knowledge, and to engage in other beneficial endeavors. Conversely, if the nights were too short, people would be unable to obtain the rest necessary for maintaining health, strength, and clarity of mind. This balance is not only essential for human well-being, but also for the natural world. Any alteration in the length of days and nights would disrupt the growth of crops, which in turn would have a detrimental effect on the provision of food for both people and animals. The precise regulation of time, therefore, is a mercy from Allah, the Exalted, and a sign of His perfect wisdom. The fact that the days, nights, and other balanced systems within the universe operate in flawless harmony is itself a clear indication of the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. Were there multiple gods, each desiring different outcomes, the heavens and the earth would inevitably fall into disorder and chaos. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e. the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
Thus, the harmony of the cosmos is not accidental but deliberate, a reflection of divine unity and authority. Just as the heavens and the earth remain in balance through their submission to the command of Allah, the Exalted, so too should people seek balance in their own lives by obeying Him. In doing so, they align themselves with the natural order of creation, securing peace of mind in this world and preparing for eternal success in the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 44.
Indeed, in that is a lesson for those who have insight.
Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 45.
Allah has created every living creature from water.
This truth, revealed in the Holy Quran, was only confirmed by scientific discovery many centuries later, at a time when such knowledge was far beyond the reach of human understanding. The verse therefore stands not only as a statement of fact, but also as a profound sign pointing to the existence, wisdom, and power of Allah, the Exalted. It reminds mankind that the very foundation of life is water, and that every living being, whether human, animal, or plant, depends upon it for survival. This universal dependence demonstrates that creation is not self-sufficient, but relies entirely on the continuous provision of Allah, the Exalted. As discussed earlier, the harmony of the water cycle, evaporation, condensation, rainfall, and absorption, is so precise that even the slightest alteration would bring devastation to life on earth. This delicate balance is a clear indication, a deliberate design, not accident or coincidence. The verse therefore serves as a refutation of atheism and polytheism alike. If life itself originates from water, and water is beyond human control, then belief in a creator is the only rational conclusion. Furthermore, the perfection of this system rules out the possibility of multiple deities, for such unity and order could not exist amidst conflicting wills. Modern science has confirmed what Revelation declared long ago: the human body is composed predominantly of water, and water is indispensable for cellular function and the continuation of life. This alignment between revelation and observable reality demonstrates the timeless truth of the Holy Quran. Just as water sustains physical life, divine revelation sustains spiritual life. Without it, the soul withers just as the body perishes without water. Thus, the verse is not merely a description of life's origin, but a sign that points directly to the existence, wisdom, and authority of Allah, the Exalted. It calls every person to reflect, to abandon disbelief, and to recognize that the one who created life from water is the only one worthy of worship and obedience. The one who sustains the body through water is the same who sustains the soul through revelation, and to turn away from either is to invite ruin. The theory of evolution is a process of mutation, yet mutation by its very nature is imperfect, unstable, and prone to error. When one observes the countless species that inhabit the earth, however, they find not imperfection but remarkable precision and balance. Each species has been fashioned in such a way that it thrives in the environment in which it lives, demonstrating purpose and design rather than accident and chance. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 45.
And of them are those that move on their bellies, and of them are those that walk on 2 legs, and of them are those that walk on 4. Allah creates what He wills.
Consider the camel, a creature uniquely designed to withstand the scorching heat of the desert and to endure long periods without water. Its body is perfectly adapted for desert life, enabling it to serve as a vital means of transport and provision in some of the harshest climates on earth. Chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verse 17.
Then do they not look at the camels, how they are created?
Similarly, the goat has been created with extraordinary precision. Within its body, impurities are separated from the milk it produces, ensuring that the milk remains pure, nourishing, and palatable. Were this separation not maintained, the milk would be undrinkable. Chapter 16 and Al, verse 66.
And indeed for you in grazing livestock is a lesson. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, between excretion and blood, pure milk palatable to drinkers.
The balance of creation is also evident in the lifespans and reproductive capacities of different species. Each has been granted a specific span of life and a particular rate of reproduction that prevents one species from overwhelming the rest. Flies, for instance, live only 3 to 4 weeks but lay hundreds of eggs. If their lifespan were longer, their population would quickly become disproportionate, overwhelming other creatures and disrupting the balance of life on Earth. By contrast, animals with long lifespans are given the ability to produce only a few offspring, ensuring that their numbers remain moderated. This delicate balance, observed across all forms of life, cannot be explained as a mere accident, nor can the process of random mutation account for such precision. It is instead a clear sign of the will, wisdom, and power of the Creator. Chapter 24 in Nur, verse 45.
Allah creates what He wills. Indeed, Allah is over all things competent.
Thus, the diversity of life, its perfect adaptation to environment, and the balance that sustains it all serve as undeniable signs of divine wisdom. They remind mankind that creation is purposeful, not random, and that the one who fashioned it with such perfection is the only one worthy of obedience and worship. To reflect upon these signs is to recognize that life is not the product of blind chance, but a deliberate design, and that the harmony of creation points directly to the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, one must sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings He has granted them as outlined in Islamic teachings. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 46.
We have certainly sent down verses as clear proofs.
This verse underscores that the Holy Quran is not a collection of vague or uncertain expressions, but a revelation filled with clarity, evidence, and comprehensive guidance. Its message transcends time and circumstance, addressing the moral, social, and spiritual needs of every generation. Regardless of how far human civilization advances, whether in technology, medicine, psychology, or the study of the human mind and body, it remains incapable of formulating a flawless moral system that fully harmonizes with human nature. Human knowledge, despite its progress, continues to uncover new aspects of existence and yet cannot grasp the complete essence of human nature. If people cannot fully comprehend themselves, how could they possibly devise a perfect code of life that ensures inner peace, social harmony, and justice for all? Only Allah, the Exalted, who created humanity and all that exists, possesses the infinite knowledge and wisdom necessary to guide mankind toward true fulfillment. His knowledge encompasses the past, present, and future without limitation, and His laws are perfectly suited to human needs in every era. Therefore, the divine code He revealed clearly differentiates truth from falsehood, good from evil, and benefit from harm. It directs people towards serenity and stability, in a world often filled with turmoil, confusion, and moral uncertainty. History provides undeniable testimony to this reality. Whenever divine guidance was sincerely implemented, whether in personal conduct, family life, or social order, it brought about tranquility, justice, and prosperity. Families were strengthened, societies flourished, and individuals lived with purpose and dignity. Yet, when people turned away from divine revelation, corruption and oppression spread, resulting in anxiety, conflict, and societal decay. Thus, it is incumbent upon every person to accept the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, with humility and trust, recognizing that it is prescribed for their ultimate well-being, even when certain teachings challenge personal desires or social trends. One should approach divine commandments as a wise patient approaches the advice of an experienced physician, accepting the bitter medicine and disciplined regimen, understanding that both are essential for lasting health. Likewise, although the commands of Allah, the Exalted, may seem difficult to the ego, they are in truth the means to attain genuine freedom, dignity, balance, and success, both in this world and in the hereafter, by bringing the heart, mind, and body into perfect harmony under the guidance of the Creator. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 46.
And Allah guides whom He wills to a straight path.
Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 46.
We have certainly sent down verses as clear proofs.
The expressions of the Holy Quran are utterly unique, unmatched by any human composition. Its meanings are conveyed with perfect clarity and precision, while its words and verses possess a depth of eloquence and beauty beyond imitation. It is entirely free from contradiction, an attribute absent from all other scriptures and systems produced by human intellect. The Holy Quran recounts the detailed histories of past nations, even though the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not formally educated in history or literature. This alone stands as a manifest and irrefutable sign of its divine origin. The Holy Quran commands every form of virtue and forbids every form of vice, whether these concern individuals or extend to the wider society. Its purpose is to establish justice, security, and peace within every home, community, and nation. Unlike poetry, myths, or fables, the Holy Quran is free from exaggeration, falsehood, and fabrication. Every verse is purposeful, beneficial, and applicable to daily life. Even when a story is repeated, it is never redundant. Each retelling reveals new wisdom and deeper insight. Unlike any other book, the Holy Quran never wearies its reader, no matter how many times it is studied, for its wisdom is inexhaustible and ever refreshing. The Holy Quran presents promises and warnings, supported by clear and undeniable proofs. When it discusses virtues that may seem abstract, such as patience, gratitude, or humility, it offers practical means to cultivate them within one's character. It calls humanity to fulfill the very purpose of creation, to sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, by using His blessings in ways pleasing to Him. Through this obedience, a person attains peace of mind, success in both worlds, and harmony within their mental and physical state, placing everything and everyone in their rightful place and preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. The Holy Quran makes the straight path clear and appealing to all who sincerely seek truth and tranquility. Because it addresses the very essence of human nature, its guidance remains timeless, relevant to every person, every place, and every generation. It is a cure for emotional, social, economic, and even physical difficulties, when it is properly understood and applied. It offers comprehensive solutions to every problem that an individual or society may face. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 46.
We have certainly sent down distinct verses, and Allah guides whom He wills to a straight path.
History itself bears witness that whenever the teachings of the Holy Quran were sincerely implemented, societies flourished in justice, prosperity, and harmony. Centuries have passed, yet not a single letter of the Holy Quran has been altered, for Allah the Exalted has promised to preserve it. No other book in human history possesses this divine protection. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
Moreover, the Holy Quran addresses the root causes of corruption within individuals and communities, providing practical remedies that restore balance and righteousness. By healing the roots, it automatically resolves the countless branches of problems that stem from them. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
This is the greatest and most enduring miracle granted to the final Holy Prophet, Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet, as warned in the next verse, only those who sincerely seek the truth and act upon it will benefit from its divine light. Those who follow their desires, or who adopt its guidance selectively while neglecting its entirety, will ultimately face loss, in this world and in the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
And chapter 24 and Nur, verse 47.
But they say, we have believed in Allah and in the Messenger, and we obeyed, then a party of them turns away after that.
A person must therefore be vigilant in avoiding a hypocritical attitude, whereby their verbal declaration of faith is not supported by corresponding actions. Faith is not a mere utterance of the tongue. It is a reality that must be demonstrated through the correct use of the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. To neglect this responsibility is to invite imbalance into one's life, leading to a state in which priorities are misplaced, blessings are squandered, and relationships are mishandled. Such neglect inevitably results in inner unrest, stress, and difficulty in both this world and the next. Those who persist in such a hypocritical mindset may well share the same fate as the original hypocrites, who professed faith outwardly but failed to embody it inwardly, and who ultimately departed this world without true belief. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 47.
And those are not believers.
It is vital to understand that faith is not a static possession, but a living reality that requires constant care and nourishment. Faith may be likened to a plant. It must be watered with acts of obedience, strengthened with remembrance, and protected from the weeds of sin and hypocrisy. Just as a plant deprived of sunlight and nourishment withers and dies, so too may the faith of a person fade away if it is not sustained through righteous deeds. This analogy underscores the profound truth that faith cannot survive on words alone. It must be cultivated through gratitude, obedience, and sincerity, and it must be safeguarded from corruption and neglect. To abandon this cultivation is to risk the greatest of all losses, the loss of faith itself, which no wealth, power, or worldly possession can replace. Therefore, the wise person is the one who continually tends to their faith, ensuring that it is nourished with good deeds, strengthened through reflection and remembrance, and shielded from the poisons of hypocrisy and heedlessness. In doing so, they allow their faith to flourish like a healthy plant, bringing shade, fruit, and beauty to their life in this world, and eternal reward in the hereafter. As discussed earlier, a clear and dangerous sign of hypocrisy is when a person responds to the teachings of Islam only when those teachings align with their personal desires, yet turns away when divine guidance challenges their inclinations. Such individuals treat the commands of Allah, the Exalted, as conditional, obeying only when it benefits them. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verses 48 to 49.
And when they are called to the words of Allah and His Messenger to judge between them, at once a party of them turns aside. But if the right is theirs, they come to Him in prompt obedience.
This attitude reveals that their loyalty is not to Allah, the Exalted, but to themselves. They treat Islam like a garment, putting it on when convenient and discarding it when it conflicts with their desires. In reality, such a person is not worshipping Allah, the Exalted, but their own passions. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
When worldly cravings dominate the heart, they corrupt and poison it, leading a person to manipulate faith to suit their desires rather than disciplining their desires to conform to divine guidance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 50.
Is there disease in their hearts?
Once a person becomes enslaved to their desires, they lose control over their actions. Their behavior is no longer guided by reason or revelation, but by the relentless pursuit of gratification. This condition mirrors that of an addict, who is driven by compulsion regardless of the harm it causes. Just as a drug addict may resort to theft or destructive behavior while blinded to the ruin they bring upon themselves, so too does the one enslaved by wealth, status, or pleasure become heedless of the destruction of their soul. Unchecked desire easily transforms into addiction. For this reason, it is essential to regulate one's desires, pursuing only what is lawful and doing so in moderation. Balance protects a person from falling into immorality, corruption, and even physical and mental harm. Allah, the Exalted, identifies the root cause of this corruption, weakness of faith. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 50.
Or have they doubted?
The foundation of weak faith is ignorance of divine teachings. Such a person disobeys Allah, the Exalted, whenever His commands conflict with their desires, failing to realize that true peace of mind lies in obedience, not indulgence. Their weak faith may even convince them that the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, are unjust, and so they ignore them despite professing belief. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 50.
Or do they fear that Allah will be unjust to them, or His Messenger?
In reality, it is not divine justice that is flawed, but their own hearts. By persisting in disobedience, they misuse the blessings they have been granted. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 50.
Rather, it is they who are the wrongdoers.
The consequences of this hypocrisy are severe in both worlds. In this life, it prevents them from achieving balance in mind and body, causing them to misplace their priorities and relationships. Family, friends, career, and wealth, all of which could have been sources of comfort, become instead sources of stress and conflict. They blame the wrong people and circumstances, even cutting off those who wish them well, such as their spouse, thereby deepening their misery. This spiral often leads to mental instability, destructive habits, and despair. This outcome is evident when one observes those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous. Despite their worldly luxuries, many are plagued by severe mental health issues. Their neglect of divine guidance prevents them from preparing for their ultimate accountability, and thus their punishment in the hereafter will be far worse than the turmoil they experienced in this world. After describing the state of the hypocrites, Allah, the Exalted, contrasts their condition by presenting the state of the true believer. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 51.
The only statement of the true believers when they are called to Allah and His Messenger to judge between them is that they say, "We hear and we obey."
This verse highlights the defining quality of a believer: immediate and unconditional obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It is significant that this attitude is attributed specifically to the believer and not merely to the Muslim. This distinction is crucial. A Muslim may accept Islam by virtue of family, culture, or social identity, without deep knowledge or conviction. Such individuals may outwardly submit, but inwardly lack the strength of faith that compels steadfast obedience. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 14.
The Bedouins say, "We have believed." Say, "You have not yet believed," but say instead, "We have submitted, for faith has not yet entered your hearts."
Thus, while Muslims may fulfill the basic obligations, their lack of knowledge and conviction often leaves them with weak faith. Weak faith makes them vulnerable to disobedience, especially when their desires conflict with divine guidance. They may misuse the blessings they have been granted, failing to see that true peace of mind lies in aligning their lives with the commands of Allah, the Exalted. By contrast, the believer accepts Islam upon knowledge and understanding, derived from the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This knowledge strengthens their faith, enabling them to remain steadfast in obedience. Chapter 49 Al-Hujurat, verse 15.
The believers are only the ones who have believed in Allah and His Messenger, and then doubt not, but strive with their properties and their lives in the cause of Allah. It is those who are the truthful.
Because of their strong faith, believers remain constant in their devotion to Allah, the Exalted, in all circumstances. In times of ease, they show gratitude, and in times of hardship, they show patience. Gratitude is expressed in intention by acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted, without seeking worldly recognition. It is expressed in speech by remembering Allah, speaking positively, or choosing silence over harmful words. It is expressed in action by using blessings in ways that are pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This practice of gratitude leads to further blessings, tranquility, and success in both this life and the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Patience, on the other hand, requires refraining from complaints in both words and actions, while remaining steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. It is rooted in the conviction that Allah, the Exalted, always chooses what is best, even when it is not immediately apparent. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows why you know not.
And chapter 24 in Nur, verse 51.
The only statement of the true believers when they are called to Allah and His Messenger to judge between them is that they say, "We hear and we obey."
Thus, the true believer is one who responds to Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with practical obedience without hesitation in every situation. Such individuals gain the steadfast support and mercy of Allah, the Exalted, which cultivates tranquility in both worlds by granting them harmony of mind and body, and by rightly ordering their lives. This principle is reinforced in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 51.
And those are the successful.
In this way, the Holy Quran draws a clear line between hypocrisy, which is rooted in weak faith and self-interest, and true belief, which is grounded in knowledge, obedience, gratitude, and patience. Hypocrisy leads to imbalance, stress, and ultimate loss, while true belief leads to harmony, tranquility, and eternal success, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 52.
And whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger and fears Allah and is pious, it is those who are the attainers.
In addition, an essential aspect of piety is not only to avoid what Allah, the Exalted, has declared unlawful, but also to exercise restraint in certain lawful matters when there is a risk that indulging in them may gradually lead one towards the unlawful. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 187.
These are the limits set by Allah, so do not approach them.
It is significant that Allah, the Exalted, does not merely forbid crossing His limits, rather, He warns against even approaching them. This distinction teaches that true safety lies not only in abstaining from sin itself, but also in avoiding the pathways that lead to it. The wisdom of this principle is echoed throughout the Holy Quran. For example, when Allah, the Exalted, addressed the Holy Prophet Adam, peace be upon him, in paradise, He did not only forbid him from eating the fruit of the tree, but commanded him not even to approach it. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 19.
And O Adam, dwell, you and your wife, in paradise, and eat from wherever you will, but do not approach this tree, lest you be among the wrongdoers.
This example demonstrates that approaching the limits of Allah, the Exalted, even in matters that are technically lawful, can eventually lead to transgression. Thus, wisdom dictates that one should avoid certain lawful things when they are likely to become a gateway to the unlawful. There are many instances where lawful but vain actions can gradually lead to sin. Vain speech, for instance, is not in itself unlawful, yet it often becomes a stepping stone to backbiting, lying, or slander. Similarly, vain spending of wealth, though not sinful in its initial form, often leads to extravagance and wastefulness, which is sinful. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 27.
Indeed, the wasteful are brothers of the devils, and ever has Satan been to his Lord ungrateful.
The path to misguidance is rarely sudden, rather it is a gradual process. Many who have fallen into sin did so step by step, first by approaching what was doubtful or vain, then by becoming accustomed to it, and finally by indulging in what was clearly unlawful. For example, a person who regularly accompanies those who drink alcohol, even if they themselves abstain at first, is far more likely to eventually partake than one who avoids such company altogether. This principle of cautious restraint was emphasized by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. In a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2451, he advised that a person cannot attain true piety until they abandon some lawful things out of fear that they may lead to the unlawful. In other words, steadfastness in using the blessings of Allah, the Exalted, correctly, requires not only avoiding what is prohibited but also exercising restraint in what is permissible when it poses a danger to one's faith. Therefore, the truly pious are those who pay close attention, not only to avoiding the unlawful, but also to distancing themselves from certain lawful but vain matters. By doing so, they remain firm in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and ensure that their blessings are used in accordance with the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This is the essence of righteousness, which brings peace of mind in both worlds, fosters a balanced mental and physical state, and ensures that everything and everyone in one's life is placed in its rightful position. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
By contrast, the one who fails to appreciate the importance of not approaching the limits of Allah, the Exalted, will overindulge in lawful things, especially vain pursuits. This overindulgence increases the likelihood of falling into the unlawful and leads to the misuse of blessings. Such misuse inevitably results in stress, imbalance, and hardship in both worlds. It disrupts mental and physical well-being, causes disorder in personal relationships, and prevents proper preparation for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if such individuals experience fleeting moments of entertainment or luxury, their lives remain hollow and unsettled. This reality is evident when one observes the lives of those who indulge excessively in lawful pleasures without restraint, such as the wealthy and famous, who despite their abundance of worldly comforts often suffer from inner turmoil, instability, and despair. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e. difficult life, and we will gather, i.e. raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e. disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten.
Allah, the Exalted, then turns once again to expose another trait of hypocrisy which must be avoided at all costs. If a person who outwardly declares faith in Allah, the Exalted, adopts such behavior, they risk being gathered with the hypocrites in the hereafter. This is because, as the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, warned in a narration found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4031, every individual will ultimately be counted among those whom they imitate. Thus, imitating the hypocrites in word or deed is not a trivial matter, but a path that leads to their company in the next life. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 53.
And they swear by Allah their strongest oaths that if you ordered them, they would go forth in obedience.
The hypocrites are quick to swear oaths and to speak eloquently about their willingness to obey Allah, the Exalted. They claim that they are ready to sacrifice their time, wealth, and energy in His cause. Yet these claims are hollow, for they are not supported by action. They are skilled in speech, but their deeds betray their insincerity. They remind others of how much they love Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, but they do not dedicate themselves to learning or acting upon the Holy Quran or the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Instead, they squander their time and energy on vain and unnecessary pursuits. They find endless opportunities to indulge in entertainment, idle talk, and worldly distractions, yet they claim to have no time to study the Holy Quran, to reflect on its meanings, or to implement its guidance in their lives. They boast of their devotion to the way of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, yet due to ignorance of his life and teachings, they confuse cultural customs and inherited practices with his traditions. Their claims of love and obedience are therefore empty, for as Allah, the Exalted, makes clear in the continuation of verse 53, true obedience is not proven by oaths or words but by consistent action. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 53.
Say, do not swear. Such obedience is recognized, i.e. in actions.
This verse establishes a timeless principle. Love and obedience to Allah the Exalted and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, are not measured by verbal declarations but by the sincerity of one's deeds. The hypocrite may deceive others with their speech, but they cannot deceive Allah the Exalted, who knows the reality of every heart. The one who fails to learn and act upon Islamic teachings possesses neither true obedience nor genuine love. Their insincerity drives them to persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, and this inevitably leads to imbalance in both mind and body. They misplace their priorities, misuse their relationships, and disorder their lives. Even if they enjoy moments of worldly luxury, their hypocrisy ensures that their existence is filled with stress, trouble, and difficulty. Their wealth becomes a source of anxiety, their relationships a source of conflict, and their comforts a source of emptiness. More seriously, their hypocrisy prevents them from preparing adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. On that day, no excuses will be accepted, nor will repentance be of benefit, for Allah the Exalted has always been fully aware of their intentions and the emptiness of their verbal declarations of love and respect. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 53.
Indeed, Allah is acquainted with that which you do.
This passage is therefore a powerful reminder that faith is not a matter of words but of deeds. The hypocrite deceives others with speech, but they cannot deceive Allah, the Exalted. True believers distinguish themselves not by what they claim, but by how they live. Their sincerity is proven through consistent obedience, through the correct use of the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has entrusted to them, and through their willingness to sacrifice their desires for His sake. The lesson is clear. Empty words of love and devotion are of no value without action. The hypocrite swears oaths and makes claims, but the believer demonstrates sincerity through obedience. The hypocrite wastes their blessings on vain pursuits, but the believer uses them in ways that please Allah, the Exalted. The hypocrite lives in imbalance and turmoil, but the believer finds tranquility and harmony in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. And while the hypocrite will face humiliation on the Day of Judgment, the believer will be honored with the mercy and support of Allah, the Exalted. It is therefore necessary that a person accepts and acts upon the teachings of Islam for their own benefit, even when those teachings appear to contradict their personal inclinations and desires. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 54.
Say, obey Allah and obey the Messenger.
A wise person approaches divine guidance in the same way a patient approaches the advice of a skilled physician. A patient who trusts their doctor accepts bitter medicines and adheres to a strict diet, not because these are pleasant, but because they know such discipline is essential for their recovery and long-term health. In the same way, a person who accepts and acts upon the teachings of Islam, even when they appear difficult or contrary to their desires, will ultimately achieve true well-being. Just as the patient attains physical health through obedience to medical advice, so too does the person attain balance of mind and body through obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This is because only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the complete knowledge required to ensure that a person achieves harmony within themselves, and correctly orders everything and everyone in their life. Human knowledge, no matter how advanced, remains limited. Despite centuries of research into the human condition, society cannot provide solutions for every challenge a person may face. Human advice cannot shield one from every form of mental and physical stress, nor can it guarantee that one will place their priorities, relationships, and blessings in their rightful place. Human understanding is restricted by limited foresight, personal bias, and incomplete experience. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses perfect knowledge, and He has granted mankind access to it through the Holy Quran and the authentic traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The mission of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was never to compel people into obedience. His duty was to convey the message of Allah, the Exalted, with clarity, to explain the teachings of Islam, and to present himself as the perfect role model for mankind to emulate. If people chose to reject this guidance because it conflicted with their worldly desires, he will not be held accountable for their misguidance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 54.
But if you turn away, then upon him is only that duty with which he has been charged.
This principle extends to every person who calls others to righteousness. Each individual has a duty to distinguish between good and misguided advice, to remind others of the truth, and to encourage them towards virtue. However, this responsibility does not extend to compelling others to follow the right path. To assume that one can dictate the choices of others is to invite constant frustration and disappointment when people persist in their errors. Such sorrow may even lead to despair if one fails to recognize that their role is to guide, not to control. Chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them, a controller.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 54.
And there is not upon the messenger, except the responsibility for clear notification.
Those who truly seek guidance are the ones who will accept it. They are the ones who recognize that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens a soul with a duty it cannot fulfill, nor does He place a person in a situation they cannot overcome. Such people understand that peace in this world and the next requires a price, the restraint of worldly cravings. They realize that indulging every desire does not bring lasting contentment. This truth is evident when one observes the lives of the wealthy and famous, who despite their abundance of luxuries often remain restless, anxious, and unfulfilled. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 54.
And upon you is that with which you have been charged. And if you obey him, you will be rightly guided.
Therefore, the wise person is the one who remains firm in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by using the blessings they have been granted in the manner outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Through this obedience, they attain balance in both mind and body, they place their relationships and possessions in their rightful order, and they prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such behavior leads to true peace of mind in this world, and eternal success in the hereafter. Since Allah, the Exalted, alone governs the entire universe and controls all affairs within it, it is He who grants strength, stability, and authority to those who remain steadfast in obedience to Him. When a community collectively upholds His commands, He aids them so that they may be free to establish the Islamic code of conduct in their lives and societies. In this way, Islamic guidance not only leads a person on an individual level to peace of mind in both worlds, but when implemented correctly, it also ensures that justice, harmony, and peace spread throughout society. This is not a theoretical claim but a reality proven by history, for whenever the teachings of Islam were sincerely upheld, societies flourished in justice, knowledge, and prosperity. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 55.
Allah has promised those who have believed among you and done righteous deeds that He will surely grant them succession to authority upon the earth just as He granted it to those before them, and that He will surely establish for them therein their religion which He has preferred for them.
Yet, because Islam calls people to discipline their worldly desires, those whose only aim in life is to indulge their passions will inevitably criticize it. The teachings of Islam expose the animalistic nature of unchecked desire, and this exposure provokes resentment. Moreover, entire industries and businesses profit from encouraging people to unleash their desires without restraint. Such forces will therefore strive against Islam, seeking to dissuade people from acting upon its teachings, for Islam threatens their prophets and undermines their influence. In the face of such criticism and opposition, Muslims are commanded to remain steadfast in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted. He assures them that He will provide peace of mind and protection from the harm of others, even if this protection is not immediately apparent. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 55.
And that He will surely substitute for them, after their fear, security.
However, this divine establishment and security are not granted to those who merely profess faith with their tongues. They are reserved for those who support their verbal declarations with consistent action. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 139.
So do not weaken and do not grieve, and you will be superior if you are true believers.
And chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 55.
For they worship me, not associating anything with me.
It is crucial to understand that worshipping Allah, the Exalted, encompasses far more than ritual acts of devotion, such as the obligatory prayers. True worship requires obedience to Him in every circumstance, and in the use of every blessing He has granted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Obedience is not an abstract claim of faith lodged in the heart. It is a tangible reality proven through deeds performed sincerely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. Those who act with ulterior motives, seeking worldly recognition or gain, will not be rewarded by Him. This principle is emphasized in a narration found in Jami at-Tirmidhi, number 3154. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, also requires a comprehensive engagement with the Holy Quran. This engagement has several dimensions. The first is to recite it accurately and consistently, giving it its due respect. The second is to strive to understand its teachings through reliable sources and qualified instructors. The third and most crucial dimension is to apply its teachings in daily life, with the intention of pleasing Allah, the Exalted. A devoted person places the guidance of the Holy Quran above their own desires, even when those desires conflict with it. To cultivate one's character in accordance with the Holy Quran is to demonstrate true commitment to the Holy Quran. This was the example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, whose character was described as being a living embodiment of the Holy Quran, as referenced in a narration found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 1342. An essential aspect of honoring the Holy Quran is to engage with it earnestly, striving to comprehend and implement all of its teachings, regardless of whether they align with personal inclinations. Those who selectively adhere to only certain commands or prohibitions, while disregarding others, reveal a lack of sincerity towards it. Such an approach prevents them from fully benefiting from its profound wisdom. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Ultimately, it must be acknowledged that while the Holy Quran provides solutions for the difficulties of this world, its purpose is not confined to this role. A person should not treat it merely as a tool to be recited in times of distress, and then set aside once their worldly troubles are eased. The foremost purpose of the Holy Quran is to guide mankind towards salvation and a secure passage to the hereafter. To disregard this fundamental objective, and to employ it solely for temporary relief, is to misuse it, and such conduct contradicts the principles of sincerity. This behavior resembles that of someone who purchases a car equipped with many features but without an engine, outwardly impressive, yet ultimately useless. In the same way, those who fail to engage with the Holy Quran as a comprehensive guide to life demonstrate a lack of true commitment to it, and they deprive themselves of its transformative power. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 55.
For they worship me, not associating anything with me.
It is essential to remember that false deities, such as carved idols, are not the only things that a person may end up worshipping besides Allah, the Exalted. In reality, anything that is obeyed in defiance of His commands becomes, in effect, an object of worship. This includes modern influences such as social media, fashion, cultural trends, wealth, and even other people. When a person allows these influences to dictate their choices in opposition to the will of Allah, the Exalted, They are in truth submitting to them as lords. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
The scholars and religious leaders of the people of the book were not literally worshipped as gods. Rather, they were obeyed in matters that contradicted the commands of Allah, the Exalted, and this misplaced obedience was judged as a form of worship. The same principle is applied in the Holy Quran to the devil. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
The overwhelming majority of people have never worshipped the devil, yet they are accused of worshipping him because they obeyed him in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted. This demonstrates that worship is not confined to physical prostration or ritual acts, it is also found in obedience. Whoever obeys another in defiance of Allah, the Exalted, has in effect taken that being as a master. For this reason, it is vital to refrain from obeying any influence that leads one away from the commands of Allah, the Exalted. If a person persists in disobedience, they will inevitably become subservient to other masters, whether individuals, social media, fashion, cultural pressures, or employers. Attempting to satisfy these multiple and unjust masters only results in stress and exhaustion, for it is impossible to please them all. Their demands are inconsistent, their standards ever-changing, and their expectations impossible to meet. Just as an employee with several supervisors struggles to satisfy each one and ends up overwhelmed, so too does the person who abandons servitude to Allah, the Exalted, become weighed down by the conflicting demands of worldly masters, ultimately sacrificing their peace of mind. Over time, this burden corrodes the heart. Such individuals may fall into sadness, isolation, and despair. Their constant striving to please worldly influences leaves them empty, and when their efforts fail to yield the satisfaction they seek, they may even descend into depression or destructive thoughts. This reality is evident when one observes the lives of celebrities and public figures, who, despite wealth and fame, often suffer from inner turmoil, instability, and despair. Their servitude to the expectations of others has left them restless and unfulfilled, for no worldly master can ever provide the peace that comes from serving Allah, the Exalted. Furthermore, obedience to other entities in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, will bring no benefit in the hereafter. Those whom they serve, whether people, trends, or desires, will not come to their aid when they stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. Their misplaced loyalty will only increase their regret, as those they obeyed will disown them and abandon them in their moment of greatest need. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 55.
But whoever disbelieves after that, then those are the corrupt.
The only path to true freedom and peace is to abandon obedience to all influences that lead to the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, and to devote oneself to His commands. This means using the blessings He has granted in the manner outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. In doing so, a person liberates themselves from the tyranny of countless worldly masters and finds tranquility in serving the one who alone deserves obedience. This is the essence of worship, and it is the only way to attain peace of mind in this world and eternal success in the next, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 55.
For they worship me, not associating anything with me. But whoever disbelieves after that, then those are the corrupt.
It is important to recognize that this warning is directed at Muslims themselves, for it begins with the mention of faith, yet concludes with disbelief. This progression serves as a stark reminder that if Muslims fail to support their verbal declaration of faith in Allah, the Exalted, with consistent action, they may ultimately depart from this world stripped of their faith. The danger lies not in the absence of a declaration, but in the absence of deeds that give life and substance to that declaration. Faith may be likened to a delicate flame, fragile yet luminous, which requires constant tending. Just as a fire cannot continue to burn without fuel, so too does faith weaken and eventually extinguish if it is not sustained through obedience, remembrance, and righteous deeds. A flame left unattended will flicker, diminish, and finally vanish into darkness. In the same way, a heart that neglects the nourishment of faith through action risks losing the very light that guides it. This loss is not a small matter, for it is the most devastating of all losses. To lose wealth, health, or companionship is painful, but to lose faith is to lose the key to eternal salvation. Without faith, a person is left wandering in spiritual darkness, vulnerable to every temptation, and unable to find true peace in this world or the next. Therefore, as further indicated by the next verse, it is vital to support one's verbal declaration of faith in Allah, the Exalted, with consistent and sincere action. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 56.
And establish prayer and give zakah and obey the messenger, that you may receive mercy.
The obligatory prayers and the obligatory charity are central pillars upon which all other good deeds revolve. They are the strongest outward representations of remembrance and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Yet establishing the prayer means far more than simply performing its outward motions. It requires fulfilling the prayer with all its conditions, etiquettes, and spiritual presence, foremost among them being to offer each prayer within its appointed time. The Holy Quran repeatedly emphasizes the establishment of prayer, for it is the most important practical testimony of one's faith in Allah, the Exalted. The daily prayers, spread throughout the day and night, serve as constant reminders of the Day of Judgment, practically preparing a person for that tremendous event. Each stage of the prayer mirrors a scene from the hereafter. When the worshipper stands upright, it recalls the moment when all of mankind will stand before Allah, the Exalted, awaiting their judgment. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
When the worshipper bows, it reminds them of those who will be reproached on the Day of Judgment for refusing to bow to Allah, the Exalted, during their earthly lives. This refusal was not only the neglect of the physical act of bowing, but also the rejection of submitting to His commands in all aspects of life. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
The one who prostrates should remember the future invitation of all people to prostrate before Allah, the Exalted, on the day of resurrection. Critically, those who fail to perform this act with sincerity in the world, in both its physical form and through heartfelt obedience to His commands, will discover themselves physically prevented from doing so when that inevitable day arrives. Chapter 68 Al-Kalam, verses 42-43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
When the worshipper sits upon their knees in prayer, it is a reminder of the posture in which every nation will be gathered before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment, awaiting their record in fear and anticipation. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, today you will be recompensed for what you used to do.
Thus, when a person prays with these realities in mind, their prayer is established correctly, both outwardly and inwardly. Such a prayer is not a hollow ritual, but a transformative act that shapes the heart and disciplines the soul. It ensures that the worshipper remains obedient to Allah, the Exalted, even between the times of prayer, for the prayer itself becomes a shield against sin. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 56.
And establish prayer and give zakah and obey the messenger, that you may receive mercy.
In Islamic practice, the dual commands of establishing prayer and giving obligatory charity are fundamentally interconnected. These two acts are viewed as the essential pillars upholding a person's faith and their role in society. While prayer refines and purifies the individual's soul, charity purifies their material wealth. Through prayer, one cultivates qualities like humility, sincerity, and continuous remembrance of Allah, the Exalted. In parallel, through charity, one develops generosity, compassion, and a sense of responsibility toward others. Though obligatory charity is a small fraction of a person's total wealth and is only due under specific conditions, its lesson is profound. It serves as a constant reminder that ownership of wealth is ultimately not the individual's. If they were the true owners, they could spend it without restriction. Instead, all wealth, along with every other blessing like health, knowledge, or status, is a creation and a grant from Allah the Exalted, and is therefore a trust. It must be utilized in ways that earn His pleasure. The required charitable donation is essentially part of the repayment of this loan, used not by physically returning the blessing, but by deploying it according to the owner's will. When a person honors this trust, their wealth transforms into a source of spiritual cleansing, divine protection, and future reward. However, someone who fails to grasp this truth and acts as if their blessings are solely their own is prone to misusing them. Specifically, the individual who withholds the obligatory charity treats the wealth of Allah the Exalted as if it were personal property, and they face severe accountability, akin to being punished for defaulting on a substantial loan. The gravity of this is starkly shown in a hadith from Sahih Bukhari, number 1403, which warns that a person neglecting their charity will be met on the Day of Judgment by a venomous snake, which will coil around them and continuously bite them as a punishment. This potent imagery underscores that wealth is simultaneously a blessing and a critical test. Using wealth correctly leads to spiritual elevation, strengthens community bonds, and secures eternal reward. Conversely, hoarding or misusing it guarantees regret, torment, and loss in both this life and the hereafter. Therefore, a person should always understand that every expenditure made for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, is not an expense but a guaranteed investment that yields returns far exceeding anything the material world can offer. Chapter 3 Ali Imran, verse 180.
And let not those who greedily withhold what Allah has given them of His bounty ever think that it is better for them. Rather, it is worse for them. Their necks will be encircled by what they withheld on the day of resurrection.
Even in this world, the wealth upon which obligatory charity is withheld becomes an unexpected source of stress and misery. Instead of bringing comfort and security, the wealth itself begins to drive a person toward greed, pervasive anxiety, and the ultimate misuse of the very blessings they have received. Such an individual falls into a state of profound imbalance, mentally and physically, misplacing their priorities, misjudging their relationships, and failing to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Outwardly, they may appear to enjoy worldly luxuries, but inwardly they remain restless, constantly burdened by anxiety, and deprived of true contentment. Their wealth, which possessed the potential to be a means of purification and reward, instead becomes a cause of hardship, distress, and deep regret. Ultimately, by neglecting their duty to Allah, the Exalted, they exchange eternal peace for a fleeting comfort, and lasting success for a temporary illusion. The wise person, therefore, views wealth not as an end in itself but as a sacred trust and a means of drawing nearer to Allah, the Exalted, by ensuring it is used in ways that secure genuine peace of mind in both worlds. When approached in this manner, wealth ceases to be a burden and is transformed into a bridge, connecting the temporary life of this world with the eternal life of the hereafter. Chapter 20 Taha, verses 124 to 126.
And whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed, i.e. difficult life, and we will gather, i.e. raise him on the day of resurrection blind. He will say, My Lord, why have you raised me blind while I was once seeing? Allah will say, Thus did our signs come to you, and you forgot, i.e. disregarded them, and thus will you this day be forgotten.
When the two central pillars of all good actions, the obligatory prayers and the obligatory charity, are upheld, a person is naturally encouraged to use the blessings they have been granted in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings and in imitation of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 56.
And establish prayer and give zakah, and obey the messenger.
This verse makes clear that obedience to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is inseparably linked to the fulfillment of prayer and charity. Such obedience is not passive. It requires striving to acquire knowledge in order to act upon his traditions. These traditions encompass both his devotion to Allah, the Exalted, in the form of worship, and his noble character towards creation. Chapter 68 Al-Kalam, verse 4.
And indeed, you are of a great moral character.
Obedience also requires accepting his commands and prohibitions at all times, without hesitation or compromise. This has been made a duty by Allah, the Exalted, chapter 59, verse 7.
And whatever the messenger has given you, take, and what he has forbidden you, refrain from.
Furthermore, obedience means giving priority to his traditions over the actions or opinions of anyone else. For all paths to Allah, the Exalted, are closed except through the path of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 3, Ali Imran, verse 31.
Say, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, if you should love Allah, then follow me, so Allah will love you and forgive you your sins.
True obedience also includes loving all those who supported him during his life and after his passing, whether they are from his blessed family or his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with them all. Supporting those who walk upon his path and teach his traditions is a duty upon those who desire to be sincere to him. Obedience also requires loving those who love him and disliking those who criticize him, regardless of one's personal relationship with such people. This principle is summarized in a narration found in Sahih Bukhari, number 16, which advises that a person cannot attain true faith until they love Allah, the Exalted, and the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, more than the entire creation. This love, however, must not remain confined to words. It must be demonstrated through actions. To be sincere to him is to respect him, to love him, and to practically follow him. Yet this is not possible without learning about his blessed life and teachings. How can one truly respect, love, and follow someone they do not even know? Thus, the one who claims to love and respect the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, but fails to practically follow him is insincere in their claim. True love is proven by obedience, and true respect is shown by imitation. To study his life, to internalize his teachings, and to embody his noble character is the only way to demonstrate sincerity towards him. In this way, prayer and charity are not isolated duties, but gateways that lead a person to the greater reality of following the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in every aspect of life. This will ensure that they use the blessings granted to them in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. By doing so, they will attain a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly place everything and everyone within their life, while adequately preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such conduct will ultimately lead to peace of mind and true contentment in both worlds. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 56.
And establish prayer and give zakah and obey the messenger, that you may receive mercy.
As cautioned in the following verse, when a person chooses to walk a path distinct from that of their peers, it often stirs feelings of unease or inadequacy in others, particularly among those whose lives revolve around personal desire rather than obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This internal discomfort frequently manifests as criticism or mockery, directed at those who remain steadfast in their faith. At times, such opposition even arises from one's own family, revealing how truth and falsehood can divide hearts even within the closest of circles. In today's world, the forces of social conformity are relentless. Platforms of social media, shifting fashions, and cultural trends continuously pressure individuals to abandon their moral compass in pursuit of acceptance and admiration. Within this climate, those who strive to uphold Islamic values often find themselves portrayed as obstacles to progress or freedom. Public expressions of faith are sometimes met with suspicion or hostility, particularly when they challenge the interests of industries built upon greed, indulgence, and exploitation. The principles of Islam, calling for moderation, justice, and responsibility, threaten such systems, which in turn promote anti-Islamic sentiments across various media and social spaces. Those who sincerely follow Islamic teachings, tempering their desires and using worldly blessings in moderation, often face resistance from those who prefer indulgence without restraint. Such individuals act upon every impulse, reducing life to the satisfaction of appetite and whim, a state the Holy Quran likens to animalistic existence. They attempt to dissuade others from practicing Islam, tempting them instead toward lifestyles defined by excess and heedlessness. One of their recurrent tactics is to ridicule visible symbols of faith, most notably the modest dress prescribed for women, in an effort to undermine Islam's credibility and appeal. However, those who reflect carefully will perceive the shallowness of these criticisms. They are not grounded in reasoned objection, but rather in a deep aversion to self-discipline and moral restraint. The inconsistency becomes clear when one observes that many of these critics accept and even admire strict dress codes in professions such as law enforcement, the military, healthcare, education, and corporate institutions, yet they object only when modest attire is worn out of religious conviction. Such double standards reveal the fragility of their arguments and the prejudice underlying them. Ultimately, what provokes opposition is not the outward expression of faith itself, but the very essence of Islam, its unwavering call to moral discipline, accountability, and balance. The composure and sincerity of those who live by these principles stand as a silent but powerful testimony to the truth of Islam. Their conduct exposes the emptiness of a life driven by unchecked desire, and reminds others of their neglected duty before Allah, the Exalted. It is this reminder that fuels hostility, for those unwilling to confront their own conscience find discomfort in the presence of genuine faith. Thus, the persistent criticism of Islam does not arise from any weakness in its teachings, but rather from the unyielding strength, purity, and clarity of its moral vision. Those who oppose divine guidance often appear outwardly powerful, possessing wealth, influence, and social dominance. To the casual observer, they may seem superior, as though their resources grant them control over the direction of society. Yet, no matter how vast their resources or how determined their efforts, they will never succeed in erasing the light of divine guidance. They cannot overpower Allah, the Exalted, nor can they nullify the guidance He has granted to mankind. Their man-made codes of conduct, however sophisticated or appealing they may appear, will ultimately be overpowered by the truth of revelation. This ensures that anyone who sincerely desires right guidance will always find it available, preserved, and accessible. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 57.
Never think that the disbelievers are causing failure to Allah upon the earth.
Their struggle is not against human beings alone. It is against Allah the Exalted, and therefore it is destined to fail. History itself testifies to this reality. Across centuries, countless individuals, empires, organizations, and industries have risen and fallen, each attempting in their own way to silence or eradicate Islam. They have employed politics, warfare, propaganda, and, in modern times, the tools of mass media and cultural influence. Yet despite their efforts, Islam has endured, and it will continue to endure until the Day of Judgment. Their attempts are as futile as trying to extinguish the blazing light of the sun by blowing at it. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 32.
They want to extinguish the light of Allah with their mouths, but Allah refuses except to perfect His light, although the disbelievers dislike it.
And chapter 24 in Nur, verse 57.
Their refuge will be the fire, and how wretched the destination.
The teachings of Islam have been completed, perfected, and presented to humanity in their entirety. Nothing remains hidden, incomplete, or inaccessible. It is now the responsibility of each individual to choose whether they will embrace this guidance. Those who engage with its teachings and implement them in their lives will find tranquility in both this world and the hereafter. By doing so, they will achieve a harmonious balance of mind and body, correctly prioritizing their relationships, responsibilities, and blessings, while preparing themselves adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. By contrast, those who reject divine guidance in favor of worldly ideologies may enjoy temporary influence, but their efforts will ultimately collapse, leaving them with regret in this life and punishment in the next. Their wealth, power, and influence will not shield them from the justice of Allah, the Exalted. The wise person, therefore, does not measure truth by the apparent dominance of people, but by the eternal word of Allah, the Exalted, which remains unshaken by the rise and fall of nations. After emphasizing the importance of obeying Allah, the Exalted, such as through the establishment of the obligatory prayers and the giving of obligatory charity, Allah, the Exalted, once again directs attention to matters concerning social interaction and etiquette. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 58.
O you who have believed, let those whom your right hands possess and those who have not yet reached puberty among you ask permission of you before entering at 3 times.
This transition highlights the all-encompassing nature of the divine code of conduct, which governs every sphere of human life, whether religious or worldly. The fact that the verse begins by calling upon believers is a clear indication of this. This therefore serves as a powerful reminder that Islam is not limited to acts of worship performed within the mosque, but rather a comprehensive system that regulates behavior, relationships, and moral responsibilities in every context. One must therefore avoid the mistaken belief that Allah, the Exalted, is only concerned with acts of devotion such as prayer, fasting, and charity, while overlooking one's dealings, manners, and social conduct. In reality, every word spoken, every action taken, and every interaction with others will be accounted for. Allah, the Exalted, will question each person about how they conducted themselves in every circumstance, at home, in public, and even in private, because His guidance extends to all aspects of existence. For this reason, it is essential for individuals to learn, internalize, and act upon Islamic teachings so that their behavior in every situation reflects the principles laid down in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. When one lives in this manner, they develop a harmonious balance between their inner and outer self, achieving mental, emotional, and physical stability. They also learn to correctly prioritize everything and everyone in their life, fulfilling their responsibilities to the Creator and to creation, while preparing adequately for their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment. This holistic application of Islam leads to tranquility and contentment in both worlds. In contrast, those who treat Islam like a garment, wearing it only when convenient and setting it aside when it conflicts with personal desires, demonstrate a dangerous inconsistency. Such behavior reflects not true devotion, but a form of self-worship. Their outward claim of faith is betrayed by their inward submission to desire. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 43.
Have you seen the one who takes as his God his own desire?
Those who fail to apply the teachings of Islam universally in their lives will inevitably misuse the blessings granted to them. Their speech, actions, and choices will become misaligned with divine wisdom, leading to confusion and disorder in both their inner and outer worlds. Over time, this imbalance manifests as mental and emotional instability, misplaced priorities, and spiritual emptiness. They will struggle to find peace and clarity, despite outward appearances of comfort or success. Their unbalanced approach to life deprives them of true contentment and readiness for their ultimate meeting with Allah, the Exalted. Ultimately, only through consistent obedience, expressed in both acts of worship and social conduct, can one attain real harmony, peace of mind, and fulfillment in this world and the next. The divine code of conduct is therefore not a burden, but a mercy that safeguards one from chaos and guides them toward an enduring, purposeful existence rooted in balance and truth. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 58.
O you who have believed, let those whom your right hands possess.
Generally speaking, the phrase "what your right hands possess" refers to slaves or captives of war. During the early centuries, the practice of taking captives after battles was a universal norm, deeply rooted across civilizations, whether Roman, Persian, or tribal. Islam, therefore, did not abolish this practice immediately, as doing so would have placed believers at a severe strategic disadvantage. If captives were forbidden for them while permitted for their enemies, this would have resulted in an ever-increasing number of prisoners within the Muslim community, while the opposing forces would have continued to enslave without restraint. Instead, Islam took a gradual and profoundly wise approach to reform. It began by transforming the condition of captives, humanizing them, protecting their dignity, and granting them rights that were unprecedented in any other society at the time. Through both divine revelation and the example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Islam introduced principles that would ultimately lead to the complete moral and social dismantling of slavery as it had been known. Allah, the Exalted, commanded believers to treat captives with utmost compassion and fairness, to the extent that they were to be regarded as members of the household rather than as property. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, instructed that they be fed the same food their masters ate, clothed in the same garments, and never overburdened with tasks. Instead, masters were commanded to help them in their duties. This instruction is recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 4313. At the same time, Islam strongly encouraged the freeing of slaves as one of the most virtuous deeds, linking it directly with spiritual reward and purification. The one who freed a slave purely for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, was promised freedom from the hellfire, as mentioned in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 1541. Moreover, the Holy Quran made the emancipation of slaves a means of expiation for various sins, thereby integrating moral accountability with social reform. For instance, in chapter 58 Al-Mujadilah, verse 3.
And those who pronounce zihar from their wives and then wish to go back on what they said, then there must be the freeing of a slave before they touch one another. That is what you are admonished thereby, and Allah is aware of what you do.
When these teachings were implemented, the condition of captives improved dramatically. They were treated with dignity and often became trusted members of the household, sometimes even rising to positions of honor and influence. Over generations, the consistent encouragement to free slaves, combined with the prohibition of re-enslavement and the moral elevation of emancipation, led to the gradual disappearance of slavery from societies that truly embodied Islamic principles. However, while the outward form of slavery has largely vanished, its underlying spirit sadly persists in modern times in various forms, such as financial exploitation, forced labor, and systemic oppression. These contemporary manifestations of bondage continue to deny people their basic rights and dignity. Therefore, those who strive to live by the teachings of Islam must continue the prophetic mission of liberation, fighting against all forms of exploitation and injustice according to their capacity. Whether through financial support, social advocacy, education, or reform, they uphold the noble principles of Islam, which seek to establish justice, compassion, and freedom for all of humanity. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 58.
O you who have believed, let those whom your right hands possess, and those who have not yet reached puberty among you ask permission of you before entering at 3 times, before the dawn prayer and when you put aside your clothing for rest at noon and after the night prayer. These are 3 times of privacy for you.
One of the central aspects of modesty, an essential quality emphasized throughout Islamic teachings, is the respect of privacy. Modesty is not merely a matter of outward dress or speech. It is a comprehensive principle that governs how individuals interact with one another in all aspects of life. At its heart lies the recognition that every person has a right to dignity, personal space, and protection from unnecessary exposure. When this respect for privacy is neglected or removed from society, it inevitably opens the door to shameless behavior, such as fornication, indecency, and other forms of immorality. A society that disregards boundaries between individuals, especially within the home, gradually erodes the safeguards that preserve chastity and moral conduct. Islam, being a practical, balanced, and realistic way of life, takes proactive steps to safeguard the privacy of individuals, thereby protecting and strengthening the modesty of all people. It does not leave modesty as a vague ideal, but translates it into clear, actionable guidance that can be applied in daily life. This verse provides a striking example of such protection. Those who are most accustomed to moving freely within the home, such as children who have not yet reached puberty and, in the historical context, slaves, are instructed to seek permission before entering at 3 specific times of the day, before the dawn prayer, at midday rest, and after the night prayer. These are moments when people are most likely to require privacy, such as when changing clothes, resting, or engaging in personal acts of worship. By specifying these times, Islam acknowledges the natural rhythms of daily life and the moments when privacy is most needed. At the same time, it avoids imposing unnecessary restrictions that would make family life difficult. In its wisdom, Islam recognizes that constant permission seeking would create hardship and disrupt the natural flow of household interaction. Therefore, outside of these 3 times, household members are permitted to move about freely without seeking permission. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 58.
There is no blame upon you nor upon them beyond these periods, for they continually circulate among you, some of you among others. Thus does Allah make clear to you the verses, and Allah is knowing and wise.
This balance demonstrates the depth and practicality of Islamic teachings. On the one hand, privacy is preserved, protecting society from the erosion of modesty and the sins that arise from uncontrolled social interaction. On the other hand, the natural flow of family life and necessary socializing is not disrupted. Such wisdom is a hallmark of divine legislation, which always harmonizes between human needs and spiritual safeguards. This teaching also highlights the forward-looking nature of Islam. It does not wait for problems such as shamelessness or immorality to arise before addressing them. Rather, it establishes preventative measures that close the doors to such behavior before it can take root. By instilling respect for privacy even in children, Islam nurtures modesty from an early age, ensuring that it becomes a natural part of their character as they grow. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 59.
And when the children among you reach puberty, let them ask permission at all times as those before them have done.
In this way, the home itself becomes a training ground for moral discipline, where boundaries are respected and dignity is preserved. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 59.
Thus does Allah make clear to you His verses, and Allah is knowing and wise.
Reflecting upon this, one recognizes that no matter how advanced a society may become, and regardless of the knowledge it acquires in various fields, including psychology, sociology, or even the intricate workings of the human brain, it remains beyond human capacity to formulate a code of conduct that is perfectly aligned with human nature and universally applicable to all circumstances. Human knowledge is partial, ever-changing, and limited by time and perspective. Even the most advanced research cannot anticipate every scenario or provide a flawless framework that guarantees justice, balance, and peace for both individuals and societies. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the boundless knowledge required to provide such a code. As the creator of all things, His knowledge encompasses the past, present, and future in their entirety. He alone is rightly positioned to establish a standard that clearly distinguishes good from evil, benefit from harm, and that leads to peace of mind in a world otherwise filled with stress and uncertainty. History itself bears witness to this truth. Whenever the divine code of conduct was sincerely implemented, societies flourished in tranquility, justice, and harmony. Families were strengthened, communities were united, and individuals found balance in both their inner and outer lives. Conversely, when divine guidance was neglected, corruption, injustice, and unrest inevitably spread. Thus, individuals must embrace the divine code of conduct bestowed upon them, recognizing it as the most advantageous for their well-being, even if certain elements conflict with their personal desires. They should conduct themselves as a wise patient who trusts the counsel of a skilled physician. Though the medicine prescribed may be bitter and the diet strict, the patient accepts it, knowing it is ultimately for their health and survival. In the same way, a person who accepts and acts upon divine guidance, even when it challenges their inclinations, secures for themselves true well-being in this world and eternal success in the hereafter. Allah, the Exalted, continues to provide logical, compassionate, and realistic guidance by addressing the unique circumstances of elderly women who no longer have a desire or expectation for marriage. For such women, He grants a concession. They are permitted to remove their outer garments, as the constant changing of clothes can become burdensome, particularly in old age. This allowance reflects the divine consideration of human needs and limitations. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 60.
And women of post-menstrual age who have no desire for marriage, there is no blame upon them for putting aside their outer garments but not displaying adornment.
This verse highlights a recurring principle in Islamic teachings. Allah, the Exalted, grants concessions in specific situations, taking into account extenuating circumstances. Yet, alongside these allowances, He often calls a person to aim for the higher standard of obedience, for striving towards excellence ensures greater reward and deeper peace of mind in both worlds. By choosing restraint even when concessions are permitted, a person strengthens their spiritual discipline, achieves balance in both mind and body, and learns to place everything and everyone in their life in its rightful order. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 60.
But to modestly refrain from that is better for them.
This distinction between what is permissible and what is better is a hallmark of divine wisdom. Islam does not impose unnecessary hardship, but it encourages a person to rise above the minimum requirements and pursue the path of excellence. Such striving is not for the benefit of Allah, the Exalted, for He is free of need, but for the benefit of the individual, as it cultivates inner strength, dignity, and closeness to Him. Moreover, Allah, the Exalted, reminds that he is fully aware of the intentions, speech, and actions of all people. He knows who acts upon his concessions with sincerity, and who exploits them for convenience or worldly motives. Nothing is hidden from him, and therefore every person will be held accountable in both this life and the hereafter. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 60.
And Allah is hearing and knowing.
This closing serves as both comfort and warning. Comfort, because Allah the Exalted hears the sincere intentions of those who act within His allowances out of genuine need. Warning, because He also knows when concessions are misused or when modesty is abandoned under the guise of necessity. Thus, a person is called to sincerity, balance, and mindfulness in every action, recognizing that Allah the Exalted is the ultimate witness over all matters. As Islam is a way of life that caters for the needs of all people, it consistently encourages special consideration and compassionate treatment towards those who are perceived as disadvantaged in society, such as the disabled, the sick, and the socially vulnerable. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 61.
There is not upon the blind any constraint, nor upon the disabled constraint, nor upon the ill constraint, nor upon yourselves when you eat from your own houses, or the houses of your fathers, or the houses of your mothers, or the houses of your brothers, or the houses of your sisters, or the houses of your father's brothers, or the houses of your father's sisters, or the houses of your mother's brothers, or the houses of your mother's sisters, or from houses whose keys you possess, or from the house of your friend.
This verse is a striking demonstration of the divine sensitivity to the varied needs of human beings. Unlike man-made systems, which often fail to account for the vulnerable, Allah the Exalted provides guidance that ensures no individual is left neglected or forgotten. In many societies, those who are disadvantaged, whether due to illness, disability, poverty, or social weakness, are frequently overlooked. At times this neglect is deliberate, born of selfishness or prejudice, while at other times it is the result of heedlessness and indifference. Yet the outcome is the same. Their needs, both physical and emotional, are disregarded, leaving them exposed to isolation and the many harms that accompany it. Such neglect can lead to loneliness, despair, and even the erosion of dignity, as those most in need of compassion are left without support. Islam, however, actively closes the door to such neglect. It does not allow the disadvantaged to be pushed to the margins of society. Instead, it establishes their rights clearly and commands others to honor them. It encourages people to include them in social life, to treat them with dignity, and to assist them according to their means. This assistance is not limited to financial support, but extends to companionship, emotional care, and ensuring they are not excluded from the warmth of community. In this way, Islam safeguards not only their material well-being but also their sense of belonging and self-worth. By doing so, Islam transforms the act of helping the weak into an act of worship. Extending kindness and support to those in need is not portrayed as a burden but as an opportunity to draw nearer to Allah the Exalted and to earn His pleasure. In return for such compassion, Allah promises abundant reward, both in this world and the hereafter. Thus, the one who uplifts the disadvantaged is in reality uplifting themselves, for they secure divine mercy, protection, and eternal success. Therefore, a person must ensure that they aid those who are considered socially weak in society, such as orphans and widows, according to their capacity. In the modern age, this has become remarkably easy. Sponsorship of orphans and widows can be arranged online within minutes, and the cost is often less than what many spend on a monthly phone bill. Neglecting this vital part of Islam is therefore inexcusable, for it is a means of securing the continuous support of Allah the Exalted in both worlds. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6853. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, further emphasized this duty. He advised that the one who takes care of an orphan will be granted his closeness in paradise. This has been recorded in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6005. He also declared that the one who supports the needy, such as a widow, will be rewarded as though they spent every night in prayer and every day in fasting, as confirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Bukhari, number 6006. Thus, for the person who finds it difficult to maintain voluntary acts of devotion, such as the night prayer or additional fasting, This path offers an opportunity to attain the same reward with relative ease, while simultaneously uplifting others. It is also important to remember that whatever means a person possesses, whether wealth, health, knowledge, or influence, has been granted to them by Allah the Exalted as a trust and a loan, not as an absolute gift. A loan must be repaid to its rightful owner. The repayment of this divine loan is not through returning the blessing itself, but by using it in ways that please Allah the Exalted. Therefore, when a person aids the needy, they are not doing a favor to Allah the Exalted, or even to the recipient of their help. Rather, they are repaying a debt owed to their Creator. In reality, Allah the Exalted has favored them twice, first by granting them worldly blessings, and second, by granting them the opportunity to earn immense reward through sharing those blessings. Likewise, the needy person has also done the donor a favor by accepting their help, for if every needy person were to reject assistance, how would others attain the reward promised in divine teachings? Remembering these truths prevents a person from destroying their reward by adopting an arrogant or condescending attitude. Finally, aiding the needy is not limited to financial support. It includes fulfilling any lawful need a person may have, whether emotional, physical, or social. A kind word, a listening ear, or a helping hand can be as valuable as material aid. Therefore, no person, regardless of how little wealth they possess, can excuse themselves from this principle. Every individual has something to offer, and Islam calls upon each person to contribute according to their means, ensuring that no one is left abandoned or forgotten. And as Islam is a highly realistic and practical way of life, it recognizes the natural circumstances of people and the varying demands they face. It takes into consideration that there are times when socializing is not possible or even appropriate, such as when a person is preoccupied with their occupation, engaged in study, or burdened with responsibilities. In such cases, Islam does not impose unnecessary hardship or guilt. Instead, it provides ease and flexibility. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 61.
There is no blame upon you, whether you eat together or separately.
This verse highlights the balance of divine law. While Islam encourages social interaction, hospitality, and the strengthening of bonds through shared meals, it also acknowledges that circumstances differ. There are times when a person may need to eat alone due to work, travel, or personal needs, and there is no sin or blame in doing so. In this way, Islam removes undue pressure and prevents people from feeling that they have fallen short of religious duty simply because they could not join others. At the same time, the verse subtly reminds people of the importance of intention. Whether eating together or separately, what matters most is gratitude to Allah, the Exalted, and the avoidance of arrogance, waste, or neglect of others' rights. Thus, Islam provides a framework that is both practical and spiritually elevating. It allows for flexibility in daily life while ensuring that modesty, gratitude, and consideration for others remain central. Allah, the Exalted, reminds people that their social interactions should be guided by the noble intention of spreading peace and goodness throughout society. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 61.
But when you enter houses, give greetings of peace upon each other, a greeting from Allah blessed and good.
This command shows that the greeting of peace is not a mere cultural custom or polite phrase, but a divinely ordained act of worship. It is a greeting that carries profound meaning, for it invokes safety, mercy, and tranquility upon the one who receives it. Described as a greeting from Allah, the Exalted, it is a gift from the Creator to His servants, designed to foster harmony and brotherhood within society. To fulfill this greeting correctly, a person must go beyond the utterance of words. They must embody the peace they invoke by ensuring that others are safe from their verbal and physical harm, and that people and their possessions are treated with dignity and respect. This is, in fact, the definition of a true Muslim and believer, as confirmed in a narration found in Sunan and Nasai, number 4998. It is therefore hypocritical for someone to extend the greeting of peace outwardly, while inwardly harboring malice or following it with harmful words and deeds. Such behavior empties the greeting of its meaning and contradicts its very purpose. The greeting is meant to establish trust and goodwill, not to mask hostility or insincerity. When the Islamic greeting of peace is fulfilled sincerely, it becomes a foundation for fulfilling the rights of others. It encourages people to aid one another according to their needs, to show kindness in their dealings, and to uphold justice in their interactions. In this way, the greeting of peace is not only a personal act of courtesy, but a social principle that strengthens bonds, removes hostility, and spreads tranquility across the community. It transforms ordinary encounters into opportunities for building unity and compassion. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 61.
Thus does Allah make clear to you the verses that you may understand.
Islam, as a complete and comprehensive code of conduct, provides guidance that addresses both the individual and the collective dimensions of human life. It recognizes that true well-being cannot be achieved by focusing on one level while neglecting the other. On the individual level, Islam cultivates peace of mind by nurturing a balanced mental and physical state, teaching a person to correctly place everything and everyone in their life in its rightful order. This balance allows a person to live with clarity, discipline, and purpose, avoiding the chaos that arises when desires, relationships, or responsibilities are mismanaged. On the societal level, Islam establishes principles that ensure justice, security, and harmony, so that the rights of all people are fulfilled and peace spreads throughout the community. A society that neglects justice inevitably falls into corruption and unrest, but a society that upholds divine guidance becomes a place of stability, compassion, and prosperity. For this reason, people are encouraged to unite when dealing with matters that affect the wider society. By coming together, they are able to deliberate, consult, and make decisions that align with divine teachings. Such decisions safeguard the well-being of all, prevent injustice, and ensure that no group is neglected. This collective responsibility is not merely a social recommendation but a religious duty, directly tied to faith itself. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 62.
The believers are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger, and when they are meeting with him for a matter of common interest, do not depart until they have asked his permission. Indeed, those who ask your permission, i.e. the Prophet, those are the ones who believe in Allah and His Messenger.
This verse demonstrates that belief in Allah, the Exalted, and in the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not confined to private worship or personal devotion. It extends to active participation in societal matters, showing commitment to the collective good, and respect for leadership and order. To absent oneself from such responsibilities without a valid excuse is to neglect a vital aspect of faith and to weaken the bonds of community. Islam therefore links the strength of one's faith to their willingness to engage in the affairs of society, for faith is not only a matter of the heart, but also of action and responsibility. It is therefore a matter of regret that Muslims may sometimes unite to discuss issues that affect only their own community, while neglecting to engage with other communities on matters that affect society as a whole. This tendency towards isolation contradicts the spirit of Islam, which calls for engagement, dialogue, and cooperation with people of other cultures and religions in the pursuit of justice and peace. Islam does not encourage a narrow, insular mentality that restricts concern to one's own group. Rather, it commands Muslims to be a source of benefit for all humanity. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was described as a mercy to the worlds, and his followers are expected to reflect that mercy by working for the betterment of all people, not only their own. By working with others on shared concerns, whether poverty, injustice, education, healthcare, or the environment, Muslims embody the universal mercy that Islam was sent to establish. In doing so, they not only fulfill their duty to Allah, the Exalted, but also demonstrate the timeless relevance of Islamic teachings in addressing the challenges of every age. This engagement also prevents Muslims from being perceived as detached or self-interested, and instead shows them as active contributors to the common good. In this way, Islam ensures that faith is not reduced to ritual alone, but is lived out in service, responsibility, and the pursuit of justice for all. The individual who prays and fasts but neglects the needs of their society has only fulfilled part of their duty, while the one who combines devotion with social responsibility embodies the holistic vision of Islam. Thus, Islam calls upon every person to strive for balance, to purify their inner life through worship and discipline, and to improve their outer world through justice, compassion, and cooperation. Even though excusing oneself from involvement in matters that affect the wider society is acceptable when a person has a valid and reasonable excuse, Islam nevertheless encourages people to make time for such responsibilities whenever possible. This is because collective issues are not merely administrative concerns. They are matters that safeguard the rights, security, and harmony of the entire community. To neglect them without necessity is to weaken the bonds of unity and to diminish the strength of society as a whole. At the same time, Islam demonstrates its balance and compassion by recognizing that there are occasions when individuals may be genuinely unable to participate due to personal obligations, health, or other pressing circumstances. In such cases, Allah, the Exalted, has granted permission for them to excuse themselves. Yet even here, the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, is evident, for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was commanded to pray for the forgiveness of those who sought permission to be absent. This shows that while their absence may be excused, their participation is still considered valuable, and their lack of involvement requires divine pardon. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 62.
So when they ask your permission for something of their affairs, then give permission to whom you will among them, and ask forgiveness for them of Allah. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
This verse highlights two important lessons. First, it emphasizes the seriousness of communal responsibilities. They are not to be abandoned lightly, but only with proper justification. Second, it illustrates the boundless mercy of Allah, the Exalted, who forgives those who are unable to participate, provided they approach the matter with sincerity and humility. Thus, while it is permissible to excuse oneself when necessary, it is better and more rewarding to strive to be present and engaged in the affairs of society. By doing so, a person not only fulfills their duty to their community, but also strengthens their own faith. For active participation in collective matters is a sign of sincerity and commitment to Allah, the Exalted, and His Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The hypocrites in Medina employed numerous schemes in their attempt to weaken the Muslim community and sow discord. Their methods were varied and malicious. One infamous example, already mentioned earlier in this chapter, was their vile slander against the noble wife of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. This shameful act was designed not only to harm the honor of the household of the Holy Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, but also to shake the confidence of the believers in their leader. Another tactic employed by the hypocrites was to challenge the unique status of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as the chosen representative of Allah, the Exalted, on earth. His position was not that of an ordinary leader, whose authority could be debated or disregarded. Rather, his obedience was divinely mandated in every circumstance. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 51.
The only statement of the true believers when they are called to Allah and His Messenger to judge between them is that they say, "We hear and we obey." And those are the successful.
And chapter 4 An-Nisa, verse 80.
He who obeys the Messenger has obeyed Allah.
This verse establishes that obedience to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is in reality obedience to Allah, the Exalted, for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, does not speak from his own desire but conveys only what has been revealed to him. To question his authority, therefore, is to question the authority of Allah, the Exalted, himself. For this reason, Allah, the Exalted, repeatedly reminded the Muslims throughout the Holy Quran of the exalted and unique status of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. They were commanded to treat him with the utmost respect, for respect is the foundation of obedience and emulation. Without respect, one cannot truly follow another, nor can one sincerely adopt their example. The hypocrites and enemies of Islam, both in Medina and throughout history, understood this reality. Their ultimate aim was to erode the reverence due to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. For once respect is diminished, obedience falters, and when obedience falters, the divine order is undermined. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 63.
Do not make your calling of the messenger among yourselves as the call of one of you to another.
This verse emphasizes that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not to be addressed in the casual manner one might use with a peer or companion. His station was unique, and his role as the messenger of Allah, the Exalted, demanded reverence in speech, conduct, and attitude. By elevating the manner in which he was addressed, Allah, the Exalted, ensured that the community maintained the respect necessary to follow him wholeheartedly. Thus, the hypocrites' attempts to belittle the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, were not merely personal attacks, but calculated efforts to weaken the very foundation of faith. For once respect is lost, obedience becomes hollow, and without obedience, the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, cannot be implemented. Islam therefore insists that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, be honored in every way, for in honoring him lies the key to obedience, and in obedience lies the path to Allah, the Exalted. Generally speaking, it is vital to recognize and appreciate the virtuous conduct of those who sincerely strive to follow the commands of Allah, the Exalted, by using the blessings granted to them in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. Reflecting upon and imitating their commendable character allows one to cultivate spiritual maturity, moral discipline, and balance in life. However, in doing so, it is necessary to avoid two opposing extremes that often lead to misunderstanding and misguidance. The first extreme involves diminishing the status of the righteous, including the holy prophets, peace be upon them, out of ignorance or misguided zeal. Some mistakenly assume that by lowering the esteem of the righteous, they are magnifying the greatness of Allah, the Exalted. In truth, this attitude achieves the opposite effect. It strips the righteous of the reverence that inspires imitation and disconnects people from the moral and spiritual models that Allah, the Exalted, himself presented as guides for humanity. It is impossible to emulate the character of those whom one does not respect or value. The second extreme lies at the opposite end, exalting the righteous beyond the limits defined by the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This exaggeration transforms them into figures so lofty and otherworldly that their example becomes inaccessible. When one perceives the righteous as angelic beings rather than as human models, imitation becomes impossible. This misguided elevation often results in mere verbal praise and emotional reverence, rather than sincere practical emulation. People may speak endlessly about the greatness of the righteous while neglecting to adopt their patience, humility, compassion, and devotion, traits that are meant to be lived, not only admired. While it is true that no person can attain the unique and exalted rank of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, every individual can and must strive to embody the noble qualities that he exemplified. The purpose of recognizing the virtues of the righteous is not merely to celebrate them, but to learn from them, so that one may refine their own conduct and strengthen their connection with Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, it is essential to maintain balance, to revere the righteous as they deserve, according to the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, without falling into exaggeration or neglect. This balanced perspective nurtures respect and love for the righteous, while preserving the practical relevance of their example. Through this, one is inspired to follow their path sincerely, cultivating within themselves the same light of faith, humility, and steadfastness that illuminated their lives. Allah, the Exalted, issues a stern and uncompromising warning to those who deliberately avoid listening to and obeying the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. He makes it clear that he is fully aware of their inner motives, their outward speech, and their hidden actions. No excuse, however cleverly disguised, will shield them from his knowledge or his justice. Chapter 24 An-Nur, verse 63.
Already Allah knows those of you who slip away, concealed by others. So let those beware who dissent from his orders, i.e. the Prophet, lest a calamity strike them or a painful punishment.
This verse unmasks the behavior of the hypocrites, who would quietly withdraw from their responsibilities, hiding behind others or inventing excuses, thinking they could escape notice. Yet Allah, the Exalted, reminds them that nothing is hidden from him. Their excuses may deceive people, but they cannot deceive their Creator. Those Muslims who fail to support their verbal declaration of belief and love for the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, must repent and reform before they face the consequences of hypocrisy. In this world, their attitude deprives them of inner peace, preventing them from achieving a balanced mental and physical state. They misplace priorities, treating blessings as burdens and turning relationships into sources of conflict. The very things meant to bring them comfort, family, friends, career, and wealth, become causes of stress and anxiety. If they persist in disobedience, they will misdirect their blame, holding others responsible for their unrest. They may accuse their spouse, their children, or their circumstances, cutting good people out of their lives in the process. Yet this only deepens their turmoil, leading to greater instability. Such people often spiral into destructive patterns, mental disorders, depression, substance abuse, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is tragically visible in those who misuse the blessings they have been granted, such as the rich and famous, who despite enjoying worldly luxuries, are plagued by emptiness and despair. Far worse, however, is the punishment that awaits in the hereafter. Their heedlessness in this world prevents them from preparing for their accountability on the day of judgment, and the calamity they face in the next life will be far more severe. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 63.
So let those beware who dissent from his orders, i.e. the Prophet, lest a calamity strike them or a painful punishment.
The danger is not only worldly loss, but also the loss of faith itself. A person who fails to support their verbal declaration of Islam with sincere obedience may well leave this world without faith, just as the hypocrites of Medina did. Faith may be likened to a delicate flame. It requires constant tending, protection, and nourishment. Just as a fire dies out when deprived of fuel, faith weakens and may be extinguished if not sustained through consistent acts of obedience. Neglecting this spiritual nourishment places a person at risk of losing the very light that guides them. And such a loss is the most devastating of all, for without faith, a person is left in darkness in this world and abandoned in the hereafter. Thus, Allah, the Exalted, calls people to vigilance, sincerity, and obedience, reminding them that their salvation lies in honoring the commands of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and in nurturing the flame of faith until it shines brightly at the moment they return to their Lord. Ultimately, as the entire creation belongs to Allah, the Exalted, and remains under His complete control and jurisdiction, every person must recognize that they are bound by His laws. Whether they acknowledge it or not, they live within His dominion, and their existence is subject to His decree. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 64.
Unquestionably, to Allah belongs whatever is in the heavens and earth.
Just as a citizen cannot live in a country while disregarding its laws without facing consequences, so too can no one live in the universe of Allah, the Exalted, while ignoring His commands without facing repercussions in both this world and the hereafter. A person may attempt to escape the laws of a government by leaving its borders, but there is no place in existence where the authority of Allah, the Exalted, does not apply. His sovereignty extends over the heavens and the earth, over the seen and the unseen, over life and death. Similarly, while human beings may alter or abolish the laws of their societies, they will never be able to change the eternal laws of Allah, the Exalted. His decrees are absolute, unchanging, and perfectly just, unaffected by the shifting opinions of people. To illustrate this further, just as the owner of a house has the right to set its rules, even if the guests object, so too does Allah, the Exalted, as the creator and owner of the universe, have the sole right to determine its laws. Whether people like these rules or not is irrelevant, for ownership grants authority. The universe is His property, and therefore His rules are binding. To reject them is not an act of freedom, but an act of rebellion against the very one who sustains life itself. For this reason, compliance with the rules of Allah, the Exalted, is not only a matter of obligation but also of wisdom and self-interest. The one who understands this reality will submit to His commands and strive to obey Him by using the blessings they have been granted in ways that are pleasing to Him. These rules are not arbitrary. They are outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and they are designed to protect human dignity, preserve justice, and guide people to peace in both worlds. A person has two paths before them. They can strive to learn the wisdoms behind the commands and prohibitions of Allah, the Exalted, reflecting on how they benefit both the individual and society, and how they lead to peace of mind, balance of body, and harmony in life. Or they can choose to worship their own desires, rejecting the teachings of Islam, and following the fleeting impulses of the self. The first path leads to clarity, stability, and eternal success. The second path leads to confusion, unrest, and eventual ruin. The one who fails to comply with the rules of Allah, the Exalted, should prepare themselves to face the consequences of their choice in both worlds. In this life, they will find that disobedience brings disorder, anxiety, and dissatisfaction, no matter how much wealth or power they accumulate. In the hereafter, they will face the justice of Allah, the Exalted, where no objections, protests, or complaints will save them. Just as a person cannot plead ignorance or rebellion to escape the laws of their land, so too will no excuse avail them before the Lord of all creation. Chapter 24 and Nur, verse 64.
Already he knows that upon which you stand, and knows the day when they will be returned to him, and he will inform them of what they have done. And Allah is knowing of all things.
Thus, the wise person is the one who recognizes their position as a servant of Allah, the Exalted, and who lives in accordance with His commands. Such a person will find that obedience brings clarity, stability, and peace, while disobedience brings only confusion, unrest, and eventual destruction. To live in harmony with the divine order is to live in harmony with one's own nature, for the soul was created to find rest only in submission to its Creator, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Therefore, a person must accept and act upon the teachings of Islam for their own benefit, even when those teachings appear to contradict their personal inclinations or desires. The wise recognize that desires are often short-sighted, driven by impulse and emotion, whereas divine guidance is rooted in perfect knowledge and foresight. One must therefore behave like a wise patient, who, despite disliking the bitterness of medicine or the restrictions of a strict diet, nevertheless accepts and follows the medical advice of their doctor, knowing that it is ultimately for their well-being. Just as this patient eventually achieves good mental and physical health through discipline and trust in the doctor's expertise, so too will the one who accepts and acts upon the teachings of Islam attain balance, peace, and true well-being. This is because the only one who possesses complete knowledge of human nature, its physical needs, its mental struggles, and its spiritual longings, is Allah the Exalted. He alone knows how to ensure that a person achieves a balanced state of mind and body, and how to correctly place everything and everyone within their life in its rightful order. Human knowledge, no matter how advanced, remains partial and limited. Despite centuries of research, society cannot solve every issue a person may face in life. Human advice cannot shield one from every form of stress, nor can it guarantee that one will always prioritize correctly in relationships, responsibilities, and desires. Human beings are restricted by limited foresight, by biases, and by the inability to see the unseen. Allah, the Exalted, however, is free from all such limitations. His knowledge is perfect, His wisdom is flawless, and He has granted guidance to mankind in the form of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The truth of this becomes evident when one observes the difference between those who use the blessings they have been granted in accordance with Islamic teachings and those who do not. Those who live by divine guidance find stability, clarity, and peace, even in times of trial, while those who misuse the blessings they have been granted find themselves restless, dissatisfied, and burdened, even if they appear outwardly successful. Wealth, fame, and power cannot compensate for the absence of inner peace, and history is filled with examples of those who possessed worldly luxuries yet were consumed by despair. It is worth noting that, in most cases, patients do not understand the science behind the medicines they are prescribed. They trust their doctor blindly, confident that the doctor's knowledge is greater than their own. Allah, the Exalted, however, does not demand blind trust from His servants. Instead, He invites people to reflect upon the teachings of Islam, to observe their wisdom, and to recognize their truthfulness through clear proofs. He wants people to see for themselves how His guidance benefits their lives, both individually and collectively. But this requires approaching the teachings of Islam with an open and unbiased mind, free from arrogance and prejudice. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
This verse highlights that the call to Allah the Exalted is not based on blind imitation, but on insight, reflection, and understanding. Islam is a religion of reason and evidence, and its teachings invite people to recognize the harmony between divine guidance and human well-being. Furthermore, as Allah, the Exalted, alone controls the spiritual hearts of people, the abode of peace of mind, He alone decides who attains tranquility and who does not. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 43.
And that it is He who makes one laugh and weep.
Thus, the path to true peace, of mind, body and soul, lies only in submission to Allah the Exalted, and in living by the guidance He has revealed. Just as the patient who follows the doctor's advice is healed, the one who follows divine guidance is healed of the ailments of the heart and mind and finds peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and may peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad, his noble family and companions.